This in turn depends on finding ways of assuring global investors that the rule of law is sufficiently established to prevent the state from appropriating overseas financial investments, such that the success of those investments will be determined solely by market mechanisms. Membership of the WTO guarantees not only that its specific free trade rules are internalized, but also that its broader market-based mindset permeates the general national approach to issues of macroeconomic management. For many developing countries, then, joining the WTO is a signaling device designed to reassure global investors that any money committed to their country is likely to remain safe. Decisions to apply for WTO membership are therefore infused with global power relationships. Being able to show that they are WTO rule takers is much more important to developing countries than they are to its overall outlook. The more powerful WTO members know this only too well, and they have increasingly used the accession process to impose ever more stringent conditions on entry for new members. The most recent entrants have been required to harmonize many of their economic laws with those of existing members, irrespective of whether it makes economic sense domestically for them to do so. Consequently, the accession process has steadily become longer and costlier, and it is increasingly dominated by the need for applicant states to make concessions to more powerful countries that become, in effect, their political taskmasters. That same subordination is then imprinted into the WTO's decision-making processes. Votes are not taken on individual measures to build up incrementally a body of international trade law that is acceptable to a majority of WTO members, as would be expected under a genuinely participatory system. Instead, at every ministerial meeting, members must decide whether to accept on a take-it-or-leave-it basis a package of reforms called the single undertaking. A package largely agreed in advance by those who can afford to maintain the largest permanent delegations in Geneva. 28.4 The Regulation of Global Finance. The regulation of global finance has none of the democratic pretensions associated with the WTO's nonetheless much criticized one-member, one-vote system. In the main, expert rather than political communities decide the contents of global financial regulation, and its objectives are determined almost solely by the countries that finance the maintenance of the regulatory system. The International Monetary Fund and the World Bank are the two principal bodies in this respect, both dating back to the original Bretton Woods agreements of the 1940s. The formal task of the IMF is to provide short-term monetary assistance to countries struggling with financial instability, that of the World Bank to provide longer-term monetary assistance to countries seeking enhanced development prospects. Both institutions prefer to present themselves as delivering purely technical help to countries in economic distress. Yet their willingness to embrace the use of conditionalities as a prerequisite for loans immediately politicizes their activities, see ch. 27. Just as with the new accession demands placed on potential WTO members, IMF and World Bank conditionalities create a context in which national politicians have often had to ignore their electoral mandates and sacrifice their domestic political legitimacy in order to satisfy the institution's demands. See box 28.4. Concerted political dissent has followed from allowing financial market actors unrestricted scope to invest their money in the ways they choose, as this has resulted in further concentrations of wealth in the hands of the key points. The move to disband the GATT in favor of the lawmaking WTO was an attempt to create more straightforward negotiations for global free trade by eliminating the logjams associated with complexly cross-cutting bilateralism. The WTO system has always operated asymmetrically to the advantage of its agenda-setting members. Developing countries' decisions about whether to become members of the WTO are often influenced heavily by the political pressures placed on them to demonstrate their commitment to the existing global economic order. The WTO faces an uncertain future, as its most powerful members have recently shown an increasing willingness to bypass it in favor of bilateral trade negotiations. Already well-to-do. The overall logic of redistribution in the post-war Keynesian era was from rich to poor, but since the first attempts were made in the 1970s to re-establish a framework of self-regulating financial markets, that logic has been completely reversed. In general, market self-regulation is a rich person's playground. Nobody has ever made money from correctly reading the price signals emitted by financial markets if they have no money to invest there in the first place. The imposition of austerity measures to fund bank bailouts has created a breeding ground for populist nationalist politics. It has fed accusations from the right that the world economy is now rigged to favor a shadowy global elite who owe no loyalty to any country and whose wealth is made at the direct expense of the national community. The world is thus divided in political terms into us and them, people who look and think like we do versus those who can never be considered part of the national in-group. In this way, the whole rationale for wishing to act multilaterally is dissolved. It is ironic that the critique of a rigged economic system that has helped to propel right-wing populist nationalism originated with the pro-development left's anti-globalization campaigns of the 1990s and 2000s. Those campaigns were not against globalization in all of its conceivable forms as today's right-wing populist nationalists' campaigns so often are. Rather, they were a rejection of the particular shape that economic globalization was taking at the time, one where the institutions of global economic governance became the most visible formal symbols of how developing countries were always required to subordinate themselves to Western economic interests. The IMF and the World Bank were accused of having run roughshod over the representative function of democracy to impose everywhere what was never more than a minority neoliberal vision of the world. Box 28.4 The controversies surrounding political conditionalities. IMF and World Bank conditionalities are so named because they ensure that countries qualify for financial assistance not only on the grounds of their need, but also on the condition that they follow the policy objectives laid down by the institutions. IMF and World Bank conditionalities are so named because they ensure that countries qualify for financial assistance not only on the grounds of their need, but also on the condition that they follow the policy objectives laid down by the institutions. This allows IMF and World Bank officials appointed in Washington for their technical expertise to appropriate the power of policy determination from governments, whatever those governments' democratic mandates. The Bretton Woods institutions have often been reproached for selecting policy objectives drawn only from within the ideological perspective of Western free market capitalism, thus destroying local economic customs and traditions in preference for globally homogeneous neoliberal economic lifestyles. The technical expertise their officials display typically reflects Western assumptions, priorities, and interests. In this way, critics allege that the Bretton Woods institutions operate as covert agents of Western foreign economic policy, preparing developing countries for investment by Western firms by making them seem more familiar, both legally and culturally. Since the advent of the avowedly anti-austerity Syriza government in January of that year, its mandate from voters was to secure a degree of debt forgiveness and to restructure the repayment terms of the remaining loans from the so-called Troika, the European Commission, the European Central Bank, and the IMF. It had originally run for election on a promise that a definite limit would be placed on scaling back the welfare system in order to meet creditors' demands, and a snap referendum on the bailout terms on July 5, 2015 reinforced its political mandate to continue to ask for more favorable terms. Ultimately, though, Alexis Tsipras, the Syriza prime minister, steered a barely better deal through the Greek parliament less than a fortnight later. The IMF remained critical of the deal, arguing that the new austerity path would prove unsustainable. The supposed global watchdog of financial market orthodoxy has thus proved once again to be less willing to play the policing role than many of the governments it is meant to be monitoring. Throughout the Eurozone debt crisis, the European Commission, the European Central Bank, and many Eurozone countries' political leaders said that Greece, along with the other crisis-hit countries, Ireland, Portugal, Italy, Spain, and Cyprus, had no other choice but to face up to a market reality that the IMF insisted was negotiable. The academic literature focuses largely on the IMF's and World Bank's controversial period of rampant pro-market advocacy in the 1980s and 1990s. While this is understandable, recent events have shown that it is also important to remember that they had a distinctive history both before and after that time. As formally inscribed in the original Bretton Woods agreements, for instance, the priority of global economic governance following the Second World War was to stimulate free market flows of traded goods rather than to stimulate free market flows of finance. The successful long-term development that the World Bank was intended to oversee was assumed to be the outcome of stable trading conditions. In an attempt to enhance such stability, obstacles in the form of capital controls were placed on the movement of finance among countries and defended by the IMF. Today's excessive paper trading of increasingly complex and increasingly abstract financial instruments was completely unthinkable under the remit of the original Bretton Woods agreements. Market self-regulation of finance was formally disqualified in this period. In effect, the IMF was initially designed as a subsidiary regulator of global trade. At the very least, in its day-to-day activities, it was the regulator of heavily restrictive capital controls in which trade could flourish. It is somewhat ironic that the WTO system now arguably serves the opposite function. Given that a primary reason for WTO membership for developing countries is as a signaling device to international investors, it can now be seen as a trade regulator assisting in the maintenance of the financial regime. This role reversal demonstrates clearly that the political settlement which cast finance as the servant to the rest of the world economy was only short-lived. In a series of steps between 1971 and 1973, the Nixon administration first backed the U.S. away from its currency responsibilities in the Bretton Woods system and then formally reneged on them altogether. The system relied on U.S. dollars being available freely in the world economy at a fixed rate relative to the price of gold, which had the effect of fixing all exchange rates with respect to one another. Once the Nixon administration had allowed the value of the dollar to be set by global financial market activity rather than by government commitment to currency pegs, all currencies eventually floated against one another. As soon as this happened, incentives arose for the advanced industrialized countries to dismantle their capital controls in an attempt to attract flows of finance from elsewhere in the world economy. This they duly did, and the shackles that Bretton Woods had placed on global finance were undone. See CHS 2 and 16. Today's experience of an increasingly politically assertive financial sector originates from this time. Key points. There is much more money in the world today than goods to spend it on. The dollar value of total domestic financial assets vastly exceeds that of world GDP. Under the Bretton Woods system of the immediate post-Second World War era, finance was stripped of its global mobility and generally boxed in by political decree so that it would serve the interests of stable global trade relations. The institutionalized power of global finance has led to a regressive redistribution from the 1970s, through which the global rich have become significantly richer and the global poor have been increasingly marginalized. There are now many activist groups challenging the influence of global financial elites, especially their use of offshore financial centers to hide their money from domestic tax authorities. See Case Study 28.2. 28.5 Conclusion. The most notable tendency since the 1970s has been the move towards market self-regulation sustained by a rules-based international order. However, that order is currently showing signs of unprecedented stress. Certainly, politicians' optimistic claims from the 1990s and 2000s that the world was settling into a period of liberal hegemony under the influence of economic globalization now look to be hopelessly naive. This is much more than Trump getting himself elected and taking a rhetorical, and at times legal, axe to rules-based multilateralism. It is also more than Putin ordering Russian troops over the border into Ukraine. Trump's unexpected electoral success and Putin's willingness to contravene international law quite so egregiously were themselves more symptoms than causes of a creaking system. Wherever we look, we see evidence of liberal rules being ignored and faith in order being undermined. Whether that is in relation to the failure of the West's strategic mission in Afghanistan, the collapse of the Iran nuclear deal, or Russia giving ample warning of its intentions in Ukraine by annexing Crimea, the refusal to abide by the international law of the sea and help all people in distress, the construction of border walls to discourage refugee movements, or the Myanmar military enacting genocide on the country's Muslim Rohingya people seemingly with impunity. Indiscriminate trade wars, the sacrifice of national democracy in the face of bond market attacks on public. Case Study 28.2 Biden's proposed global minimum corporate tax rate. In March 2021, U.S. President Joe Biden saw his $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief bill receive congressional approval. The massive stimulus package was designed to both put the U.S. economy back on its feet following the COVID-19 shock and counteract the social disparities that the pandemic revealed. In an attempt to make his spending plans affordable, Biden submitted to tax negotiators at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development proposals for a global minimum corporate tax rate. This would be binding on all OECD members, the type of multilateral fix for gaping holes in the global economic system that was so obviously missing during the Trump era. For many years now, multinational corporations have been busy building elaborate structures of profit shifting. They have learned how to declare profits resulting from their economic activities in a different jurisdiction to those in which the activities themselves take place. Relatively simple accounting techniques are used to register in low-tax jurisdictions shell corporations to manage the firm's intellectual property, with the shell corporation then charging the parent company huge fees to use its own intellectual property in high-tax jurisdictions. Getting these sums correct can reduce the effective rate of profit in high-tax jurisdictions to zero, transferring all the declared profit to low-tax jurisdictions. The successful introduction of a global minimum corporate tax rate would abolish such tax haven effects, allowing countries to recoup much of the more than $400 billion the tax justice network calculates is lost each year through tax abuse. To put this figure into perspective, it is the same amount annually that China promised in a 2021 bilateral deal to invest in Iran over the next 25 years to secure a guaranteed supply of oil for its economy. It has long been argued that tax havens are parasitical upon development programs because they make it impossible to collect enough tax to pay for them. If the Biden proposals are to successfully reinvigorate development spending in a post-COVID-19 world, they must also confront another generally accepted claim about tax havens: that it takes only one renegade jurisdiction to free ride on a multilateral agreement on tax to render the agreement completely unworkable. Biden's gamble is that coordinated support from the world's largest economies will enforce compliance on everyone else because firms will be reluctant to risk being excluded from the most lucrative consumer markets by continuing to conduct their tax affairs in renegade states. But will this be enough? Tax havens have thrived partly on exploiting legal loopholes that allow economic activity to be declared as non-taxable and partly on the threat that there is an inexhaustible supply of further loopholes that they have not even begun to explore yet. If such threats are credible, will tax havens always remain one step in front of the regulators? Question 1. Is it in the interests of all countries to support plans for a global minimum corporate tax rate? Question 2. Does the moral case against tax avoidance reinforce Biden's economic case for providing certainty within the global tax arena? Tax havens have thrived pro-stock studio/Shutterstock. Finances or the inability to tax profits at source. No international order has ever achieved total accommodation from all of its participants, but the current rule-based liberal international order might be entering a stage where the exceptions outnumber the norms. In this context, the preferred stance of the institutions of global economic governance is still to promote market self-regulation whenever possible. This is generally more thoughtfully applied and implemented in a more nuanced manner than was the case in the heyday of economic globalization. However, market self-regulation of global trade and global finance appears to have been increasingly robbed of its support structure of respect for international rules. The foundations of the global economic system therefore currently look to be very shaky, and this is before asking whether that system is generically crisis-prone even when the foundations seem secure. The frequency and the sheer familiarity of economic crises suggest that the simultaneous market self-regulation of trade and finance might always produce instability, irrespective of what is happening politically. The complementarity of regulatory forms is not necessarily synonymous with an internally coherent regulatory system. Attempting a 50-year experiment to introduce market self-regulation in both global trade and global finance is perhaps a perfect case in point. Regulatory coherence typically arises only when there are overarching economic regime features that impose institutional constraints on one sphere so as to facilitate regulatory effectiveness in the other. This was the case with the initial Bretton Woods agreements in the 1940s, but that might prove to have been a high watermark for global economic regulatory coherence. The modern era of economic globalization has always failed to meet such a standard. The more recent rise of populist nationalism has merely made underlying regulatory incoherence more marked. Questions. 1. Is it significant that economic globalization has never been genuinely global? 2. Why does the current structure of global economic governance provoke such resentment among political activists from both left and right? 3. How did the failure of the International Trade Organization impact subsequent attempts to tie trade globalization to the introduction of progressive social conditions of production? 4. Has the WTO failed in its mission to promote a symmetrical trade globalization that benefits all countries? 5. Who stands to gain if the US, the EU, and China go it alone and sign ever more bilateral trade treaties rather than engage multilaterally? 6. What priorities would you set for the IMF and World Bank today? 7. How have governments managed to substantially increase their spending to avoid an all-out economic crash during the COVID-19 pandemic when they used to tell us that all-powerful financial interests would not allow anything other than balanced budgets and austerity measures? 8. Insofar as finance was the servant of world trade under the original Bretton Woods agreements, is it now unequivocally the master? 9. How have populist nationalists exploited dissatisfaction with the rules-based liberal international economic order to their own advantage? 10. Is a new Bretton Woods necessary if regulatory coherence is once again to be achieved between the spheres of global trade and global finance? Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test questions. Visit the online resources to apply theory to practice and take part in the simulation Negotiating with China. Further reading. Blythe, M., and Lonergan, E., 2020, Angernomics, Newcastle, Agenda. Highly readable account written in dialogical form of the anger that has followed the perception that the economy fails to serve the needs of ordinary people. Bullough, O., Shaxson, N., Obermeyer, B., and Obermeyer, F., 2020, Moneyland, Treasure Islands, The Panama Papers Collection Set, London, Profile, Vintage, One World. 3 separate books re-released as one collection where investigative journalists take the reader deep into the heart of the legally and morally dubious world of tax havens. Clift, B., 2018, The IMF and the Politics of Austerity in the Wake of the Global Financial Crisis, Oxford, Oxford University Press. The most comprehensive account of the IMF's changing thinking over the past decade. Crouch, C., 2011, The Strange Non-Death of Neoliberalism, Cambridge, Polity Press. challenges the reader to understand how, with the world so much in flux in the midst of the global financial crisis, so little actually changed. Milanovic, B. 2019, Capitalism Alone, The Future of the System That Rules the World, New York, Belknap. A provocative account of how the system of global trade and global finance might survive its current uncertainties, written by a former lead economist in the World Bank's Research Department. Watson, M. 2018, The Market, New York, Columbia University Press. An account of how the conceptual abstraction of the market has wrongly been given its own agential characteristics in contemporary political discourse surrounding global trade and global finance. Hellinger, E. 1994, States and the Reemergence of Global Finance, From Bretton Woods to the 1980s, Ithaca, New York, Cornell University Press. Over 25 years old, but still the best political history of the process through which governments negotiated away the capital controls of the original Bretton Woods agreements. Killick, A. 2020, Rigged, Understanding the Economy in Brexit Britain, Manchester, Manchester University Press. Provides very important ethnographic detail of how people rationalize their economic aspirations and fears when they are allowed to speak for themselves rather than have political, economic, and academic elites speak on their behalf. Visit the online resources to access the latest updates in the field of international relations. Framing questions. Is global terrorism the price states pay for entry into and continued access to a globalized system? Why does violent extremism continue to appeal globally despite a lack of tangible, sustainable success? What should states do to prevent the spread and metastasizing of terrorism regionally and globally? Terrorism and Globalization. James D. Kirs. Reader's Guide. Globalization has contributed to the growth of terrorism from a regional phenomenon into a global one. Precisely how it has contributed, however, is hard to determine. The difficulty lies in the complex nature of terrorism and in disagreements about what constitutes globalization. Global terrorism has been explained in cultural, economic, and religious terms linked to globalization. However, such terms are not sufficient to explain the relationship. Technology associated with globalization has enabled terrorist groups to conduct operations that are more deadly, distributed, and difficult to combat than in the past. Yet technological advantage is not one-sided. States can use technology to diminish the global impact of terror. Yet technological advantage is not one-sided. States can use technology to diminish the global impact of terrorism. Chapter 29. 29.1 Introduction. The relationship between terrorism and globalization is difficult to describe accurately. Each phenomenon is complicated and defies simple characterization. It is inaccurate to suggest that globalization is responsible for terrorism, but terrorists have indeed exploited technologies associated with globalization. Such technologies have increased the ability of terrorist groups to work together, share information, and reach out to previously unavailable audiences. Technology cannot change the character of terrorist messages or the nature of terrorist struggle. Terrorism is a weapon of the weak. Conducted by a minority who promote an extremist ideology, it often fails to create political change. The global community is not powerless in the face of such violence. In order to combat terrorism successfully, the global community must utilize the resources at its disposal collaboratively, in a way that is consistent with international law and human rights, to diminish support for terrorism and demonstrate the illegitimacy of terrorist messages and aspirations. 29.2 Definitions. Terrorism and globalization share at least one thing in common: both are complex phenomena open to subjective interpretation. Definitions of terrorism vary widely, but all have a common point of departure. Terrorism is characterized, first and foremost, by the use of violence. This tactic of violence takes many forms and often indiscriminately targets non-combatants. The purpose for which violence is used, and its root causes, are where most of the disagreements about terrorism begin. Historically, the term terrorism described state violence against citizens during the French Revolution, 1789–99. Over the past half-century, however, terrorism has come to mean the use of violence by small groups aiming to achieve political change. Terrorism differs from criminal violence in its degree of political legitimacy. Those sympathetic to terrorist causes suggest that violence is the only remaining option by which the aggrieved can draw attention to their plight. Such causes have included ideological, ethnic, and religious exclusion or persecution. Defining terrorism is complicated by the fact that terrorist groups often espouse multiple grievances and compete with one another for resources and support. In addition, the relative importance of these grievances within groups can change over time. See Box 29.1. Those targeted by terrorists are less inclined to see any justification, much less legitimacy, behind attacks that are designed to spread fear by killing and maiming civilians. As a result, the term terrorist has a pejorative value that is useful in delegitimizing those who commit such acts. Reaching consensus on what constitutes terrorism is difficult. The legitimacy of terrorist means and methods is the foremost reason for disagreement. Some view terrorist acts as legitimate only if they meet the criteria associated with revisionist interpretations of just war tradition, which focus on the actions of individuals. These criteria, which apply to all applications of force. Box 29.1 Types of terrorist groups. A group of think tank researchers have identified 5 different groups according to their purpose. Religious terrorism includes violence in support of a faith-based belief system, such as Islam, Judaism, Christianity, or Hinduism. The primary threat from religious terrorists in the United States comes from Salafi jihadists inspired by the Islamic State and Al-Qaeda. Ethno-nationalist terrorism refers to violence in support of ethnic or nationalist goals, which often include struggles of self-determination and separatism along ethnic or nationalist lines. Far-right terrorism refers to the use or threat of violence by subnational or non-state entities whose goals may include racial or ethnic supremacy, opposition to government authority, anger at women, including from the involuntary celibate or incel movement, belief in certain conspiracy theories, such as QAnon, and outrage against certain policies, such as abortion. Some extremists on the violent far right have supported accelerationism, which includes taking actions to promote social upheaval and incite a civil war. Far-left terrorism involves the use or threat of violence by subnational or non-state entities that oppose capitalism, imperialism, and colonialism, advocate black nationalism, pursue environmental or animal rights issues, espouse pro-communist or pro-socialist beliefs, or support a decentralized social and political system such as anarchism. Other involves the use or threat of violence by subnational or non-state entities that do not neatly fit into any of the above categories, such as the anti-government Boogaloo movement, whose adherents aim to start a civil war, or Boogaloo, in the United States. Jones, et al. 2020, 2-3, have been expanded to include a just cause, proportional use of violence, and the use of force as a last resort. Realists suggest that the political violence used by terrorist groups is illegitimate on the basis that states alone have a monopoly on the legitimate use of physical force. As with other forms of irregular warfare, terrorism is designed to achieve political change for the purpose of obtaining power in order to right a perceived wrong. However, terrorism is the weakest form of irregular warfare with which to alter the political landscape. The reason for this weakness is that terrorist groups rarely possess the broader support of the population that characterizes insurgency and revolution. Terrorist groups often lack broader support for their objectives because their goals for change are based on radical ideas that do not have widespread appeal. In order to effect change, terrorists must provoke drastic responses that catalyze change or weaken their opponent's moral resolve. In a few cases, terrorist acts have achieved relatively rapid transformations. The bombings in Madrid in 2004, for example, dramatically influenced the outcome of elections in Spain, and anecdotal evidence suggests that the attack was designed with just this purpose in mind. Many terrorist leaders hope that their actions will elicit disproportionate state reactions, which will in turn sour public or international opinion and increase support for their cause. Other leaders using acts of terrorism seek immediate impact to demonstrate the weakness of their opponent, and to extend the group's power and reach by generating fear through media coverage. For example, during the 2008 attack in Mumbai, terrorists were ordered to tell the media that the attack was just the trailer. Just wait till you see the rest of the film. ABC News 2009. However, terrorist campaigns often take years or decades to achieve meaningful results, and the amount and nature of force used is problematic. Terrorist groups risk fading into obscurity if they do not cow the public or conduct newsworthy attacks. However, attacks by terrorists that are horrific, such as the immolation of a Jordanian pilot by the so-called Islamic State in Syria in February 2015, put support for terrorist causes at risk. Therefore, terrorism is defined here as the use of violence by sub-state groups to inspire fear, by attacking civilians and/or symbolic targets, for purposes such as drawing widespread attention to a grievance, provoking a severe response, or wearing down their opponent's moral resolve in order to effect political change. As with definitions of terrorism, there is general agreement on at least one aspect of globalization. Technologies allow the transfer of goods, services, and information almost anywhere quickly and efficiently. In the case of information, the transfer can be secure and is nearly instantaneous. The extent of social, cultural, and political change wrought by globalization, including the extent of social, cultural, and political change wrought by globalization, including increasing interconnectedness and homogeneity in the international system, remains the subject of much disagreement and debate, as other chapters in this volume have outlined. These disagreements, in turn, influence discussion of the extent to which globalization has contributed to the rise of modern terrorism, see Box 29.2. There is little doubt that the technologies associated with globalization have been used to increase the effectiveness and reach of terrorist groups. The relationship between globalization and terrorism is best understood as the next step in the evolution of political violence since terrorism became a transnational phenomenon in the 1960s. Box 29.2 The dual nature of globalization and its impact on conflict. Emil Simpson characterizes the impact of globalization on war in the following manner. The speed and extent of interconnectivity brought about by the information revolution is fundamentally changing the world, and war too. People, individuals, and communities fragment in each other's image. The intertwining of all kinds of cultures has huge power to unite people through common understanding. Conversely, the endless disagreement over the meaning of an event becomes more common as world audiences are so diverse. Simpson 2018, 243. Key points. Agreement on what constitutes terrorism continues to be difficult given the range of potential motivations for acts involving violence. Terrorism or acts of violence by sub-state groups is distinguished from criminal acts on the basis of the purpose for which violence is carried out, namely political change. Terrorist groups succeed when their motivations or grievances are perceived to be legitimate by a wider audience. Disproportionate or heavy-handed responses by states to acts of terrorism often increase support for terrorist groups. The definition of globalization, like that of terrorism, is open to subjective interpretation, but the technologies associated with globalization have undeniably increased terrorist capabilities. 29.3 Terrorism, from transnational to global phenomenon, 1968 to 2001. Historically, terrorists have used readily available means to permit small numbers of individuals to spread fear as widely as possible. In the late 19th century and the early 20th, anarchists relied on revolvers and dynamite. Yet terrorists and acts of terrorism, including bombings and assassinations in Austria-Hungary, Empress Elizabeth of Austria assassinated in Geneva in 1898, Tsarist Russia, Tsar Alexander II, assassinated in St. Petersburg, 1881, the United States, Wall Street bombing, 1920, and the United Kingdom, the 1885 London Underground bombing, among others, rarely had an impact beyond national borders. Three factors led to the emergence of transnational terrorism in 1968: the expansion of commercial air travel, the availability of televised news coverage, and broad political and ideological interests among extremists that intersected around a common cause. As a result, terrorism grew from a local to a transnational threat. Air travel gave terrorists unprecedented mobility. For example, the Japanese Red Army trained in one country and attacked in another, as in the 1972 Lod Airport massacre in Israel. Air travel appealed to terrorists for multiple reasons. Airport security measures, including passport control, were almost non-existent when terrorists began hijacking airplanes. These skyjackings suited terrorist purposes well. Hijacked airplanes offered a degree of mobility and therefore security for the terrorists involved. States acquiesced to terrorist demands, which encouraged further incidents. The success of this tactic spurred other terrorist groups, as well as criminals and political refugees, to follow suit. As a result, incidents of hijacking skyrocketed from 5 in 1966 to 94 in 1969. Shared political ideologies stimulated cooperation and limited exchanges among groups as diverse as the Irish Republican Army, IRA, and the Basque separatist Euskadi Ta Askatasuna. ETA and groups demanded the release of imprisoned fellow revolutionaries in different countries, giving the impression of a coordinated global terrorist network. The reality was that groups formed relationships of convenience based around weapons, capabilities, and money in order to advance local political objectives. Televised news coverage played a key role in expanding the audience who could witness the theater of terrorism in their own homes. Individuals who had never heard of the plight of the Palestinians became notionally aware of the issue after incidents such as the live coverage of the hostage-taking conducted by Black September during the 1972 Munich Olympics. Although media coverage was termed the oxygen that sustains terrorism, terrorists discovered that reporters and audiences lost interest in repeat performances over time. To sustain viewer interest and compete for coverage, terrorist groups undertook increasingly spectacular attacks, such as the seizure of Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, delegates by Carlos the Jackal in Austria in December 1975. Terrorism experts speculated that terrorist leaders understood that horrific mass casualty attacks might cross a threshold of violence. This understanding may explain why several terrorist groups have attempted to acquire or use weapons of mass destruction, WMD, including nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons. The Iranian Islamic Revolution of 1979 was a watershed event in transnational terrorism. Although Israeli interests remained primary targets for attack due to continued sympathy for the Palestinian cause, a number of groups began to target citizens and other symbols of the West. The decade of terrorism, 1980–90, included incidents such as suicide bombings, Lebanon, 1983, and hijackings, TWA Flight 847, 1985. During this decade, three disturbing trends emerged: fewer attacks that were more deadly and indiscriminate, the increasing sophistication of attacks, and a greater willingness to perform suicide attacks. Transnational Marxist-Leninist groups discovered that their sources of support disappeared at the end of the Cold War. At the same time, state law enforcement and paramilitary forces became increasingly effective in combating terrorism. Other terrorist groups discovered that transnational attacks were counterproductive in achieving local aims. For example, both ETA and the IRA sought negotiations but still used terrorist attacks as a bargaining ploy and to remain visible domestically until eventually giving up armed struggle entirely. Although Marxist-Leninist transnational terrorism was decreasing in scale and intensity during the 1990s, militant Islamic terrorism, symbolized by the group Al-Qaeda and enabled by globalization, was growing into a global phenomenon. 29.4 Terrorism: The Impact of Globalization. Violent Islamic extremism drew global recognition as a result of terrorist attacks conducted by Al-Qaeda, the base in New York and Washington, D.C., on September 11, 2001. But what exactly is violent Islamic extremism? Is it a global movement threatening Western civilization and values, an aggregation of sub-state groups connected to a common cause, or merely an extremist set of beliefs that justifies political violence to fulfill militant Islamic myths? Experts continue to debate what violent Islamic extremism is, what it represents, and the actual threat that it poses. Experts disagree in part because even though Al-Qaeda and so-called Islamic State lost their territory and many of their senior leaders, both groups continue to have global influence and reach. Today, violent Islamic extremism appears less identifiable with any single terrorist group and more as a global movement that markets and exploits its own form of violent and radical religious ideology in a loose network of franchised cells and groups. See Figure 29.1. Others conclude that the focus on violent Islamic extremism overlooks other, potentially more problematic forms of terrorism, such as right-wing extremism. They point to examples such as the massacre conducted by nationalist. Key points. Terrorism is a form of political violence that aims to achieve disproportionate effects with limited means. The majority of transnational terrorist attacks from 1979 onwards targeted Western citizens and symbols. Trends in terrorism since 1968 include greater casualties, increasing sophistication, and suicide attacks. Transnational Marxist-Leninist groups have been replaced by global militant Islamic terrorist groups. Figure 29.1. The Terrorist Nebula and Regional Clusters source, modified from Rabassa et al. 2006. And Islamophobe Anders Breivik in Norway 2011, and more recent statistical analysis as evidence of the prevalence of right-wing political violence, U.S. General Accounting Office 2017. Regardless of how one views violent Islamic extremism, it remains a polymorphous phenomenon, a dynamically heterogeneous collection of both radicalized individuals and functions. Regardless of how one views violent Islamic extremism, it remains a polymorphous phenomenon, a dynamically heterogeneous collection of both radicalized individuals and functioning terrorist organizations. Hoffman and Rainer 2014, 628. Efforts to explain the vitality of global terrorism in general and violent Islamic extremism in particular focus on three areas linked to aspects of globalization: culture, economics, and religion. 29.4.1 Cultural explanations. Culture offers one way to explain why violent Islamic extremism's call for armed struggle has been successful in underdeveloped countries. It may appear that violence is the only method of preserving traditions and values against a cultural tsunami of Western products and materialism. Once sought after as an entry method to economic prosperity, Western secular, materialist values are increasingly rejected by those seeking to regain or preserve their own unique cultural identity. The social changes associated with globalization and the spread of free market capitalism appear to overwhelm the identity or values of groups who perceive themselves as the losers in the new international system. In an attempt to preserve their threatened identity and values, groups actively distinguish themselves from despised others. At the local level, this cultural friction may translate into conflicts divided along religious or ethnic lines that aim to safeguard identity. According to one influential explanation, the number of distinct civilizations is limited globally. Samuel Huntington suggests that a major fault line exists between the liberal Western civilization and an Islamic one, humiliated and resentful of the West's military presence in the Persian Gulf, the West's overwhelming military dominance, and unable to shape their own destiny. Huntington, 1993. 32. Critics of Huntington argue, among other things, that he ascribes a degree of homogeneity within the Islamic world that simply does not exist. Theologically and socially, the Islamic civilization contains a number of deep fault lines that impede the cooperation required to challenge the West. The extremely bloody sectarian violence between Sunni and Shia in Iraq is only one example of these very real fissures. Violent Islamic extremist calls to kill individuals, including non-combatants, non-believers, and fellow Muslims, represent another internal fault line. Non-believers fall into the categories of infidels, those of different religion, and apostates, those Muslims who do not share their interpretation of the Quran. Osama bin Laden gave unequivocal sanction to Abu Musab al-Zarqawi to kill Muslim Shia in Iraq. Such actions call into question the morality of the means and therefore the legitimacy of bin Laden and militant Islam as the champions of Muslim values among the wider and moderate Islamic community. The victims of violent Islamic extremist terrorist violence largely have been other Muslims and not Western others, a fact bin Laden acknowledged in 2011, Lahoud et al. 2011, 21-42. 29.4.2 Economic explanations. Not everyone agrees that defensive culture or identity is the primary motivation for globalized terrorist violence. Others see economic considerations as the crucial motivating factor in the use of violence to effect political change. Although globalization provides access to a world market for goods and services, the net result has also been perceived as a form of Western economic imperialism. The United States and the post-industrial states of Western Europe form the global north, or economic core, which dominates international economic institutions such as the World Bank, sets exchange rates, and determines fiscal policies. These actions and policies can be unfavorable to the underdeveloped countries or global south that comprise the periphery or gap. Political decisions by the leaders of underdeveloped countries to deregulate or privatize industries to be competitive globally may lead to significant domestic social and economic upheaval. The citizenry may shift loyalties to illegal activities such as terrorism if the state breaks its social contract with them. Such activities outside of state control include engaging through global shadow economies such as System D, using alternative currencies, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and frequenting alternative websites on the dark web, accessible through browsers such as Tor. Wealth is also linked to personal security and violence. With little possible opportunity to obtain wealth locally, individuals will leave to pursue opportunities elsewhere. Paradoxically, rising standards of living and greater access to education associated with globalization may lead to increased individual expectations. If these expectations are unrealized, individuals may turn to extreme political views and action against the system that denies them the opportunity to realize their ambitions, as Ted Robert Gurr hypothesized in 1970, Gurr 1970, 46. Some suggest that a sense of alienation and lack of opportunity among some Muslim males is a contributing factor in their decision to turn to violence globally. In violent Islamic extremist groups, however, most leaders and senior operatives attended graduate schools around the globe in fields as diverse as engineering and theology and were neither poor nor downtrodden. Sageman 2004. 73-4, 95-6. Other views offer a broader explanation. In particular, the writings of the revolutionary Frantz Fanon provide insights in the use of political violence to right economic wrongs. In the 1960s, Fanon suggested that violent struggle would continue until economic and power imbalances were removed. Fanon, 1990, 74. Terrorist violence is motivated by inequalities in the global economy. Therefore, terrorist attacks against the World Trade Center in 1993 and 2001 were not reactions against the policies of the United States per se, but rather a blow against an icon of global capitalism. Statements by fringe groups, including neo-Nazis, anarchists, and the New Left, are additional evidence that globalization might be a stimulus for political violence. Rabassa et al. 2006, 86-93. The links between terrorism and poverty also vary considerably among regions. Many violent Islamic extremist terrorists in Europe and the United States have employment rates and salaries that are close to the averages for their age groups. The changing character of militant Islamic violence and its ebbs and flows in Nigeria, Iraq, Syria, the Philippines, and Mozambique, see Case Study 29.1, suggests that while the ideology, leadership, and facilitation are still the purview of the relatively privileged within terrorist groups, economic and ethnic factors may increasingly become the means by which the next generation of terrorists are recruited. 29.4.3 Religion and New Terrorism. In the decade prior to 9/11, a number of scholars and experts perceived that fundamental changes were taking place in the character of terrorism. The use of violence for political purposes to change state ideology or the representation of ethnic minority groups had failed in its aims and a new trend was emerging, see ch 15. Case Study 29.1 Activities of the so-called Islamic State in the Philippines and Mozambique, 2017, present. The so-called Islamic State, IS, is most often associated with the Middle East and more specifically the Levant countries. Groups once aligned with al-Qaeda switched their banyan or allegiance to IS in the wake of its successes between 2014 and 2015. While observers and analysts expected such schisms in North and East Africa, the Middle East, and Afghanistan, many were surprised by the establishment of new groups claiming allegiance to IS in the Philippines and Mozambique. The largest island in the southern portion of the Philippine archipelago, Mindanao, is no stranger to conflict, given its Muslim and Christian populations and position on the periphery of the country as opposed to the Philippines' center on Luzon. In late May 2017, a coalition of 4 terrorist groups, including the Mute group, infiltrated from as far away as Indonesia and Malaysia and seized the city of Marawi, much as IS had done to cities in Syria and Iraq. IS propaganda online and offline trumpeted the seizure of the town and the opening of new combat fronts. Using prepared defenses, the groups employed sniper fire, ambushes, and bombings against the armed forces of the Philippines to hold onto portions of the city for 5 months, resulting in more than 1,000 casualties. While the liberation of Marawi occurred, large sections have been destroyed and more than 120,000 people made refugees. Marawi is still seen as a victory for IS, not in the physical sense, but rather in a virtual narrative space. IS also claimed narrative victory in the Cabo Delgado province of Mozambique. Rich in natural resources but economically impoverished, Cabo Delgado saw the rise of Alu al-Sunnah wal Jamaa (ASJ) the month after Marawi was liberated. ASJ's initial attacks, limited in scope, soon gave way to more widespread and coordinated activities, including the attacks on the town of Palma in March 2021 on coalition forces supporting the government of Mozambique. ASJ's initial attacks, limited in scope, soon gave way to more widespread and coordinated activities, including the attacks on the town of Palma in March 2021 on coalition forces supporting the government of Mozambique, and on targets in neighboring Tanzania, including the village of Kataya. The group's successes, reported via Telegram and other platforms, have led recruits to travel from as far away as Somalia to join. ASJ massacres of civilians reported in the press, combined with national and corporate interests in Cabo Delgado's natural gas fields, have led to support for Mozambique's government. Despite support from neighboring African countries, the African Union, the European Union, Russia, and the United States, ASJ has managed to use the difficult terrain to elude Mozambican security forces for more than 4 years. Question 1. What constitutes more meaningful victory against terrorists' advances in the physical world or in the virtual narrative space? Question 2. What best explains the expansion of IS activities in the Philippines and Mozambique, social and, more specifically, cultural and religious reasons, or economic ones? Postmodern or new terrorism was conducted for different reasons altogether. Motivated by promises of rewards in the afterlife, some terrorists are driven by religious reasons to kill as many non-believers and unfaithful as possible. Laker 1996, 32-3. Although suicide tactics had been observed in Lebanon as early as 1983, militant Islam had previously been viewed as a state-sponsored, regional phenomenon. Wright 1986, 19-21. New terrorism, which some authors use to explain the global jihad, is seen as a reaction to the perceived oppression of Muslims worldwide and the spiritual bankruptcy of the West. As globalization spreads and societies become increasingly interconnected, some Muslims feel they have only one choice: accept Western beliefs to better integrate or preserve spiritual purity by rebelling. Believers in the global jihad view the rulers of Islamic countries such as Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, or Iraq as apostates who have compromised their values in the pursuit and maintenance of secular, state-based power. The only possible response is to fight against such influences through jihad. Most Islamic scholars and imams understand jihad to mean the internal struggle for purity spiritually, although it has also been interpreted historically as a method to establish the basis for just war. Extremists who espouse militant Islam, including Ayman al-Zawahiri and Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, understand jihad in a different way. For the jihadi terrorist, there can be no compromise with either infidels or apostates. Al-Zawahiri and al-Baghdadi may die, but the ideology and the cosmic struggle can and must continue. The difference in value structures between secular and religious terrorists makes the responses to the latter difficult. Religious terrorists will kill themselves and others to secure rewards in the afterlife. Differences in value structures make the deterrence of religious terrorism difficult, if not impossible, as secular states cannot credibly threaten materially that which the terrorists value spiritually. Secular terrorism has had as its goal the pursuit of power in order to correct flaws in society but retain the overarching system. Religious terrorists, in contrast, do not seek to modify but rather to replace the normative structure of society. Cronin 2002/341. Terrorists may be unable or unwilling to compromise on what they see as a sacred value. Atron 2010/400. The use of religion as a reaction to and an explanation for the phenomenon of global terrorism contains some of the same incongruities as accounts focused on cultural and economic factors. For Western observers, religious reasons appear to explain how individual terrorists are convinced to take their own lives and kill others. Personal motivations can include promises of financial rewards for family members, achieving fame within a community, taking revenge for some grievance, or simply achieving a form of self-actualizing. Yet few religious terrorist leaders, planners, and coordinators martyr themselves. Religion provides terrorist groups with a crucial advantage: the mandate and sanction of the divine to commit otherwise illegal or immoral acts. There is a substantial difference between religious motivation as the single driving factor for individuals to commit acts of terrorism and the ultimate purpose for which violence is being used. A common theme among jihadi statements is the purpose of overthrowing apostate regimes and assuming political power. Political power, in turn, is necessary to impose the militant Islamic form of Sharia law in a state and restore the just and pure society of the Caliphate. As the June 2014 declaration by so-called Islamic State to establish one in Iraq and Syria suggests. 29.5 Globalization, Technology, and Terrorism. Few challenge the point that terrorism has become much more pervasive worldwide due to the processes and technologies of globalization. The technological advances associated with globalization have improved the capabilities of terrorist groups to plan and conduct operations with far more devastation and coordination than their predecessors could have imagined. In particular, technologies have improved. Key points. Experts disagree on what violent Islamic extremism precisely represents. Cultural, economic, and religious factors provide necessary explanations for globalized terrorist violence, but they are insufficient individually. New terrorism uses religion as a motivator and to provide the justification for killing noncombatants. The ultimate purpose for modern violent Islamic extremism is obtaining political power in order to conduct wide-scale reform according to Sharia law. The capability of groups and cells in the following areas: proselytizing, coordination, security, mobility, and lethality. 29.5.1 Proselytizing. Terrorist groups have traditionally sought sympathy and support within national boundaries or in neighboring countries as a means to sustain their efforts. Sustaining terrorist causes has traditionally been difficult as terrorist messages, goals, and grievances tend to be extreme and therefore less appealing than those of insurgents. For example, land reform, government corruption, or foreign occupation motivates larger numbers of individuals to support or join insurgencies, whereas the radical political ideology espoused by groups such as the Japanese Red Army or the Weather Underground had little appeal in largely prosperous and stable democratic societies. States have traditionally had an advantage in their ability to control information flows and use their resources to win the battle of hearts and minds against terrorist groups. Terrorist leaders understand how the internet has changed this dynamic and often borrow techniques from each other. One manifesto stated, "We will in the coming decades from 2010 and beyond need leaders/initiative takers/administrators that will use the internet/Facebook and other online networks to preach and propagate armed resistance." This is how Islamist organizations are rallying support for their cause. Barak 2011, 1270. The continued expansion of the number of internet service providers, especially in states with relaxed or ambivalent content policies or laws, combined with increasingly sophisticated and inexpensive mobile devices, laptops, tablets, software, applications, and wireless technologies have empowered individuals and groups to post tracks on or send messages throughout the internet and social media. One form of empowerment is the virtual presence that individuals have. Although prominent terrorists' physical presence can be removed through imprisonment or death, their virtual presence and influence is immortalized on the internet, as the examples of Mustafa Set, Mariam Nassar, Anders Breivik, and James Mason suggest. Globalization has also empowered terrorist groups by enabling increases in the volume, range, and sophistication of propaganda materials. Terrorist groups were once limited to mimeographed manifestos and typed communiques. Today, terrorist supporters and sympathizers now build their own websites and boast thousands of followers on social media. An early example was a website of the Tupac Amaru revolutionary movement, which posted the group's communiques and videos during the seizure of the Japanese embassy in Lima in 1997. Since then, terrorist groups in Chechnya and the Middle East have made increasing use of video cameras to record the preparations for and results of attacks, including successful roadside bombings and the downing of helicopters. Individuals and small groups have produced music and videos to inspire potential recruits and seek donations. Messages, files, and polemics can be dispatched almost instantaneously to almost anywhere on the globe via Facebook, Twitter, or instant messaging. Brenton Tarrant, who was inspired by Anders Breivik's online manifesto, live-streamed on Facebook his attack in Christchurch, New Zealand 2019 in a manner that resembled a first-person shooter video game to spur others into action. Although media content is generated by individuals, that is not to say it is simple or crude. YouTube videos with slick production values and electronic publications such as Inspire, Dabiq, and Rumia combine graphics and well-produced content, including technical advice, see Figure 29. YouTube videos with slick production values and electronic publications such as Inspire, Dabiq, and Rumia combine graphics and well-produced content, including technical advice, see Figure 29.2. Various lone wolves such as the Boston Marathon Bombers 2013 and Sayfullo Saipov 2017 have been inspired by such means, as were the estimated 35,000 foreign fighters who flocked to Syria and Iraq to fight for so-called Islamic State. To spread messages to the widest possible audience, including those without online or text messaging capabilities and where speed of communication is not a requirement or a possibility for security reasons, terrorists need not rely exclusively on virtual methods. Any computer of modest capabilities can be used by terrorist groups and their sympathizers to create propaganda leaflets, posters, and even magazines in large quantities at very low cost. Whereas offset printing machines and photocopiers are difficult to move, a laptop or tablet and printer can be packed in a suitcase, increasing the mobility of the terrorist cells generating the material and making them more difficult to locate. 29.5.2 Coordination. During the era of transnational terrorism, groups planned and conducted individual attacks or mounted multiple attacks from a single staging base. The technologies associated with globalization have enabled terrorist cells and groups to mount coordinated attacks in different countries. Indeed, a hallmark of violent Islamic extremist groups is their ability to conduct multiple attacks in different locations, such as the simultaneous bombings of the U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania in 1998. Synchronized detonation of 10 of 13 bombs on packed commuter trains in Madrid in March 2004 and 8 separate suicide bomb attacks by operatives of groups inspired and supported by so-called Islamic State in Colombo, Sri Lanka in April 2019, killing 269 victims and injuring hundreds more. The technologies associated with globalization, including commercially available handheld radios and phones, have allowed terrorist cell members and groups to operate independently at substantial distances from one another and network together. The Global System for Mobile Communications (GSM) standard, for example, ensures that any compliant phone will work anywhere in the world where a GSM network has been established. Email and mobile phone contact among geographically separated group members allows them to conduct their attacks in separate locations or converge on a specific target area, as occurred during the January 6 insurrection. See Case Study 29.2. For example, the 9/11 hijackers used cheap and readily available prepaid phone cards to communicate between cell leaders and senior leadership. In Mumbai in 2008, cell leaders maintained regular contact with operational controllers in Pakistan via mobile phone and satellite phone throughout the 3 days of the attack. Twitter and Instagram provide means to spread messages and pictures in easily accessible and digestible chunks. Under pressure from aggressive countermeasures, terrorist groups have utilized technologies and other innovations to maintain their activities tactically and strategically. On a tactical level, Irish Republican Army (IRA) and al-Qaeda bomb manufacturers demonstrated the ability to respond rapidly to electronic countermeasures. Press reports suggest that Shiite groups in Iraq were able to intercept and download Predator drone video feeds using commercially available software. At the strategic level, online forums and discussion groups of violent extremists exchange information and discuss how to best coordinate and conduct attacks. Cells form around individuals sympathetic to violent extremist goals, accessible via webcast or online discussion forums. The volume of propaganda can be staggering. At its height, so-called Islamic State was producing and posting 38.2 unique propaganda items, including YouTube videos every day, winter 2015, 5. Figure 29.2 covers of Inspire and Ramia magazines. Violent extremists migrate digitally to other platforms and content delivery apps, such as Twitter, Telegram, and Parler. The watchword for such violence can be thought of as a variation on the activist motto, think globally, act locally, which reinforces the perception of violent extremism's global depth, power, and reach. 29.5.3 Security. Terrorist cells without adequate security precautions are vulnerable to discovery and detection. For example, translations of captured al-Qaeda manuals demonstrate the high value its writers place on security, including surveillance and counter-surveillance techniques. The technological enablers of globalization assist terrorist cells and leaders in preserving their security in a number of ways, including distributing elements in a coordinated network, remaining mobile, see section 29.5.4, and using clandestine and/or encrypted communications. The security of terrorist organizations has been preserved historically by limiting communication and information exchanges among cells. This ensures that if one cell is compromised, its members only know each other's identities and not those of other cells. Therefore, the damage done to the organization is minimized. Security is even more important to clandestine cells operating on their own without central direction. Technological advancements, including faster processing speeds and software developments, now mean that. Case Study 29.2 The January 6th Insurrection. Few events characterize the various dimensions of globalized political violence better than the events in and around the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. On that day, the Vice President and Congress were scheduled to conduct a pro forma event, certifying the results of the 2020 election, the step required before a president can be sworn into office. Thousands of individuals gathered in protest, claiming the election was stolen. Several hundred protesters overcame obstacles and forced their way to entrances in the Capitol complex in a bid to stop the vote count, with some participants looting and sacking congressional offices and others threatening members of Congress in the House and Senate chambers. 5 people died and hundreds of law enforcement personnel and rioters were injured in events that shocked those watching via broadcasts, live streams, and Twitter updates. While a more comprehensive picture of events, including the degree of pre-planning and coordination, will have to await the results of a House of Representatives bipartisan commission, several dimensions of globalization are apparent. The first is the increased blurring between legitimate forms of political activity and illegitimate ones, in this case, violence. This dimension clearly relates to the subject at hand, rhetorical sparring over what to call the events of the day and its participants, criminals, terrorists, insurgents, etc. The second is the speed with which events escalated or turned from legitimate to illegitimate. A third is the degree of communication and loose coordination between different groups, in this case, shadowy online conspiracy groups such as QAnon, organizations such as the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, and the 3%ers. Protest groups under the banner of the Save America rally and march, various fundraisers, and a range of official and unofficial social media and political influencers. The fourth is the technology harnessed by organizers and protesters. It ranged from websites and GoFundMe pages to the use of alt-tech platforms including Telegram, Gab, and Parler, as well as more traditional platforms to spread spurious claims about the legal basis for the certification evidence of election fraud and tampering, as well as calls for political mobilization and action. The net effect of these 4 dimensions, beyond the scale of the protests and effects of the violence, was to mobilize and coalesce individuals representing vastly different socio-economic classes and purposes from across the country into a mass, united by a common cause, the re-election of President Donald Trump. Law enforcement and prosecutors have also benefited from connected technologies. The Capitol, like most significant government buildings, has surveillance cameras. Many protesters used their smartphones to take and post pictures and videos or stream the event live. Federal authorities have pieced together electronic forensics and other evidence in considerable detail and from multiple angles and sources to identify specific individuals and retrace their communications and movements. By late 2021, more than 700 people had been identified, with charges ranging from civil disorder and obstruction to destruction of property and assault. Question 1. What terms best describe the events and participants of January 6th and why? Question 2. Who most benefited from the use of technology on January 6th, the organizers and protesters or the government? Trump supporters descending on the Capitol building picture architect/Alamy stock photo. Those sympathetic to terrorist causes can contribute to the cause virtually through servers located hundreds or thousands of miles away. Terrorist groups have been able to leverage technological developments designed to shield a user's identity from unauthorized commercial or private exploitation. Concerns about infringements on civil liberties and privacy during the early years of the Internet led to the development of 128 and 256-bit encryption freeware that is extremely Concerns about infringements on civil liberties and privacy during the early years of the Internet led to the development of 128 and 256-bit encryption freeware that is extremely costly and time-consuming to crack. In addition, access to hardware such as mobile phones and computers can be restricted via the use of lockouts. The use of Internet Protocol address generators, anonymity protection programs and browsers, VPNs, peer-to-peer applications such as Tox, Mesh, and Jamie, some of which are published with open-source code, as well as chat rooms and content sites such as uploadfiles.io also provide a degree of security. Within the virtual jihadist community, youth sympathetic to the violent Islamic extremist cause post information in discussion groups on ways to circumvent electronic surveillance through awareness of phishing and mobile phone monitoring techniques and the use of electronic dead letters saving draft messages in shared third-party email accounts such as Gmail without sending anything that could be intercepted. 29.5.4 Mobility. The reduced size and increased capabilities of personal electronics also give terrorists mobility advantages. Mobility has always been a crucial consideration for terrorists and insurgents alike, given the superior resources that states have been able to bring to bear against them. In open societies with well-developed infrastructure, terrorists have been able to move rapidly within and across borders. This complicates efforts to track them. The globalization of commerce has also improved terrorist mobility. Globalization has exponentially increased the volume of air travel and goods that pass through ports and across borders. Measures have been taken to ease the flow of goods, services, and ideas among states to improve efficiency and reduce costs. The European Schengen Agreement was a shining example of such a measure among EU member states, although the Syrian refugee crisis, the 2015 terrorist attacks in Paris, and the COVID-19 pandemic have led to a revisiting of this concept. The use of international air travel by terrorists has been well documented. Carlos the Jackal evaded arrest through air travel, and two of the London 2005 bombers traveled to Pakistan before the attack, allegedly to film their martyrdom videos and receive bomb-making instruction. Terrorist use of transportation need not necessarily be overt in nature, as the volume of goods transported in support of a globalized economy is staggering and difficult to monitor effectively. For example, customs officials cannot inspect all of the vehicles or containers passing through border points or ports. To illustrate the scale of the problem, the People's Republic of China processed 140 million 20-foot equivalent TU containers in 2021. One port, Shanghai, processes the equivalent of 12,000 TUs daily. Western government officials fear that terrorist groups will use containers as a convenient and cheap means to ship WMD. 29.5.5 Lethality. Globalization has undoubtedly already had a troubling influence on terrorism, but counterterrorism experts and practitioners are most concerned about the possibility of future catastrophic attacks using WMD. During the transnational era, terrorists could obtain advanced weapons to conduct more lethal attacks, including rudimentary WMD, but on the whole they did not. Few tried to acquire them, and fewer still, including the weather underground, threatened their use. The precise reasons why terrorists did not acquire and use such weapons during this era are unclear. Experts have speculated that terrorist leaders understood that the more lethal their attacks were, the greater the likelihood that a state or the international community would focus their entire efforts on hunting them down and eradicating them. Since the end of the Cold War, however, some terrorist leaders have expressed both the desire and the will to use WMD. U.S. troops recovered evidence in Afghanistan in 2001 that outlined plans by al-Qaeda to produce and test biological and chemical weapons under a plan codenamed Zabadi, curdled milk. A raid on a suspected al-Qaeda flat in London in 2004 revealed quantities of ricin, a toxin, and so-called Islamic State has used mustard and chlorine gas in attacks in Syria and Iraq 2015-18. Violent Islamic extremist statements have mentioned and one fatwa supports the use of any means, including WMD, to kill as many infidels and apostates as possible. Globalized media may play a role in shaping terrorist plans, as violent Islamic extremist leaders are alleged to have been inspired by the spectacular special effects of Hollywood blockbuster movies. Globalization has also facilitated access to the weapons, resources, and proficiency required to conduct smaller but more lethal attacks. Terrorist groups from Chechnya to Pakistan have shared their expertise in the manufacturing of lethal bombs triggered by increasingly sophisticated and globally available remote control devices. In Iraq, Syria, and Afghanistan, insurgent and terrorist groups have built sophisticated improvised explosive devices (IEDs). IEDs vary in lethality and complexity, and state sponsorship may no longer be required for their construction given globalization. Digital videos suggest that terrorists conduct distance and blended learning through a virtual jihad academy in which prospective terrorists study everything from conducting ambush attacks to making and using IEDs to increase their effectiveness and lethality. As further evidence that state sponsorship is unnecessary in a globalized world, so-called Islamic State has developed and fielded its own air power in the form of drones. While relatively crude and improvised, Islamic State drones began dropping bombs from the air in 2015, leading to widespread concern among defense officials worldwide that such attacks are only the beginning of a new, frightening era of terrorist reach and lethality. 29.6 Combating terrorism. States plagued by transnational terrorism responded individually and collectively to combat the phenomenon during the Cold War. Responses included passing anti-terrorism laws, taking preventative security measures at airports, and creating special operations counter-terrorism forces such as the West German Grenzschutzgruppe 9, GSG 9. Successful rescues in Entebbe, 1976, Mogadishu, 1977, Prince's Gate, London, 1980, and Singapore, 1991. Demonstrated that national counterterrorism forces could respond effectively both domestically and abroad. A normative and multilateral approach to tackling the problem founded on the principles of international law and collective action was less successful. Attempts to define and proscribe transnational terrorism in the United Nations (UN) bogged down in the General Assembly over semantics, but other cooperative initiatives were successfully implemented. These included the conventions adopted through the International Civil Aviation Organization (ICAO) to improve information sharing and legal cooperation, such as the Hague Convention for the Suppression of Unlawful Seizure of Aircraft. 1970. Another collective response was the creation of the Public Safety and Terrorism Subdirectorate in Interpol in 1985. However, most initiatives and responses throughout this decade were largely unilateral, regional, or ad hoc in nature. More recent efforts, such as the UN's ISIL, Daesh, and Al-Qaeda sanctions committee, have had some degree of success in sanctioning specific global terrorist groups. State leaders disagree on how best to deal with the current form of global terrorist violence. Some national leaders view violent Islamic extremism as an intractable problem in which there can be no negotiation. The stakes in the long war consist of the preservation of basic freedoms and a way of life. In order to defeat terrorism, individual states have a responsibility to protect civilian populations while dealing with terrorist cells, supporters, and sympathizers within their own borders. Given the global, elusive, and adaptive character of the violent Islamic extremist threat, the best approach for dealing with global terrorism is to pool resources together in a coalition of the willing. The global North improving the capabilities of the global South. The end result will be the development of a global counterterrorism network (GCTN) of states able to detect, track, and eliminate terrorist threats while non-military efforts address the root causes of terrorism. One example of globalization in practice has been the proliferation and use by numerous countries of unarmed and armed drones or remotely piloted aircraft to conduct surveillance and strikes against terrorist targets. The drones are flown remotely, their video feeds are disseminated to operations centers and users locally, regionally, and globally, and attacks are authorized, conducted, and monitored without military forces having to engage. Key points. Elements of globalization that permit the rapid exchange of ideas and goods are also exploited by terrorist groups. The internet and social media allow terrorists to reach and influence audiences instantaneously and recruit new followers. The technologies associated with globalization allow terrorists to operate in a highly distributed global network to share information, conduct highly coordinated, lethal attacks, and permit a high degree of mobility and security. A globalization may allow some terrorist groups to acquire, manufacture, and use weapons of massive destruction to conduct catastrophic attacks in the future. In direct combat. While most countries claim these operations have succeeded in gathering intelligence and attacking terrorist operations, the use of drones has also prompted claims of extrajudicial or targeted killing by others. See Opposing Opinions 29.1. Other national leaders are less comfortable with the concept of war against terrorism. In their view, military actions can only lead to terrorist reprisals or, worse, the return of terrorism to its original connotation, the sanctioned use of terror by the state to repress its own citizens. In their eyes, Terrorism is a crime that is best dealt with through law enforcement methods. By dealing with terrorism as a police problem, states uphold the rule of law, maintain the moral high ground, preserve democratic principles, and prevent the establishment of martial law. Military force should. Opposing opinions 29.1 The United States was justified in using a remotely piloted aircraft, RPA, to target and kill the leader of the Iranian Quds Force, Qasem Soleimani, in Iraq in January 2020 as an act of countering terrorism. 4. The Quds Force is a terrorist organization. Iran has a history of supporting terrorist groups in the region, including Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. The country's action arm, the Quds Force, provides training, equipment, advice, and assistance to such groups. As the leader of the Quds Force, an organization on the U.S. list of designated terrorist groups, for more than 2 decades and the head of Kataib Hezbollah on the battlefield in Iraq, Soleimani was a legitimate target responsible for injuring and murdering hundreds of American civilians and service members. Soleimani posed an imminent threat to U.S. personnel, and the use of force was proportional to this threat. President Trump, 2020, claimed Soleimani was plotting imminent and sinister attacks on American diplomats and military personnel, but we caught him in the act and terminated him. Countries have the right to engage in anticipatory self-defense, to preempt threats, if they pose imminent danger or risk, both in precedent, the 1837 Caroline Incident, international law, Article 51 of the UN Charter, and U.S. law, the 2002 Authorization to Use Military Force, AUMF, and Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution. Targeting Soleimani's vehicle alone meets the test of proportionality in the use of force. The strike escalated to de-escalate tension between Iran and the U.S. By striking one of the most powerful individuals of the Iranian regime, the U.S. upped the ante in a series of rising tensions that Iran could neither match nor beat. Iran seemingly ignored warnings after a series of rocket attacks against American bases and personnel in Iraq, the shooting down of a U.S. RPA, and in response to renewed U.S. sanctions. Reprisals in kind did not change Iranian behavior. Only more drastic, specific action would signal U.S. resolve appropriately. Against questionable legitimacy. To meet the requirements of anticipatory self-defense, and more specifically in the case of a targeted killing, the UN determined in 2010 that the necessity of that self-defense is instant, overwhelming, and leaving no choice of means, and no moment of deliberation. In addition, the 40-word AUMF is so general and vague that it has been stretched well beyond Congress's original intent, being used to justify the use of military force in Libya, Syria, and elsewhere, and not limited to its original focus, Al-Qaeda. By acting illegitimately, the U.S. erodes international laws and norms. Precision still causes harm, invalidating the claim of proportionality. Insufficient evidence. Claims of the imminence of the threat must be accompanied by sufficient proof or evidence in support. Such evidence is not forthcoming due to the desire of countries to withhold information, to protect sources and methods of collection, as well as the nature of RPAs themselves. Such systems skirt the line between traditional military platforms and national intelligence assets and, as such, fall in between legal categories. As a result, RPAs have insufficient monitoring, oversight, and transparency. Insufficient evidence denies due process, making strikes nothing more than extrajudicial killing. Overreactions by states, as in the Soleimani strike, are more damaging than terrorism. States that sponsor terrorist groups seek to maintain a level of plausible deniability in their use of proxies. Aggressive responses to sponsors or proxies only escalate tensions. Leaders' temptation to respond to extranormative violence with extraordinary measures can only undermine their state's credibility and legitimacy. Existing responses may be imperfect and take time, but they preserve the moral authority of the state. 1. Is the adage of the strong do what they will, and the weak suffer what they must, the best method of dealing with the phenomenon of globalized terrorism? 2. Should state leaders cede the initiative to terrorists and be willing to accept their attacks as the cost of doing business in a globalized world? 3. What matters most when confronting terrorism? Protection of the domestic population or preservation of national reputation? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. Only be used in extreme circumstances, and even then its use may have negative consequences. Terrorism is best dealt with inside state borders and through cooperative international law enforcement efforts to arrest suspects and provide them with due process. The law enforcement approach to terrorism must balance taking enough measures against terrorist groups without crossing over into the realm of political justice. where the rules and rights enshrined in the principle of due process are either willfully misinterpreted or completely disregarded. Chalk 1996-98. To do little against domestic or global terrorism, in the name of upholding the rule of law, risks offering terrorist groups a sanctuary and the security of rights and laws. The opinions of a number of non-governmental organizations, NGOs, expressed online, and those of blog writers and their followers have also been critical of the war on terrorism. Those suspicious of the motives of the political elite of the United States range widely in their opinions. Conspiracy theorists online suggest that wars in Iraq, Afghanistan, and elsewhere are the first stage in the establishment of an Orwellian system, on behalf of a deep state, that is constantly in conflict with the terrorist other, to justify continued violation of personal rights and privacy. See Box 29.1. Communities of practice and NGOs, such as Human Rights Watch, routinely provide monitoring and online reporting of suspected government human rights and civil liberties abuses. One example is the persistent attention paid to the status of terrorist detainees held in U.S. custody at Guantanamo Bay. Although disagreements still exist over how best to deal with terrorism philosophically, see Opposing Opinions 29.1. Pragmatically, the largest problems are locating terrorists and isolating them from their means of support. Locating and identifying terrorists is tedious and time-consuming and requires collecting, assessing, and analyzing information. Information technologies associated with globalization have been useful in assisting this process. Increasingly, countries rely on machine learning and forms of artificial intelligence to sift through data, identify patterns, and predict behavior. Terrorist finances and organizations can be evaluated through link analysis to construct a more comprehensive picture of how terrorist elements interact. In addition, algorithms and nascent forms of artificial intelligence may prove their value in data analysis. And pattern recognition, although the ethical aspects of being associated with targeting terrorists led some Google employees to protest. However, discovery of terrorist cells has much to do with luck and pursuing non-technical leads. States' bureaucracies can impede or negate technical and resource advantages over terrorist groups. In order to deal with global terrorism, the international community must address its most problematic modern aspects, the appeal of messages that inspire terrorists to commit horrific acts of violence. Killing or capturing individuals does little to halt the spread of extremist viewpoints that can occur under the guise of discussion and education. In the case of Islam, for example, radical mullahs and imams twist the tenets of the religion into a doctrine of action and hatred, where spiritual achievement occurs through destruction rather than personal enlightenment. In other words, suicide attacks offer the promise of private goods, spiritual reward, as a public good, positive contributions to the community over a lifetime. Precisely how the processes and technologies of globalization can assist in delegitimizing the pedagogy that incites terrorists will remain one of the most vexing challenges for the international community. 29.7 Conclusion. The onset of the Arab Spring and the Twitter revolution, combined with the deaths of Osama bin Laden and Anwar al-Awlaki and the collapse of the so-called Islamic State, suggest to some that militant Islamic terrorism is in its final throes. The events of 6 January 2021, see Case Study 29.2, Lone Wolf. Terrorist attacks at home, increased awareness of far-right extremists and their transnational linkages, and continuing conflicts abroad serve as a reminder that such terrorism will be with us for years to come. Terrorism remains a complex phenomenon in which violence is used to obtain political power to redress. Key points. Globalization does not convey advantages to terrorists alone. States should utilize their advantages against terrorists individually and collectively. Differences among states regarding the threat of terrorism and how best to respond to it reflect subjective characterizations based on national biases and experiences. Combating the appeal of ideas that inspire terrorism is crucial. Grievances that the process of globalization may have rendered more acute. Globalization has increased the technical capabilities of terrorists and given them global reach, but it has not altered the fundamental fact that terrorism represents the extreme views of a minority of the global population. In other words, globalization has changed the scope of terrorism but not its nature. The benefits that globalization provides terrorists are neither one-sided nor absolute. The same technologies and processes also enable more effective means for states to combat them. Global terrorists can only succeed through popular uprising or the psychological or physical collapse of their state-based adversary. Neither outcome is likely given the limitations of terrorist messages and capabilities. Terrorist and counter-terrorist campaigns are characterized by prolonged struggle to maintain advantages in legitimacy domestically and internationally. The challenge for the global community will be in utilizing its advantages to support a clear, countervailing vision as an alternative to the ideas that motivate and sustain the contemporary wave of terrorist violence. Fishman, 2016. 259. Questions. 1. Why is linking terrorism with globalization so difficult to do theoretically? 2. When did terrorism become a truly global phenomenon and what enabled it to do so? 3. In what ways are the technologies and processes associated with globalization more beneficial to states or terrorists? 4. Given that terrorism has been both a transnational and a global phenomenon, why has it not been more successful in effecting change? 5. Of all of the factors that motivate terrorists, is any one more important than others, and if so, why? 6. What has changed in terrorism over the past half-century, and have any factors remained the same? If so, what are they and why have they remained constant? 7. What is the role that technology plays in terrorism and how will it change the way terrorists operate in the future? 8. What are the dilemmas that terrorist groups face with respect to WMD? 9. What is the primary challenge that individual states and the international community as a whole face in confronting terrorism? 10. How has the concept of security in personal, societal, and international life changed as a result of globalized terrorism, and how will it change in the future? Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test questions. Further reading. Atron, S. 2010, Talking to the Enemy, Faith, Brotherhood, and the Making of Terrorists, New York, Echo, HarperCollins. Argues that kinship or blood and belonging explains contemporary terrorism better than organizational causes. Cronin, A. K. 2011, How Terrorism Ends, Understanding the Decline and Demise of Terrorist Campaigns, Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. Explores why and how terrorist groups largely fail to achieve their goals. Cronin, A. K. 2020, Power to the People, How Open Technological Innovation is Arming Tomorrow's Terrorists, Oxford, Oxford University Press. Assesses both the process of innovation and the creation of readily available technologies, including explosives, the AK-47, and a range of digital resources in democratizing violence historically and in the future. Hoffman, B. 2017, Inside Terrorism, 3rd ed., New York, Columbia University Press. Explains clearly the development of terrorism, its evolution over time, and future prospects for defeating it. Horgan, J. 2014, The Psychology of Terrorism, 2nd ed., London, Routledge. The leading modern work exploring several important questions related to individual motivations, including why people are attracted to political violence, how they are bound to groups, and how they can be disengaged from terrorism. Moghadam, A. 2017, Nexus of Global Jihad, Understanding Cooperation Among Terrorist Actors, New York, Columbia University Press. One of the better examples of the current wave of scholarship that explores alliance formation and cooperation between violent Islamic extremist groups. Rennick, N. 2020, Asymmetric Killing, Risk Avoidance, Just War, and the Warrior Ethos, Oxford, Oxford University Press. Compares contemporary drone/RPA use with other historical examples of asymmetric killing to determine its uniqueness and provides an ethical framework to assess their morality and impact. Shapiro, J. 2013, The Terrorist's Dilemma, Managing Violent Covert Organizations, Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. Argues that terrorist leaders face the problem of controlling their groups and must risk security to do so. Visit the online resources to access the latest updates in the field of international relations. Framing questions. What patterns do we observe in the spread and use/non-use of nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons since 1945? What explains these patterns? How have nuclear weapons changed world politics? Have non-proliferation efforts been successful? Why or why not? Proliferation of Weapons of Mass Destruction. Sheena Chestnut Greitens. Chapter 30. Reader's Guide. This chapter examines the enduring importance of the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, WMD, and non-proliferation efforts in world politics since 1945. The chapter begins by explaining WMD technology and describes its spread over time. It then considers major theoretical debates about proliferation, including why states want weapons of mass destruction and what effects they have on patterns of international conflict and cooperation. The chapter next looks at the evolution of attempts by the international community to limit or control the spread of these weapons. It examines how globalization has shaped the worldwide landscape of WMD proliferation and how it is likely to shape the issue in years to come. 30.1 Introduction. Debates about weapons of mass destruction, WMD, have had long-term consequences for international peace and security and remain a central issue in global politics. the United States explosion of the first atomic bomb, the world's first and thus far only use of nuclear weapons in 2 Japanese cities in 1945, demonstrated the extraordinary destructive power of nuclear weapons. Since then, the growth of technology that can be used in WMD has diffused across the globe, but weapons programs themselves have spread more gradually. The total number of nuclear weapons has declined since the height of the Cold War. By the early 2020s, there were only 9 nuclear weapons states in the world. Nevertheless, complex challenges remain: debate over particular countries' nuclear programs, the use of nuclear energy, and the rise of non-state actors who could potentially employ WMD terrorism. As proliferation challenges have evolved, so have international efforts to address them. 30.2 WMD technology and its spread. Since 1945, the technology that enables manufacture and use of weapons of mass destruction has spread across the globe. WMD themselves, however, have been slower to spread. By 1965, 4 countries in addition to the United States had tested nuclear weapons: the Soviet Union, Russia, the UK, France, and China. These 5 were recognized as nuclear weapons states under the 1968 Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT, and are also the 5 permanent members of the United Nations UN Security Council. As of the early 2020s, only 9 countries are thought to possess nuclear weapons: the 5 nuclear weapons states, India, Pakistan, North Korea, and Israel. Other states have developed or inherited nuclear weapons arsenals but relinquished them. Similarly, although a number of states developed chemical weapons arsenals, many have chosen to destroy their stockpiles under their commitments to the Chemical Weapons Convention, which entered into force in 1997. 30.2.1 Technical Basics. What is a nuclear program? Nuclear technology is dual-use, meaning that it can be used either to generate energy or to make a weapon. A nuclear reactor uses nuclear chain reactions in a sustained, controlled process to generate energy in the form of heat. A nuclear weapon, on the other hand, seeks to create a large explosion. The earliest nuclear weapons were fission weapons, which split atoms in a chain reaction to release large amounts of energy. By the mid-1950s, however, both the United States and Soviet Union had developed thermonuclear weapons, which use a combination of fission and fusion, which compresses and heats hydrogen atoms so that they combine, fuse, generating energy. Developing nuclear weapons requires an array of sophisticated technologies arranged in complex organizational patterns. This is one reason why the creation of a full nuclear program is difficult and has been achieved only by a handful of states. However, latent nuclear capacity, which describes a country that possesses the infrastructure, material, and technical capabilities to quickly assemble a nuclear weapon but has never done so, is more common than nuclear weapons possession. Japan, for example, is sometimes described as being 5 minutes from a nuclear bomb, since it has enough fissile material, technical ability, and knowledge to assemble a nuclear weapon at short notice if it ever chose to do so. Researchers estimate that around 30 countries have developed these capabilities, but only 9 have developed actual nuclear weapons: Meta and Whitark 2017, Furman and Tkach 2015. To create a nuclear weapon, states must obtain weapons-grade fissile material, plutonium or uranium. Making a weapon from uranium requires uranium-235 U-235. Because U-235 is a small fraction of the uranium found in nature, 0.7%, it must be separated from the non-fissile isotope U-238 through a process called enrichment. Once the uranium has been enriched to 20% or more U-235, it is called highly enriched uranium, HU. Above 90% is considered weapons grade. Plutonium, on the other hand, is created by humans in reactors and must be reprocessed or chemically separated from the non-fissile material in spent nuclear fuel to be used in a nuclear warhead. Once weapons-grade fissile material has been obtained, it must still be weaponized, made into a warhead that can be delivered to its target. Uranium and plutonium can both be used to make implosion-type bombs, in which explosives around a mass of fissile material implode the fissile material to reach critical mass and start a nuclear reaction. Uranium can also be used to make a gun-type bomb, in which one piece of uranium is fired into another to achieve critical mass. Because of their explosive capacity, nuclear weapons are considered weapons of mass destruction along with chemical, biological, and radiological weapons. The explosive yield of nuclear weapons is measured in kilotons, thousands of tons, or megatons, millions of tons of TNT equivalent. Fission nuclear weapons, the kind dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, release energy equivalent to tens of thousands of tons of TNT. The destructive capacity of fusion or thermonuclear weapons can reach several megatons. Nuclear weapons release energy and can therefore cause damage in 3 different ways: a blast, thermal radiation, heat, and nuclear radiation. Nuclear weapons also cause an electromagnetic pulse that can disrupt the operation of electronic equipment as well as fires that create further damage. Eden 2006. Globalization has heightened concern that a non-state actor such as a terrorist organization or criminal group might acquire a nuclear weapon or radiological material, the kind that could be used in a so-called dirty bomb. Allison 2005. Because of the complexity and cost of establishing a full nuclear program, these actors are generally expected to acquire a nuclear weapon by stealing one or purchasing it on the black market. Concern about nuclear theft has been particularly acute since the dissolution of the Soviet Union, the only time that a state with a nuclear arsenal experienced political disintegration. When command and control arrangements over nuclear materials in the countries of the former Soviet Union became questionable, the United States and international community launched a series of efforts to secure them. In the mid-2000s, discovery of a global proliferation network run by Pakistani scientist A.Q. Khan raised concerns that private actors could share or sell nuclear materials, technology, and knowledge, thereby circumventing state control of proliferation. See Box 30.1. 30.2.2 Evolving views on nuclear weapons since 1945. During the Cold War, the superpowers built large arsenals of nuclear weapons with wide-ranging yields and multiple delivery vehicles. Some were smaller, tactical nuclear weapons intended for use against targets on the battlefield and delivered by aircraft, artillery, or short-range ballistic or cruise missiles. Others were strategic nuclear weapons, typically with larger yields, delivered via long-range bombers, land-based intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs, or submarine-launched ballistic missiles, SLBMs. Starting in the 1970s, some missiles carried multiple independently targetable reentry vehicles, MIRVs, which meant that a single missile carried multiple warheads that could strike different targets. Thinking about nuclear weapons during the Cold War focused primarily on the bipolar competition between the United States and the Soviet Union. The main question was how to prevent conventional, i.e. non-nuclear, or nuclear war between the superpowers. A huge body of literature examined nuclear deterrence, the question of how nuclear weapons could be used to prevent an opponent from taking an undesirable action. Walton 2013, 198. Thomas Schelling 1980 famously discussed deterrence as the threat that leaves something to chance, the idea that if there was even a small risk that conventional attack would cause an opponent to escalate to nuclear conflict in response, that risk would deter the conventional attack. More concretely, the United States and its North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, allies feared that. Box 30.1a, Q. Khan and proliferation rings. A metallurgist trained in Europe, Abdul Qadir Khan returned to Pakistan to work on uranium enrichment after India's 1974 nuclear explosion and became known as the father of Pakistan's nuclear weapons program. In 2004, Khan admitted involvement in an extensive international network trading in nuclear technology and materials from Europe to Dubai to Southeast Asia. The network provided assistance to nuclear weapons programs in Iran, North Korea, Libya, and possibly Iraq. Khan claimed that his activity was undertaken without Pakistani government knowledge, a claim that outside observers regarded with skepticism and which he later retracted. Khan's network raised troubling questions about proliferation in a globalized age. First, it highlighted the role that covert business and illicit networks could play and raised questions about whether states could maintain control over sub-state actors with financial or professional interests in promoting proliferation. Second, it drew attention to what Braun and Chiba call proliferation rings, or second-tier proliferation cases in which states in the developing world with varying technical capabilities trade among themselves to bolster one another's nuclear and strategic weapons efforts. Third, the case raised concern about whether or not the Pakistani government is in full control of its nuclear assets and whether internal instability might produce a loose nukes problem in Pakistan. Sources: Braun and Chiba 2004, 5-6, Chestnut 2007. The Soviet Union would take advantage of its conventional military superiority to invade Western Europe and relied on the threat of nuclear retaliation to prevent it from doing so. To deter the Soviet Union, the United States and its allies used two different nuclear targeting strategies. In a counterforce strategy, American nuclear weapons targeted the Soviet Union's nuclear and conventional military assets. In a countervalue strategy, the assets threatened with nuclear retaliation were targets of industrial or social value, typically cities with large populations. The USSR's nuclear strategy during the Cold War evolved as well as the Soviet arsenal grew in size and the country's leaders considered the utility of nuclear weapons for deterrence and warfighting purposes. The United States also developed what was known as extended deterrence, the threat of nuclear response, in order to deter an attack on its allies. This, however, created a dilemma that persists in American alliances and extended deterrence relationships today. If an attack on an American ally led the U.S. to retaliate with nuclear weapons against the opponent's home territory, that opponent might itself retaliate by using nuclear weapons against American soil. Was or is the U.S. really willing to trade New York for Paris or Los Angeles for Tokyo? As more regional powers acquired nuclear weapons, they developed arsenals that were very different from the superpowers and envisioned using them in different ways. Narang 2014 identifies 3 types of nuclear posture adopted by non-superpower nuclear states, see box 30.2. These postures differ in terms of the precise capabilities developed and deployed, the level of transparency a state has about its arsenal, and the command and control arrangements by which the state manages its nuclear weapons. Different postures also have different effects on conflict and deterrence success. Globalization has also created new challenges for international security and nuclear safety, particularly with respect to global growth in nuclear power, which has become more attractive as various countries endeavor to reduce worldwide carbon emissions, see CH24. Fissile material is necessary to generate nuclear energy, but controlling its production and use is also one of the most important ways to limit the spread of nuclear weapons. The International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, is in charge of monitoring and ensuring that countries that have signed the NPT do not divert fissile material from nuclear power plants to nuclear weapons. A state can, however, choose to leave the NPT, as North Korea did in 2003 to become a full-fledged nuclear weapons state, see case study 30.1. Moreover, monitoring and compliance are continually debated and subject to high-stakes international negotiations. In the early 2020s, much of the concern about Iran's use of nuclear energy centers on the belief that Iran is leveraging its nuclear energy program for eventual nuclear weapons production, see case study 30.2. The systems used to produce nuclear energy are complex, so nuclear energy carries the risk of accidents with potentially serious human and environmental consequences. The March 2011 earthquake and tsunami in Japan and resulting meltdown of 3 reactors at Fukushima underscore the safety risk, reminding observers that even carefully designed, properly maintained systems experience disaster. Sagan 1995. The global anti-nuclear movement, which includes organizations such as Greenpeace, the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament, and others, points to the risk of disasters like Fukushima and the safety issues associated with nuclear waste, to both call for nuclear disarmament and oppose the use of nuclear power. Box 30.2 Nuclear Posture. Vipin Narang 2014 identifies 3 types of nuclear posture based on how decision-makers envision using nuclear weapons. Postures differ in terms of capabilities, transparency, and command/control arrangements. Consequently, some postures work better than others for deterrence. One catalytic, this nuclear posture used by Israel is designed to catalyze outside assistance from a third party in the event of a severe crisis. The state does not have weapons capable of surviving a military attack, and their capabilities are not transparent. This posture is relatively less successful in deterring conflict against either a nuclear-armed or non-nuclear opponent. To assured retaliation, China and India adopt this posture. It seeks to deter nuclear attack by guaranteeing retaliation through the use of survivable weapons deployed in a transparent way. This posture has mixed effects on conflict depending on whether the attack is low or high intensity and whether the attacker itself has nuclear weapons. 3. Asymmetric escalation. This posture, used by France and Pakistan, is intended to deter conventional attack by threatening an attacker with rapid escalation to a nuclear counterattack. Nuclear weapons are therefore deployed for possible first use against that attacker. Asymmetric escalation is the most successful posture in terms of deterring conflict, but it raises the most concerns about accidental use and command and control, so it comes with steep trade-offs. Source: Narang 2014. Nuclear weapons themselves also generate risks beyond nuclear war. The United States uses the term broken arrow incidents to refer to accidents involving nuclear weapons or their components that do not involve risk of nuclear war, such as radioactive contamination or loss of a nuclear warhead. U.S. government sources have documented at least 32 of these incidents, PBS-ND. There have also been less serious incidents referred to as bent spears. In 2007, for example, nuclear warheads were accidentally loaded onto a B-52 and flown across the United States before the error was detected. 30.2.3 Chemical and biological weapons. Chemical and biological weapons also represent significant threats to international security. They can be spread via air, water, contact with human skin, or food and other materials, and can quickly injure or kill large numbers of people. However, the technical issues around chemical and biological weapons, their proliferation history, and the measures required to deal with The threats these weapons pose are distinct both from nuclear weapons and from each other. Chemical weapons use manufactured chemicals to kill people. Chemical warfare has been used in modern wars since Germany deployed chlorine gas in the First World War and periodically since. Saddam Hussein used chemical weapons, mustard gas and sarin on Kurdish civilians in Iraq, while terrorist group Aum Shinrikyo released sarin gas on the Tokyo subway in 1995, killing 12 and injuring many more. The United Nations (UN) has confirmed that Syria's dictator, Bashar al-Assad, has used chemical weapons on multiple occasions during the Syrian civil war and that other parties in the conflict may also have employed chemical weapons. See Opposing Opinions 30.1. The chemicals used in chemical weapons are often widely and commercially available, posing problems for arms control. Chlorine, for example, can be bought to decontaminate drinking water and clean swimming pools, but it can also be used in chemical weapons attacks. Arms control efforts with respect to these weapons, however, are relatively well developed. 193. Case Study 30.1 North Korea's Nuclear Program. Fears in the early 1990s that North Korea was pursuing a covert nuclear weapons program prompted the 1994 signing of the Agreed Framework, in which North Korea agreed to close its plutonium reactor at Yongbyon in exchange for energy supplies, fuel oil and construction of 2 light water reactors. Following delays and amid political uncertainty exacerbated by North Korea's missile testing, Pyongyang again announced its intention to withdraw from the NPT, which it did in 2003. Six-party talks involving North Korea, South Korea, the US, China, Japan, and Russia produced a 2005 joint statement affirming the goal of a denuclearized Korean peninsula, but after new financial measures placed pressure on North Korea, the country tested a nuclear weapon in October 2006. Additional tests followed in 2009, 2013, 2015, 2016, and 2017, and a series of missile tests also demonstrated the advancement of North Korea's ballistic missile programs and delivery systems. Pyongyang claims to have developed a thermonuclear warhead, and experts generally believe that its missiles can strike long-range targets, including part or all of the U.S. mainland. After a temporary pause in testing during the run-up to the summits between Kim Jong-un and U.S. President Donald Trump, North Korea resumed missile, though, as of early 2022, not nuclear, testing. And reports from UN Security Council sanctions experts suggest that the country has continued to advance its nuclear and missile programs. Little is known about North Korea's nuclear posture or the security and safety of its nuclear warheads. North Korea's nuclear arsenal raises concerns not just about how Pyongyang might use its nuclear weapons, but about the risks of onward proliferation and of accidents. Question 1. What lessons could the international community learn from North Korea to inform negotiations over Iran's nuclear program? See Case Study 30.2. Question 2. What specifically are the risks from North Korea's nuclear and missile programs? Based on your assessment of those risks, what policies should the international community adopt to mitigate them? Kim Jong-un observes the test fire of the country's Hwasong-15 long-range ballistic missile Newscom/Alamy stock photo. States are parties to the Chemical Weapons Convention. CWC, which entered into force in 1997 and which aims to verify the destruction of all chemical weapons worldwide, assists states with defense against chemical weapons, and monitor the chemicals industry to prevent new weapons from emerging through the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons (OPCW). Over 90% of the world's previously declared stockpiles of chemical weapons have been destroyed as of 2021. The United States has said it is on track to complete destruction of all its stockpiled chemical weapons by the end of 2023. Nevertheless, challenges remain. States including Egypt and North Korea have not signed the CWC, and chemical weapons have been used repeatedly in Syria's ongoing civil war, despite the country's signing of the CWC in 2013, leading the OPCW to suspend Syria's rights under the convention in spring 2021. Biological weapons use bacteria, bacterial toxins, or viruses to kill people and have been used throughout the history of warfare, both ancient and modern. The first biological weapons attack in the United States occurred in 2001 when an attacker sent anthrax spores by mail, killing 5 people, disrupting mail service in major cities, and eventually costing over $1 billion to address. Although there is a Biological and Toxin Weapons Convention (BTWC), monitoring and enforcement are difficult. Manufacture of biological weapons can be hidden in sites such as health research centers or pharmaceutical production facilities. In 2005, a U.S. presidential commission said that American intelligence on biological weapons was poor, and noted that traditional intelligence methods useful for monitoring nuclear weapons development such as satellite imagery were not as effective in detecting development of biological weapons. Lipton 2005. In 2007, another U.S. government commission concluded that, to date, the U.S. government has invested most of its non-proliferation efforts and diplomatic capital in preventing nuclear terrorism. The commission believes that it should make the more likely threat bioterrorism a higher priority. Hilton 2011. Case Study 30.2 Iran's Nuclear Program. Much international concern over nuclear proliferation in the 2020s focuses on Iran. See Ch 15. Iran's nuclear energy program began under the U.S. Atoms for Peace program in the 1950s. Its first nuclear power plant, constructed at Bushehr with Russian assistance, became operational in 2011. Iran has argued that it needs enrichment for energy security and cites its right to nuclear energy under the NPT. In 2003, the IAEA reported that Iran had failed to declare enrichment activities as required under IAEA safeguards agreements. Pressure via the UN Security Council and negotiations produced a temporary suspension, but no resolution. In 2011, the IAEA reported that Iran had conducted weapons-related research, heightening concern that Iran sought latent nuclear capacity. Sanctions eventually resulted in a 2015 agreement, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, JCPOA, which placed limits on Iran's enrichment activities in exchange for lifting most sanctions. Critics charged that verification processes were insufficient to detect cheating and that the agreement failed to address other destabilizing security behavior by the Iranian regime. In 2018, the Trump administration withdrew from the agreement and reimposed sanctions. In 2019, Iran began to violate the agreement, and in early 2020, when European countries discussed whether to refer Iran to the UN Security Council over these violations, Tehran threatened to withdraw from the NPT entirely. In December 2020, Iranian officials expressed potential willingness to rejoin the deal in exchange for sanctions relief. In early 2022, it was reported that progress had been made in negotiations between the U.S. and Iran, however, with opposition from Iran's Islamic Military Guard Corps and the war in Ukraine. The prospects of an agreement remained highly uncertain. Non-proliferation analysts assess that in the meantime, Iran has moved closer to achieving the technical capability to manufacture nuclear weapons. Question 1. How are the challenges posed by the Iranian nuclear program similar to those previously posed by North Korea? See Case Study 30.1. How are the two different? Question 2. Should the Biden administration return to the JCPOA? Why or why not? Under what conditions would a return make sense? The Bushehr nuclear power plant in the city of Bushehr, Iran. Zuma Press, Inc. /Alami stock photo. Opposing opinions. 30.1 Initial use of chemical weapons in 2013 should have been a red line triggering international intervention in Syria. 4. Humanitarianism demands it. The humanitarian cost of chemical weapons use required the international community to intervene to protect Syrians. Treaties must be enforced. Use of chemical weapons in Syria violated international treaties that have protected people from exposure to chemical weapons for decades. The international community must enforce these agreements or they become meaningless. Without intervention, leaders in Syria and worldwide will see that there are no consequences and chemical weapons will be more likely to be used in the future. Lack of intervention after 2013 has led to these weapons being used in Syria repeatedly. Risk from non-state actors. The Syrian government could lose control of chemical weapons stockpiles, allowing them to be used by non-state actors and terrorists. There is evidence that the so-called Islamic State has also used chemical weapons in the Syrian conflict. There was also concern that Syria may not have reported everything that it possessed to the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons (OPCW), making it harder to detect if stockpiles go missing. Red lines and credibility. U.S. President Obama said that chemical weapons use would be a red line triggering American action. Not acting on a declared red line weakens American and international credibility and makes it harder to deter or coerce countries away from using these weapons or taking other threatening actions. Against. Give diplomacy more chances. Syria acknowledged that it had chemical weapons and agreed to destroy them in 2013. The international community should rely on diplomacy and should pressure Syria via diplomatic statements at the UN and OPCW rather than by intervening militarily. High costs. The costs of intervention are simply too high, especially given that great powers like Russia support the Syrian government. Perils of intervention. The UN and OPCW have found that both sides in the Syrian civil war have probably used chemical weapons, so it is not clear whose side the international community should intervene on. 1. Who has used chemical weapons in Syria? What type, how often, and under what circumstances? How do these answers affect your opinion about intervention? 2. Why did the US or international community not intervene after the red line was first crossed? 3. If not chemical weapons use, what other factors have determined when and how world powers have responded to the crisis in Syria? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. Key points. The technology that underlies nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons has spread rapidly since 1945. Chemical and biological weapons production is particularly difficult to monitor and detect. Nuclear weapons use weapons-grade fissile material, plutonium or uranium, to produce an explosion through either fission or fusion. These explosions produce blast, heat, and radiation and have explosive yields equivalent to thousands or millions of tons of TNT. Nuclear deterrence is about using nuclear weapons to prevent an adversary from taking an undesirable action they would otherwise take. Nuclear deterrence can be achieved using strategic or tactical nuclear warheads employed in a range of delivery vehicles in either a counterforce or countervalue strategy. The growth of nuclear energy and the spread of dual-use technology have raised concerns that non-state actors could acquire nuclear or radiological material. 30.3 Theoretical debates about nuclear proliferation. Theoretical and academic debates on nuclear weapons are extensive, while discussions of chemical and biological weapons are far less so. Debates about nuclear proliferation can be grouped into 3 major clusters. The first debate concerns definitions and discussion of what counts as nuclear proliferation. The second debate has to do with states' motivations for different behaviors regarding nuclear weapons. The third debate concerns what effects nuclear weapons have on stability and conflict in the international system. 30.3.1 Definitions. The first set of questions asks what nuclear proliferation really is. This question has emerged because a number of states that have acquired nuclear weapons more recently have not followed the superpower pattern of developing massive arsenals and have complicated our ideas of what it means to have nuclear weapons. These cases highlight 2 main issues. The first issue is nuclear opacity, a policy pursued by Israel. Israel has not signed the NPT but has also never confirmed that it possesses a nuclear arsenal, nor has it conducted a full, overt nuclear test. Its leaders have stated publicly that Israel will not be the first to introduce nuclear weapons into the Middle East. This approach is sometimes referred to as nuclear ambiguity or, more colloquially, the bomb in the basement approach. The second issue is that of latent nuclear capacity. Because of the very small gap between nuclear latency and actual nuclear weapons proliferation, understanding a country's intent becomes a critical factor in the international community's evaluation of and reaction to a country's nuclear activities. Panofsky, 2007. In this sense, latent capacity is also an issue for chemical and biological weapons in that many countries possess the infrastructure and technical capacity to create these weapons even if they have chosen not to do so. 30.3.2 Motivations and behavior. Other questions surround states' behavior with regard to nuclear weapons and the motivations for these patterns of behavior. Why do states want nuclear weapons? Why have some states chosen to give them up? Why have nuclear weapons been used only once? Why do states help other states acquire nuclear technology? Early scholars writing about nuclear weapons focused on their potential utility in fighting and winning major international armed conflicts. Indeed, this is the only context in which nuclear weapons have ever been used, against Japan in 1945. During the Cold War, however, nuclear weapons were seen as useful for strategic reasons, particularly for their ability to deter one's adversaries from engaging in military provocation or a conventional attack. This led to a technological determinism about nuclear weapons, the belief that all countries that were capable of developing nuclear weapons would eventually do so because of the obvious security benefits. As the gap between states that have the capability to acquire nuclear weapons and states that have actually acquired them has widened, however, scholars have examined a range of other potential motivations. See box 30.3. In addition to security justifications, 2 other major explanations have been advanced. The first argues that domestic politics drive proliferation behavior. States may pursue nuclear weapons because doing. Box 30.3. Why do states build nuclear weapons? Security. States build nuclear weapons to increase national security against foreign threats. Domestic politics. States build nuclear weapons because they advance domestic and bureaucratic interests. Norms. States build nuclear weapons because of their beliefs about whether weapons acquisition or restraint is good or bad. Leader psychology. States build nuclear weapons because leaders hold a conception of their nation's identity that makes these weapons desirable. Political economy. States build nuclear weapons because their country's political economy, whether or not it is globally integrated, creates incentives for proliferation or restraint. Strategic culture. States build nuclear weapons because their strategic culture gives them certain ideas about how valuable the acquisition/use of nuclear weapons is. Sources: Sagan 1996, Heimans 2006, Zolingen 2007, Johnson, Karchner, and Larson 2009. So confers a domestic political advantage on leaders. This may be because it serves the interests of powerful bureaucracies and military organizations, Sagan 1996. Or because leaders and ruling coalitions opt for inward-looking political and economic platforms rather than pursuing growth through integration in the global economy, Zolingen 2007. Alternatively, states may pursue nuclear weapons for reasons to do with prestige, identity, or culture. Nuclear weapons may be pursued because they give states influence and a seat at the table, or because leaders hold a conception of their nation's identity in which fear or pride push them towards proliferation, Sagan 1996. Heimans 2006. A country's strategic culture may also influence its decisions, Johnson, Karchner, and Larson 2009. These explanations raise questions about the appropriate level of analysis. Are the causes of proliferation found at the state level, the sub-state or domestic politics level, or the level of the individual leader? Despite these reasons for acquiring nuclear weapons, no one has used them since 1945. Paradoxically, the same reason given for acquiring nuclear weapons is also the most common reason advanced for not using them, that states have been deterred from using nuclear weapons by the threat of nuclear retaliation from adversaries. Brody 1946. Other writers, however, have focused on normative arguments for nuclear non-use and on the development of a nuclear taboo against the use of nuclear weapons. Busen and Herring define a taboo as a strategic cultural prohibition against the use of nuclear weapons. An assumption that nuclear weapons should not be used rather than a conscious cost-benefit calculation, Busen and Herring 1998, 165. Nina Tannewald, 2007, argues, for example, that it is this taboo that has prevented the United States from employing nuclear weapons. In addition to non-use and nuclear restraint, several countries that have developed or inherited nuclear weapons have chosen to give them up, Campbell, Einhorn, and Rice 2004. In 1993, South African President F.W. de Klerk announced that South Africa had developed 6 nuclear weapons but had chosen to relinquish them and join the NPT. At the end of the Cold War, 3 countries that had been part of the former Soviet Union, Kazakhstan, Belarus, and Ukraine, suddenly found themselves inheritors of the USSR's large nuclear stockpile. All 3 countries agreed to give up these weapons and sign the NPT. Since the early 1990s, they have worked with the United States and the international community to eliminate their stockpiles of fissile material. Explanations for these decisions have included changes to the security environment at the end of the Cold War, as well as, in South Africa's case, the desire to rid the country of its nuclear arsenal before the end of apartheid. Sagan 1996. More recently, scholars have focused on the U.S. role in stopping its allies from pursuing nuclear weapons programs, Miller 2018. Given the international community's efforts to prevent nuclear proliferation, it might seem surprising that countries would help each other acquire nuclear technology. Yet nuclear weapons states have regularly shared materials, technology, and knowledge. Sometimes they share nuclear technology because they hope that providing this assistance will help them achieve certain foreign policy goals. For example, some countries have knowingly shared sensitive technology related to nuclear weapons because they believed that doing so would help constrain a more powerful enemy, Kronig 2010. Overall, however, scholars currently disagree about whether a nuclear energy program makes countries more or less likely to acquire nuclear weapons, Furman 2012, Miller 2017. 30.3.3 Effects of nuclear weapons. A third set of questions about nuclear weapons has to do with their effects on global politics. What are the advantages and disadvantages of having nuclear weapons? How do they affect international security and patterns of international conflict? Nuclear weapons have long been assumed to confer certain security and strategic advantages on countries that possess them. Writings during the Cold War, largely focused on the superpowers, talked about existential deterrence, which suggested that possession of a single nuclear warhead was enough to deter conflict, because the credibility of severe punishment for a provocation was enough to deter adversaries from being provocative. And, indeed, the possession of nuclear weapons does seem to confer security benefits. Although countries that have nuclear weapons are involved more often in low-level conflicts, their disputes are less likely to escalate to major war, and they are more likely to get the outcomes they want in a crisis involving non-nuclear opponents. Rochhaus 2009, Beardsley and Assault 2009. At the same time, however, there are significant risks to the spread of nuclear weapons in terms of international peace and stability. Some scholars continue to believe in existential deterrence. They argue that new nuclear states, large or small, will be held back by the same constraints as the existing nuclear powers and be deterred from engaging in provocation or conflict. Others argue that the systems that govern nuclear weapons safety and use are extraordinarily complex, and because new nuclear powers are not likely to possess the same systems of checks and controls, the risk of accidents will be higher. They further argue that the countries now acquiring nuclear weapons may have weaker civilian control. If this is the case, military routines and procedures, which tend to be more aggressive, more offensive, and less risk-averse, are likely to dominate national decision-making and lead countries into conflicts that could escalate to the nuclear level. If this is the case, military routines and procedures, which tend to be more aggressive, more offensive, and less risk-averse, are likely to dominate national decision-making and lead countries into conflicts that could escalate to the nuclear level. See Box 30.4. Still others argue that nuclear weapons create a instability paradox. This occurs when nuclear-armed countries feel safe from large-scale retaliatory attack because they have nuclear weapons and thus feel free to engage in low-level provocations against other countries. This means that countries with nuclear weapons are more likely to be involved in low-level conflicts, but less likely to be involved in serious conflict. Because the fact that they have nuclear weapons keeps anyone from threatening them with national disintegration or any other scenario that would require the use of nuclear weapons to defend the integrity of the state. In early 2022, scholars pointed to both Russia and China as potential examples of this effect, arguing that Vladimir Putin may have used the threat of nuclear escalation to deter the US and NATO from intervening to stop his invasion of Ukraine, and warning that China could potentially do the same in a future crisis over Taiwan. Talmadge 2022. Another question is whether the effects of nuclear deterrence are the same for all countries or whether deterrent effects stay the same for a given country over time. There is some evidence that states that have recently acquired nuclear weapons are more likely to respond aggressively to military challenges early in their nuclear history. States with longer experience of having nuclear weapons reciprocate challenges less frequently, meaning that nuclear weapons have different effects on conflict over time. Horowitz 2009. The effects of nuclear weapons also seem to differ country by country. Rather than existential deterrence, where a single nuclear warhead is enough to deter conflict, what appears to matter is not just nuclear possession, but nuclear posture. In other words, deterrence is not just a matter of having nuclear weapons, but of what a country does with the weapons once it has them. Some nuclear postures are better than others at deterring conflict. See Box 30.2. Box 30.4. Proliferation optimism and proliferation pessimism. The Waltz-Sagan debate. Kenneth Waltz notes that although states with nuclear weapons have increased the size of their arsenals since 1945, the spread of nuclear weapons to new states has been slow. He argues that gradual nuclearization will contribute to stability since new nuclear states will feel the constraints that present nuclear states have experienced and will show similar caution. Consequently, he says, the likelihood of war decreases as deterrent and defensive capabilities increase. Nuclear weapons make wars harder to start. Because they do, the gradual spread of nuclear weapons is more to be welcomed than feared. Scott Sagan, by contrast, argues that when it comes to nuclear weapons, more may be worse. He suggests that professional military organizations, because of common biases, inflexible routines, and parochial interests, display organizational behaviors that are likely to lead to deterrence failures and deliberate or accidental war. Moreover, weak civilian control over the military in future nuclear-armed states is likely to keep civilian government from reigning in the military's conflict-prone tendencies. The risk of nuclear accidents and of conflict between nuclear-armed states makes the spread of nuclear weapons undesirable. Source: Sagan and Waltz 2003, 44-5, 47-8. Key points. Nuclear opacity and latent nuclear capacity raise questions about how to define nuclear proliferation. Latent capacity is also an issue for chemical and biological weapons. States acquire nuclear weapons for different reasons. They also vary in how often and why they adopt policies of nuclear restraint, nuclear reversal, and providing nuclear assistance to other countries. Strategic factors, culture and ideology, political economy, domestic politics, and leader psychology may all influence these decisions. There is a debate about whether the spread of nuclear weapons will lead to more stability and less conflict, or more accidents, instability, and conflict. The effect of nuclear weapons on conflict varies over time and from country to country. 30.4 Evolution of non-proliferation efforts. Almost immediately after the first use of nuclear weapons in 1945, countries began thinking about how to limit the destructive power of nuclear weapons while allowing the peaceful use of nuclear energy. In 1957, the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, was established under UN auspices to assist in the sharing of scientific and technical information related to nuclear energy. Efforts to limit the spread and destructive impact of nuclear weapons have taken a range of forms. These efforts have sought to limit both horizontal proliferation, the spread of nuclear weapons to new countries, and vertical proliferation, increases in the size of existing nuclear arsenals. Some efforts have focused on universal non-proliferation and complete nuclear disarmament, while others have emphasized nuclear restraint rather than complete abolition. Others have taken a counter-proliferation approach, trying to interrupt the acquisition of new nuclear weapons capabilities. Efforts to limit the proliferation of chemical and biological weapons have taken a somewhat different form and followed a different timeline, see box 30.5. 30.4.1 Non-proliferation, disarmament, and arms control during the Cold War. Efforts at non-proliferation accelerated in the 1960s, particularly after the October 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis brought the superpowers close to nuclear war, see CH4. In 1963, the United States, the Soviet Union, and the UK signed a Partial Test Ban Treaty, PTBT, which limited them to underground nuclear tests rather than tests in the atmosphere, outer space, or underwater. French and Chinese leaders declined to sign because they believed that these efforts advantaged states that already had nuclear weapons. France and China tested their first nuclear weapons in 1960 and 1964, respectively. See Table 30.1. In the late 1970s, the 5 nuclear weapons states all issued negative security assurances about the use of nuclear weapons against non-nuclear adversaries. These assurances varied. China, for example, stated that it would not be the first to threaten or use nuclear weapons against non-nuclear states. U.S. policy traditionally held that it would not use nuclear weapons against countries that had signed and were in compliance with the NPT, and the most recent nuclear posture review completed by the Trump administration in 2018. Largely maintained this declaratory policy. Although President Joe Biden had previously been critical of excessive reliance on nuclear weapons for deterrence, his first budget maintained the modernization efforts proposed by the Trump. Box 30.5 Non-proliferation efforts related to chemical and biological weapons. Efforts to limit the development of chemical and biological weapons began with the 1925 Geneva Convention, which prohibited the use, but not development or possession, of these weapons. In later years, countries began to supplement the Geneva Convention with more specific and forceful agreements. Today, the main agreement governing chemical weapons is the Chemical Weapons Convention, CWC. It outlaws the production, stockpiling, and use of chemical weapons. The treaty entered into force in 1997 and is administered by the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, OPCW, which verifies the destruction of chemical weapons stockpiles. Only a handful of countries have not ratified the treaty, and as of 2021, OPCW stated that well over 90% of the world's declared chemical weapons stockpiles have been destroyed. The chief agreement governing the non-proliferation of biological weapons is called the Biological Weapons Convention, BWC, which entered into force in 1975. Unlike the Chemical Weapons Convention, however, the BWC has no formal verification procedures or procedures for monitoring compliance, and its impact has been more limited. Sources: UN 1975, OPCW 2015. Table 30.1 Chronology of first nuclear weapons tests. Administration pending a new nuclear posture review to be completed in 2022. Some in the United States have pointed to China's recent expansions in the size and type of nuclear forces and associated delivery platforms as a reason to keep these investments, while others argue China's recent decisions are a reason to urgently pursue arms control talks with Beijing. Kimball 2021. Non-proliferation also gained traction in the wider international community. By the mid-1960s, the IAEA had implemented a safeguards program to monitor the use of fissile materials for peaceful purposes and ensure that they were not being diverted. In 1967, the Tlatelolco Treaty created the first nuclear weapons-free zone in Latin America. In 1970, the Zanger Committee adopted guidelines to apply IAEA safeguards to nuclear exports, and in 1975 the Nuclear Suppliers Group formed in response to India's 1974 peaceful nuclear explosion strengthened safeguards and conditions for particularly sensitive nuclear exports. In 1987, a group of states also signed the Missile Technology Control Regime, MTCR, to limit the export of nuclear-capable ballistic or cruise. In 1987, a group of states also signed the Missile Technology Control Regime, MTCR, to limit the export of nuclear-capable ballistic or cruise missiles. The centerpiece of the modern nuclear non-proliferation regime, however, is the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT. After a wave of discussion on nuclear issues in the 1960s, the NPT was opened for states to sign in 1968 and entered into force in 1970. 5 states, the US, the UK, the Soviet Union, France, and China, were recognized as having the right to possess nuclear weapons. All other states agreed to forego the development of nuclear arsenals in exchange for access to peaceful nuclear technology and a promise by the 5 nuclear weapons states to move towards elimination of their arsenals. United States Ambassador Thomas Graham, whose long diplomatic career focused on arms control and non-proliferation, described the NPT as a bargain based on 3 pillars: non-proliferation, eventual disarmament, and peaceful use of nuclear energy. See Box 30.6. In the late 1960s and early 1970s, the superpowers also began to think seriously about arms control and about limiting the buildup of strategic nuclear weapons and delivery vehicles. Eventually, they signed a series of agreements, including the Strategic Arms Limitation Treaty, SALT-I, 1972, the SALT-II Treaty, 1979, and the Intermediate Nuclear Force Agreement, 1987. Together, these agreements limited the deployment of nuclear-armed missiles and ballistic missile defenses, BMD. These efforts provided a forum for superpower cooperation and discussion, but they fell short of achieving the reduction in tension that arms control advocates hoped for. 30.4.2 After the Cold War. The end of the Cold War provided a new opportunity for the United States and Russia to revisit arms control. In 1991, the two sides signed a Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, START, that reduced, rather than just limited, the number of warheads and delivery vehicles on each side. START II was signed in 1993 and, most significantly, banned the use of MIRVs on ICBMs. These efforts slowed in the 2000s, however. The U.S. withdrew from the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty in order to pursue ballistic missile defense, and Russia withdrew from START II. Under President Obama, the U.S. canceled some elements of missile defense while continuing others, including sea-based BMD platforms to defend European allies against short- and medium-range missiles from Iran. At the same time, however, the Strategic Offensive Reductions Treaty, SORT, signed in 2002, reduced the two countries' nuclear stockpiles further, and the new START Treaty, which replaced SORT in 2010, limits the two countries to 1,550 deployed nuclear warheads each. In 2021, the US and Russia extended New START until 2026. Global efforts at non-proliferation also saw renewed momentum in the early 1990s. The discovery after the Gulf War that Iraq's nuclear weapons program was more advanced than the international community thought prompted the Nuclear Suppliers Group and Zanger Committee to review and update their safeguards lists, including more emphasis on dual-use items. In 1995, the signatories to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty met to review its provisions and decided to extend it indefinitely. Today, 190 states have signed the NPT, and the treaty is generally regarded as a success. The 1995 NPT Review Conference, however, also highlighted ongoing issues related to nuclear. Box 30.6 The NPT's Grand Bargain. The NPT is based on a central bargain. The NPT non-nuclear weapon states agree never to acquire nuclear weapons, and the NPT nuclear weapon states in exchange agree to share the benefits of peaceful nuclear technology and to pursue nuclear disarmament aimed at the ultimate elimination of their nuclear arsenals. To use the words of a former Indian foreign minister, the NPT was not designed to establish nuclear apartheid, permanently authorizing great power status and nuclear weapons to a small group of states and assigning the rest of the world to permanent second-class status. Maintaining both ends of this central bargain is vitally important to the long-term viability of the NPT. Graham, 2004. Proliferation. The first problem is that the NPT is not universal. Israel, India, and Pakistan never signed the treaty. North Korea signed but withdrew in 2003. A resolution adopted alongside the 1995 extension agreement called for all states in the Middle East to accede to the NPT. And countries have worked bilaterally and multilaterally for years to convince North Korea to return to the NPT. These efforts have been unsuccessful. Second, the NPT has weak provisions for enforcement, and regional powers have generally thought that additional agreements are necessary to address proliferation by countries such as Iran and North Korea. See case studies 30.1 and 30.2. Third, critics of the NPT charge that it is unfair, freezing the nuclear status quo privileges the nuclear status of the 5 nuclear weapons states recognized in the treaty over other countries, but does not put enough pressure on them to actually dismantle their nuclear arsenals. Two other non-proliferation measures discussed around the same time encountered similar objections and implementation difficulties. The Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, CTBT, which would ban nuclear weapons testing entirely, was adopted and opened for signature in autumn 1996 after 3 years of intensive negotiations. K. Hansen, 2006. To enter into force, however, the State PCS requires signature and ratification by 44 states, including all 5 recognized nuclear weapons states as well as nuclear powers not recognized as such by the NPT. Critics of the State PCS are concerned that the treaty is not effectively verifiable, while others have suggested that a commitment not to test would constrain the national security interests of existing nuclear powers. Several countries, India, Pakistan, and North Korea, have tested nuclear weapons since the treaty was opened for signature, and there is no sign that the treaty will enter into force. Similar difficulties were encountered with the Fissile Material Cutoff Treaty, FMCT. Although some nuclear weapons states saw this as a way to prevent the further spread of nuclear weapons, and some non-nuclear weapons states saw it as a way to constrain the vertical proliferation of the nuclear weapons states, others lodged objections. India, for example, objected to both the State PCS and the FMCT as measures that would constrain its retention of a nuclear option. There was also disagreement over whether the treaty should only prevent the creation of new fissile material stockpiles or whether it should encompass plans for the elimination of existing stockpiles, something Pakistan wanted, for example, to address the advantage that it believed India had in fissile material. And, as with the State PCS, whether effective verification exists has been a major criticism of the FMCT. 30.4.3 The search for new approaches. As the post-Cold War optimism about arms control and non-proliferation weakened, concern grew that traditional agreements might not be sufficient to deal with the new, more complicated landscape of nuclear threats. CIA Director James Woolsey famously compared the situation to having killed a dragon only to find oneself lost in a jungle full of poisonous snakes. Woolsey, 1998. There was also the sense that, just as the United States and NATO had used nuclear weapons to compensate for an inferiority in conventional forces relative to the USSR during the Cold War, today smaller powers or even non-state actors might seek nuclear weapons to offset tremendous American or Western advantages in conventional military capability. The international community began to look for other initiatives and strategies capable of addressing the world's proliferation challenges. One of these was counterproliferation, which generally describes efforts to obstruct, slow, or roll back the programs of states that are actively pursuing nuclear weapons as well as to deter and defend against their actual use. See Box 30.7. Box 30.7 The U.S. definition of counterproliferation. Counterproliferation aims to eliminate or reduce threats caused by the development and spread of WMD. To do this, the U.S. government focuses on 5 objectives. 1. Discourage interest by states, terrorists, or armed groups in acquiring, developing, or mobilizing resources for WMD purposes. 2. Prevent or obstruct state, terrorist, or other efforts to acquire WMD capabilities or efforts by suppliers to provide such capabilities. 3. Roll back or eliminate WMD programs of concern. 4. Deter weapons used by those possessing nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons and their means of delivery. 5. Mitigate the consequences of any use of WMD against the United States or its allies. Source: U.S. National Counterproliferation Center 2019. United Nations Security Council Resolution 1540, adopted in April 2004, requires states to legally prohibit individuals, companies, or other actors from supporting non-state actors that seek to acquire WMD. It also requires states to enforce domestic legislation prohibiting these activities, and to establish effective controls over items and financing in order to do so. A 1540 committee was set up to report on and assist implementation and to facilitate international cooperation on these efforts, and its mandate has been extended until early 2022. The UN Security Council, UNSC, has also, at times, adopted more specific resolutions placing sanctions on countries that have pursued nuclear weapons. For example, a series of resolutions since 2006 have applied sanctions to North Korea over its nuclear activities. A specific sanctions committee composed of an international panel of experts researches and writes annual reports on this process. Other counterproliferation efforts include the Proliferation Security Initiative, PSI, launched in 2003, and the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, which opened for signature in late 2017. The U.S.-led PSI focuses specifically on improving international cooperation to interdict trafficking and transfer of WMD materials and delivery systems. A voluntary initiative without a set multilateral framework, PSI began with 11 members and expanded to include 107 countries as of 2019. From 2010 to 2016, a number of countries also participated in a nuclear security summit that discussed cooperation to secure nuclear materials and prevent smuggling, but the conference has since lapsed. In 2017, a group of non-nuclear weapon states dissatisfied with the pace of progress in nuclear disarmament signed the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, which bans use, possession, development, testing, transfer, and deployment of nuclear weapons on humanitarian grounds. Proponents of the new treaty applauded its effort to delegitimate nuclear weapons status, while critics dismissed it as rhetorical grandstanding. There were 86 signatories as of late 2021, but the negotiations were boycotted by the nuclear weapon states, NATO countries, and many allies of nuclear weapon states. Nuclear Threat Initiative 2019. 30.5 Conclusion. The technology that underpins nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons has spread steadily since 1945, raising new challenges for international security. The end of the Cold War marked a shift in focus, from a world of two nuclear superpowers in bipolar competition to a more globalized world containing a larger number of nuclear powers with smaller, more varied arsenals. The spread of WMD technology thus reflects both the extent and the unevenness of globalization processes. This global change in the landscape has forced scholars to re-examine some of their assumptions about weapons of mass destruction, why they are acquired, why states forgo them, and under what conditions they increase or dampen the risk of international conflict. At the same time, the spread of WMD technology, the increased complexity of the global security environment, and the potential for non-state actors to play a role in proliferation have also become important strategic challenges. Much of the current debate, therefore, has to do with how we should think about security in a complex and globalized world. Efforts to limit or combat proliferation have evolved too, from an early focus on disarmament to efforts to limit weapons stockpiles through arms control, to a more recent focus on counterproliferation. The very complexity of the contemporary WMD landscape suggests that no single policy is likely to be a panacea. Different challenges demand different solutions. As the proliferation landscape evolves, so too will the efforts of individual states and the international community to meet that challenge. Key points. Non-proliferation efforts address both horizontal and vertical proliferation, and can focus either on disarmament or on limiting the size and use of WMD stockpiles. The NPT is seen as a bargain between nuclear weapon states and non-nuclear weapon states. However, critics complain that the NPT is not universal, is unfair, and is difficult to monitor and enforce. Since the end of the Cold War, the international community has also used counter-proliferation approaches to disrupt the pursuit of nuclear weapons, nuclear smuggling, and the risk of nuclear terrorism. These approaches have included UNSC Resolution 1540, the Proliferation Security Initiative, the Nuclear Security Summit, and the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Questions. 1. Why have nuclear weapons spread slowly, even though nuclear capabilities have spread more rapidly? 2. Why do states decide to build nuclear weapons? Why do they choose not to? 3. How is the technology for chemical and biological weapons different from nuclear weapons technology? Are the technologies likely to be used in different ways? Why or why not? 4. Have the motivations for building nuclear weapons changed since 1945? Why or why not? 5. Are you a proliferation optimist or a proliferation pessimist? Why? 6. How does having nuclear weapons change patterns of international conflict? 7. What role do non-state actors play in proliferation of weapons of mass destruction? Are they a new kind of proliferation challenge? 8. How have arms control and non-proliferation changed since 1945? 9. How has globalization changed proliferation? Does it fundamentally change how states and the international community should address proliferation challenges? 10. What new policies or initiatives are needed to address the challenge of WMD proliferation today? Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test questions. Further reading. Campbell, K. M. Einhorn, R. J. and Rice, M. B. 2004. The Tipping Point. Why States Reconsider Their Nuclear Choices. Washington, D.C. The Brookings Institution. A Good Case-Based Explanation of Nuclear Restraint and Nuclear Reversal. Friedman, L. 2003. The Evolution of Nuclear Strategy. 3rd ed., Basingstoke and New York. Palgrave Macmillan. Outlines how thinking on nuclear strategy developed during the Cold War. Kronig, M. 2010. Exporting the Bomb, Technology Transfer and the Spread of Nuclear Weapons. Ithaca, New York, Cornell University Press. Outlines the strategic logic behind the provision of sensitive nuclear technology. Lavoie, P. R. Sagan, S. and Wirtz, J. J. 2000. Planning the Unthinkable. How New Powers Will Use Nuclear, Biological and Chemical Weapons, Ithaca, New York, Cornell University Press. Discusses the spread of weapons of mass destruction and how states might employ them. Miller, N. 2018 Stopping the Bomb. The Sources and Effectiveness of U.S. Non-Proliferation Policy, Ithaca, New York, Cornell University Press. Examines how American policy during the Cold War shaped patterns of global nuclear weapons proliferation and restraint. Narang, V. 2014, Nuclear Strategy in the Modern Era. Regional Powers and International Conflict, Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. Explains why states adopt certain nuclear postures and what effect this has on international conflict. Narang, V. 2014, Strategies of Nuclear Proliferation, Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. Looks at the different strategies that states employ in their pursuit of nuclear weapons. Sagan, S. D. and Waltz, K. N. 2012, The Spread of Nuclear Weapons. An Enduring Debate, 3rd ed., New York, W. W. Norton. Debates whether the spread of nuclear weapons is likely to increase or decrease conflict and instability. Schelling, T. C. 1966, Arms and Influence, New Haven, Connecticut, Yale University Press. A Classic Text on the Logic of Deterrence. Tannewald, N. 2007, The Nuclear Taboo, the United States and the Non-Use of Nuclear Weapons Since 1945, Cambridge University Press. Explores the role of the nuclear taboo in preventing American use of nuclear weapons since 1945. Visit the online resources to access the latest updates in the field of international relations. Framing questions. Is it useful to distinguish between different types of nationalism? Is the commonly accepted historical sequence of nation, nationalism, nation-state the reverse of the normal sequence? Is the principle of national self-determination incompatible with that of state sovereignty? Nationalism, National Self-Determination, and International Relations. John Brewley. Reader's Guide. Nationalism has played a key role in shaping the major institution of modern international relations, the nation-state. It furnishes the principle which legitimizes this institution, national self-determination, NSD. Yet, although nationalists insist their particular nation is unique, they almost always seek a state. Like any other. The spread of such nationalism is a global process, yet nationalism opposes globalization, claiming it homogenizes identities and undermines sovereignty. This chapter seeks to understand this tension between reality and claim by tracing the emergence and global spread of nationalism and analyzing the role played by NSD in modern international relations. Chapter 31. 31.1 Introduction. A standard view of the relationship between nationalism, nation-states, and global politics goes as follows. 1. From the mid-17th century, an order of sovereign, territorial states, the Westphalian system, developed in Europe, see ch. 3. 2. Nationalism transformed these states from monarchies into nation-states, a process spreading from Europe to cover the world, see box 31.1. International relations became relations between nation-states. 3. Globalization threatens this order by eroding sovereignty and identity. Before considering propositions 2 and 3, this chapter outlines key concepts and debates concerning nationalism and nation-states. 31.2 Nationalism, Nation-States, and Global Politics. 31.2.1 Definitions. This chapter defines nationalism as the idea that membership in a nation should be the overriding focus of political identity and loyalty, thereby justifying NSD. Although nationalists imagine the nation in different ways, they usually mean a whole society occupying a specific territory. The same society can be claimed by competing nationalists. Turkish nationalists claim Kurds in Turkey as Turkish, something Kurdish nationalists reject. Some social scientists define nation by objective criteria such as language or common descent. Others stress its subjective, imagined character. Others are skeptical about any definition, see box 31.2 for examples. Whatever the academic view, there is a widespread belief that the world is divided into nations which are the main, if not sole, focus of political loyalty and should enjoy self-determination, usually meaning a sovereign state. Nationalism can be considered as ideology, as politics, as sentiments. Definitions frame nationalism as ideology. This ideology is studied because it is significant rather than intellectually coherent, shaping popular identity, sentiments, and/or being proclaimed by movements pursuing or exercising state power or politics. One can distinguish types of nationalism. One distinction is between civic and ethnic. Civic nationalism is commitment to a state and its values. State membership determines nationality, as in the immigrant society of the United States. Ethnic nationalism is commitment to people of imagined common descent. Nation precedes state, as in the ethno-national states established in Europe after 1918. Such distinctions raise problems. Every nationalism invokes cultural values which change, often quickly. Cultural factors such as religion and language cannot be labeled either ethnic or civic. Often the distinction is moral, not analytical, civic good, ethnic bad. Nevertheless, typologies can be useful as when analyzing justifications for NSD. One can also distinguish between elite and popular nationalism and state-supporting and state-opposing nationalism. State-supporting nationalism aims to nationalize further the nation-state internally by purifying the nation externally by reclaiming national territory. State-opposing nationalism seeks a new state by some combination of separation and unification. Box 31.1 The development of a world of nation-states. Asterisk before 1923, this is a rough estimate. Thereafter, it is based on membership of the League of Nations and the United Nations. Different combinations of these types characterize different nationalisms. Elite nationalism using civic claims to secede from an existing state is different from popular nationalism using ethnic arguments to further nationalize an existing state. It is generally agreed that nationalism is modern, although there is a significant dissenting minority. Explanations of its origins and growth center on 4 questions. 1. Does nationalism depend on the prior existence of nations? 2. Are nations modern, or do they extend far back in time? 3. Should we privilege culture, or economics, or politics in our explanations? 4. What is the role played by internal factors such as a shared culture in relation to external factors such as threats or support from powerful states? Table 31.1 summarizes the various positions in this debate. Modernists associate nationalism with modernization. Theorists stress different features such as industrialism, print capitalism, mass politics, and modern warfare. Critics argue that long-enduring identities are necessary conditions for nationalism even if nationalism is modern. These identities may be socio-biological or sociological, primordialism, a result of pre-modern nationalism, perennialism, or of myths and symbols transmitted over generations, ethnosymbolism. There is a lack of clarity over the term nation-state. The world's leading international organization is called the United Nations. Divided states might be more accurate. Cultural diversity renders implausible claims to an ethnic nation-state, as does lack of democracy for claims to a civic nation-state. What then does the term nation-state mean? It is not worth trying to identify how many nation-states exist because the criteria are so fuzzy, the data so flawed, and because it implies accepting nationalist claims. Instead, this chapter treats as national states those that claim to be national, however defined, are not challenged by powerful state-opposing nationalism and are recognized internationally. 3.1.2.2 A brief history of nationalism in global politics. Leaving aside notions of ancient or medieval globalization, from 1500 the Americas were brought into contact with Eurasia and Africa. Nationalism as popular politics and sentiment became important after 1750 when significant global political conflicts between states invoked nationalist arguments. The 7 Years' War, 1756–63, was arguably the First World War. Britain and France fought each other, directly or through proxies, in Europe, Asia, and the Americas. Both states controlled global trading in mass commodities like cotton, tobacco, and sugar. Europeans justified their power in terms of superior culture, religion, and occasionally race, treating the rest of the world as either primitive societies or decaying civilizations. Box 31.2 Definitions of nation. The nation is an imagined political community, imagined as both inherently limited and sovereign. It is imagined because the members of even the smallest nation will never know most of their fellow members, meet them, or even hear of them, yet in the minds of each lives the image of their communion. The nation is imagined as limited because even the largest of them, encompassing perhaps 1 billion living human beings, has finite, if elastic, boundaries beyond which lie other nations. It is imagined as sovereign because the concept was born in an age in which enlightenment and revolution were destroying the legitimacy of the divinely ordained, hierarchical dynastic realm. Benedict Anderson 2006, 5–6. Let us define it, the nation, at the outset as a large social group integrated not by one but by a combination of several kinds of objective relationships, economic, political, linguistic, cultural, religious, geographical, historical, and their subjective reflection in collective consciousness. Many of these ties could be mutually substitutable, some playing a particularly important role in one nation-building process, and no more than a subsidiary part in others. But among them, 3 stand out as irreplaceable. 1. A memory of some common past, treated as a destiny of the group or at least of its core constituents. 2. A density of linguistic or cultural ties enabling a higher degree of social communication within the group than beyond it. 3. A conception of the equality of all members of the group organized as a civil society. Miroslav Rock, 1996. 79. Neither objective nor subjective definitions are thus satisfactory, and both are misleading. In any case, agnosticism is the best initial posture of a student in this field, and so this book assumes no a priori definition of what constitutes a nation. As an initial working assumption, any sufficiently large body of people whose members regard themselves as members of a nation will be treated as such. However, whether such a body of people does so regard itself cannot be established simply by consulting writers or political spokesmen of organizations claiming the status of nation for it. The appearance of a group of spokesmen for some national idea is not insignificant, but the word nation is today used so widely and imprecisely that the use of the vocabulary of nationalism today may mean very little indeed. Eric Hobsbawm, 1990, 8-9. This nationalism was state-supporting, civic, and elite. In France and Britain there were demands to abolish privilege and make government accountable to the nation. This civic nation was linked to an expanding middle class shaped by commercial globalization. Public opinion in the two states came to see the other as a clear threat. Their conflicts hit France harder, precipitating revolution, and that revolution declared the nation as the source of sovereignty, echoing the U.S. Declaration of Independence. Revolutionary France, waging war on Ancien Regime Europe, appealed to nations to rise up against their rulers. Those rulers deployed nationalist rhetoric in response. Nationalism long remained a minority idea. Rebellion in the Americas freed territories from Spanish and British control, but Creole elites used the language of popular sovereignty, not national identity, to justify independence claims. Napoleon's defeat left Britain as the major world power. Apart from diplomacy to co-opt or divide opponents, Britain relied on naval supremacy and informal collaboration with local rulers. Instead of combining coercive and economic power, Britain proclaimed their separation, abolishing tariffs and monopolies of overseas trade and shipping, and tying currencies to the price of gold. This was linked to industrialization, including transformations in communications, telegraph, later telephone and radio, and transportation. Steam, later electric and oil-powered, as well as huge increases in long-distance migration. British power depended on the weakness and division of its rivals. In Europe, the Americas, and Asia, wars in the 1860s were won by modernizing and nationalizing states that challenged British hegemony. Close links between technology and power led to state intervention. The belief that power depended on control of overseas resources fueled imperialist conflict. Nationalism initially imitated French and British civic forms, with nationalists projecting their nations as historic, insisting that non-historic nationalities assimilate. This stimulated counternationalisms, which stressed folk culture, popular religion, and spoken language. The indirect nature of British power beyond Europe provided little stimulus to nationalism. There were responses to Christianity and secular modernity, both acceptance, Christian conversion, colonial liberalism, and rejection. As the contradictions of British-led globalization grew, this generated new forms of nationalism. Imperialist conflict promoted popular state-supporting nationalism in challenger states. Ideas of racial supremacy supplanted civilizational and religious claims to superiority. Although mainly projected onto the non-European world, such ideas were also used within Europe, as in modern antisemitism. The tightening. Table 31.1 Debate positions on nationalism. Of direct territorial administration in empires, justified in race and nationalist terms, again stimulated counternationalisms. The success of state-supporting nationalism was linked to war using modern technology and organization, and liberal values were abandoned as governments confronted challenges of state-building, economic development, and imperial expansion. Ethnic, state-opposing nationalism had limited success against declining multinational states. Support from Russia against the Ottomans mattered more in the Balkans than the strength of nationalist movements. As challenges to British hegemony grew, a vision developed of a world divided into imperial blocs. International relations were dominated by technologically driven arms races and formal military alliances. Politicians appealing to national opinion found themselves trapped by the sentiments they had inflamed. British hegemony had been framed in cosmopolitan and free trade terms. The challenger states ruled with bureaucracies, military forces, and state intervention in the economy. Armed with nationalist ideas, the state penetrated society in new ways: mass education and media, tariff protection, subsidies. It projected its aggressive nationalism abroad in pursuit of empire. As political conflict globalized, it nationalized. There was a contradiction between universalist justifications of empire and actual subordination and exploitation accompanied by ideas of racial supremacy. Counternationalism rejected imperial power, often framed in regional terms: Pan-Africanism, Pan-Asianism, Pan-Arabism, Pan-Slavism. In short, nationalism mattered for world politics before 1914, but in an unbalanced way. Imperial states dominated, and the most powerful nationalisms were located at the cores of those states. These empires could not accept NSD because it threatened their very existence. The creation of new states was by piecemeal agreements between these empires. CCH 19. Before 1918, there was no international organization or body of law responsible for creating and recognizing new states. Initially Eurocentric, the First World War became global. CCH 4. State control over population and economy increased massively. Although the post-war period saw military dismantling and reduced state intervention, the Second World War was more global, state intervention more extensive, war more total. Radio communication and air power, large-scale economic direction, and military interstate coordination gave this war a transnational character. Military. Globalization was accompanied by economic deglobalization, as free trade and fixed exchange rates disappeared, and economic migration decreased. And attempts to return to normality in the 1920s were blown off course by the Great Depression. New technologies, radio, film and television, air travel, automobiles expanded immensely. These were brought under state control, especially during the wars. Rather than undermining nationalism, these global processes became components of state-supporting nationalism. In the First World War, the Western Allies proclaimed their cause as national and liberal democracy. However, their alliance with Russia compromised this claim, as did their failure to universalize it after victory. Germany expressed ethnic nationalism in 1914. Its Ottoman and Habsburg allies went to war to block state-opposing ethno-nationalism. Victory for the Western Allies meant victory for the liberal democratic principle of NSD embodied in Woodrow Wilson's 14 points, though the unexpected beneficiaries were ethno-nationalists. Wilson's broader vision for international society declined as the U.S. turned inwards, as did the USSR after a brief effort at promoting world revolution. One distinct form of nationalism, fascism, was not insular. Fascists hated communism and liberalism while also rejecting conservative elite politics. Fascists saw the nation as a super-individual, classless collective requiring a strong state, mass mobilization, and a genius leader. The war gave nationalism a status and militarist character on which fascists built. With economic depression and loss of faith in liberal democracy, fascism gained popularity. Fascist ideology was imperialist and profoundly anti-universalist. The fascist vision was of power blocks organized as a master nation/race ruling over inferior slave nations/races. In the colonial world, military mobilization and attempts to boost economic development increased subordination and exploitation. World War made clear the divisions and fragilities of existing colonial power structures. This promoted nationalist dreams of gaining independence, invoking liberal, communist, or fascist models. However, nationalism alone was unable to form nation-states in the colonial world. Indeed, imperial power increased after 1918, with Britain and France annexing German colonies and Ottoman provinces, Italy making conquests in North Africa, and Japan likewise in Asia. The League of Nations without the U.S. was dominated by France and Britain. The League did much to pioneer concepts of international law and administration but could not create a peaceful new world order. International relations remained violent, accompanied by shrill ideologies linked to domestic as well as interstate conflicts, aiming to mobilize popular emotions. Communist and fascist ideologies justified extreme policies, insisting that sheer willpower could overcome reality. Fascism and communism did not envisage a global order of nation-states, but rather superempires led by dominant races, nations, or classes. Communist states eventually recognized limits, which helped them survive this era. In contrast, the Third Reich pursued an escalating and ultimately self-destructive radicalism. See Case Study 31.1. Liberal democracy was reactive and defensive, confronted by communism and fascism. In 1941, the fascist world vision seemed close to realization. However, nationalists who initially welcomed fascists as a means to throw off imperial rule soon discovered they had exchanged a bad master for a worse one. Nationalism could only succeed if old empires were dismantled but not replaced by new ones. How did this come about? In 1941-2, the USSR and the US were forced out of isolationism by attacks from Germany and Japan respectively. Within 2 years, Allied military victory looked likely, and global strategy turned to plotting the shape of a post-war world in which nation-states figured centrally. Stalin regarded Soviet expansion as a defensive bulwark rather than a stepping stone to global domination. Yet that expansion, plus the victory of the Chinese Communist Party, made communism a global force. Communist power was organized as conventional territorial rule, albeit with novel institutions and ideologies. The US envisioned hegemony. Case Study 31.1 Germany. After 1815, the German lands constituted one of Europe's weak zones, with smaller states under the joint domination of the Habsburg and Hohenzollern dynasties. The major nationalist opposition was elite and civic, influenced by Britain and France, opposed by the German states. Change came when liberal nationalists shifted to a Prussian state-supporting position and mobilized popular support. Early industrialization, especially railways, coal, iron, and steel production, helped Prussia gain swift and unexpected victories over Austria 1866 and France 1870-1 and proclaim a national state, though this was not democratic, while excluding many German speakers and including many non-German speakers. Continued industrialization challenged British hegemony, stimulating populist, illiberal, and imperialist nationalism, part of a global trend. This eventually led to war between Germany, the Habsburg Empire, and the Ottoman Empire against the three other major European powers, joined by Italy, 1915, and the US, 1917. By 1919, ethno-nationalism was regarded as a popular movement, intensified by the war. The boundaries of the successor states to the Habsburg and Ottoman empires were drawn largely on ethnic principles. Ethnic NSD was also applied to Germany. Although heavy reparations and military restrictions were imposed, there was little appetite for dividing Germany. Only non-German territories, French Alsace-Lorraine, Danish Schleswig, Polish Prussia, were taken away. German defeat radicalized ethnic nationalism in a potentially strong state. Compounded by mass unemployment, this brought Hitler to power at the head of a mass movement. Nazism pursued race empire in Europe and parity with what Hitler envisaged as the two remaining world powers, the British Empire and the US. In the Second World War, it required a global coalition to defeat Germany, Italy, and Japan. This time a German nation-state would not survive. Occupation terminated sovereignty. Division between the USSR and the Western Allies produced de facto partition. Supranational liberalism and communism replaced nationalism as the official ideology of the two states. The third German state, Austria, distanced itself both from the Cold War and German nationalism. A new generation was socialized in different ways in these states. German reunification might appear to be a revival of nationalism. However, reunification was one consequence of the Soviet collapse. There was no powerful demand for unity before that unexpected event. For East Germans, unification offered a fast track into Western affluence and freedom. West Germany's liberal democratic commitment to unity with less fortunate brethren made it impossible to reject unification, also seen in European terms. Unified Germany has been strongly committed to the European ideal, although the rise of populist nationalism following the economic crisis of 2008 has called that commitment into question. However, populist nationalism appeared to have been held in check in the 2021 election. Thus, although there have been one or more states calling themselves German since 1871, their territory, institutions, ideologies, and international position have altered dramatically, especially in the aftermath of state collapse caused by war, 1866, 1870-1, 1918-19, 1945, or societal crisis, 1930-3, 1989-91. Nationalism interacts with global politics connected by changing ideas of national self-determination. Question 1. Is German nationalism necessarily a threat to European stability? Question 2. Did Germany as a whole only become part of the West after 1991? Differently. Sole control of nuclear weapons initially made it possible to exercise power in a coordinating rather than direct way, except in occupied Japan and Germany. It laid the foundations for a liberal world order based on national sovereignty, low tariffs, managed exchange rates, and extensive post-war reconstruction. The first wave of decolonization in 1947-9, mainly in Asia, presaged the worldwide extension of a nation-state order. However, the USSR soon acquired nuclear weapons and credible missile delivery systems, intensifying mutual perceptions of overwhelming and global threat. The US retreated from its anti-imperialist stance. The nuclear umbrella handed initiatives to local states which presented themselves as valued clients to one or other of the superpowers. Each had its own sphere of influence, the USSR in Eastern Europe and China, the US in Western Europe and the Americas. Nationalism flourished in contested zones like the Middle East, Asia, and Africa. U.S. hegemony contributed to economic and cultural globalization in such forms as mass media and consumption. U.S. aid, private investment, low tariffs, stable exchange rates, and cheap energy produced high growth rates and integration among developed regions of the free world. The USSR also extended control over its zones. The number of nation-states increased with the decolonization process. In Europe, the focus was on stabilizing nation-states within a supranational framework, see ch. 23. Ethnic homogenization rendered ethno-nationalism redundant, making civic nationalism acceptable. This ideology accommodated U.S. doctrines of free markets and national sovereignty. The USSR accorded formal sovereignty to its European satellites. Beyond Europe, independence for colonies was a principle enshrined in numerous UN conventions and declarations. Yet new states with poorly integrated political institutions, economies, and cultures confronted major problems. Nation-states were highly unequal and mostly located in one or other of the superpower blocs. Decolonization made the colonial territory, not the ethnic nation, the basis of NSD. Anti-colonial nationalism generally preferred international legitimacy to violent liberation. This, plus economic weakness, helps explain post-colonial problems such as military coups, corruption, and ethnic politics. National solidarity, non-existent under empire, was unlikely to be forged without a struggle for independence. New forms of nationalism developed, some demanding separation, others calling for reforms to create real independence. Previously weak states would collapse, giving rise to new states. However, the bipolar international order and sacrosanct principle of state sovereignty prevented this. The secession of Bangladesh from Pakistan was the major exception that proves this rule. The system preferred dysfunctional states to new states. But this changed with the end of the Cold War and the collapse of the USSR. See section 31.2. This simplifies a complex history of the relationship between nationalism and global politics. It has no linear direction, such as the rise of nationalism followed by the challenge of globalization. There are patterns, some suggested here, but you must judge if the historical record supports such suggestions. Key points. There is no dominant form of nationalism. It can be ethnic or civic, elite or popular, supporting or opposing existing states. There is no simple sequence leading from nationalism to nation-state formation to changes in the global political order. The political ideology of the leading states matters most because others respond to them. Initially Britain and France set the tone, but by 1900 German and Japanese models became important, and after 1918, and especially after 1945, US and Soviet models mattered most. Imitation and challenge, conflict among the major powers, and nationalist assertion in the peripheries produced a world order of nation-states and turned nationalism into the dominant political idea. The Cold War era stabilized the new world order of nation-states with the breakup of overseas empires. The collapse of the Soviet Union and crises in Western capitalism have been accompanied by the rise of nationalist movements. In Western Europe there is civic separatism, Scotland, Catalonia, and ethnic state-supporting nationalism, UK Independence Party, French Rassemblement National. In Central and Eastern Europe problems for ex-communist states have stimulated popular ethnic nationalism. Beyond Europe, state breakdown sometimes stimulates nationalism, but often is so complete that it undermines political movements generally, or enables radical Islamism to overshadow nationalism. 31.3 The changing meanings of NSD since 1918. One can discern an overall pattern in the development of nationalism by reference to three waves of nation-state formation after 1918, 1945, and 1989. Imperial collapse preceded each wave, accompanied by the justification of NSD, see figure 31.1. Yet as the global context changed in each wave, so did the meaning of NSD. 31.3.1 General outline. Establishing a new state requires power, legitimacy at home, and recognition abroad. In a Europe of Christian princes, legitimacy and recognition were framed in monarchical and religious terms. A clear break came with the U.S. Declaration of Independence in 1776. The delegates meeting at Philadelphia stated that a decent respect to the opinions of mankind required an account of why one people was justified in breaking away from another one. The practical purpose was to gain French support, but it also set out the case for a new kind of state, a non-confessional republic. Such arguments were deployed intermittently during the 19th century, which was dominated by national imperialism, not anti-imperial nationalism. This changed in 1918. The major powers involved in the First World War were all multi-ethnic and except the U.S. formal empires. The war massively increased the appeal of nationalism. In the national cores of the empires, in small nation-states like Serbia, in the shatter zones of conflict in Central Europe where opposing powers mobilized nationalist forces, in colonies embroiled in the war. The war's unprecedented scale and destructiveness prevented the post-war peace from being an adjustment to pre-war arrangements like previous peace settlements, 1714-15, 1814-15, or great power agreements such as the Congress of Berlin in 1878 and the Berlin Conference of 1884. Two newcomers to world politics introduced change in 1917-18. The Bolsheviks broke with old-style politics, published secret treaties between Russia and its allies, and proclaimed support for national liberation movements. In direct response, the U.S. President Woodrow Wilson declared the need for a new, open politics, with states founded on the principle of NSD. And with the defeat of the Central Powers, this had an electrifying. Figure 31.1 The global spread of the nation-state, 1816-2021 source. Adapted with permission from Wimmer, A. Waves of War. Cambridge, UK. Cambridge University Press. Copyright 2013 Cup. https://doi. org/10.1017/CBO97/81139198318.003. Effect. In Europe, nationalists claiming to represent small nations demanded independence. In Asia and the Middle East, NSD claims were raised. NSD was applied only to the defeated empires using ethnic criteria. Although U.S. nationality was civic, Wilson consulted academic experts, often European émigrés, who used censuses and language data to determine national boundaries. Successor states were named after their dominant ethnonation, as in Yugoslavia, see case study 31.2. Germany and Hungary were preserved as nation-states but stripped of foreign territory. Tsarist Russia remained multinational as the Soviet Union, but newly created non-Russian republics were named after their titular nations. Although there were some plebiscites, NSD was justified by identifying ethnic majorities. This created case study 31.2 Yugoslavia. The assassination of the Archduke Ferdinand and his wife in Sarajevo on June 28, 1914 sparked the outbreak of the First World War. Sarajevo was in Bosnia-Herzegovina, occupied by the Habsburgs since 1908, while Slovenia and Croatia were Austrian provinces. Serbia had separated from Ottoman rule much earlier. Other Balkan regions also exploited Ottoman weakness and great power support to establish states: Greece, Romania, Bulgaria, Albania. Serbia massively expanded during the Balkan Wars of 1912 and 1913. It was a Serb nationalist who murdered Ferdinand. Russian support for Serbia and German support for Austria escalated regional conflict into World War. Serbia was occupied by Austria and its government and army fled into exile. Yet by 1919 Serbia had been not only restored but unified with Habsburg South Slav English IV Yugoslav territories to form the triune kingdom of Slovenes, Croats, and Serbs, soon renamed Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia was one of several successor states legitimized by NSD. A special feature was that Habsburg South Slavs were incorporated into the restored Serb state. Croat nationalists realized they could only acquire statehood this way, using the argument that South Slavs were a nation. The new state was deeply divided, starting with the decision to make the Serb king its monarch. It was weakened by the failure of the League of Nations to provide international support as well as the impact of the Great Depression. Yet, just as there had been a strong nationalist reaction in Serbia against occupation during the First World War, so there was against German occupation in the Second World War. However, Yugoslavia was deeply divided between royalist and communist resistance and opposed by a Croat fascist puppet state. Yugoslavia was restored after 1945 and the communist movement won out over its enemies. Josip Tito, a Croat, was its leader until his death in 1980. His dominance, along with the strong roots of communism, maintained unity and sustained a break with the Soviet Union. However, the collapse of the USSR and ethno-nationalist exploitation of the federal system undermined Yugoslav communism. Slovenia rapidly separated with Western recognition. In Belgrade, the Serb ex-communist Milosevic utilized the new open, popular politics to mobilize ethno-nationalist sentiments in defense of what remained of Yugoslavia, provoking a similar movement under Tudjman in Croatia. This opposition between the two dominant forces engulfed Yugoslavia in bloody conflict. Only belated intervention by Western powers ended the violence. As with the Soviet Union, the West granted recognition to former federal republics seen as states in waiting. However, strong ethno-nationalist conflicts within and across republican boundaries proved intractable, as evidenced by continuing divisions in Bosnia-Herzegovina. One new element was intervention to protect human rights rather than promote ethnic justice or defend state sovereignty. Destroyed bridge copyright Agentia Fotografics Nakaro / Alami stock photo. New bridge Michael Damkier / Shutterstock.com. Resentful national minorities. In turn, the new states resented ethnic minority protection laws, which were applied only to new states. Population transfers were internationally recognized on ethnic terms, notably between Greece and Turkey. Defeated states, Germany, Austria-Hungary, and states disappointed by the post-war settlement, Italy, Japan, expressed ethno-nationalism in the form of fascism, proclaiming the right of superior nations or races to rule over others. Nation-states exploited resentment among their national minorities in other states, while the Soviet Union promoted colonial liberation movements. The situation was different after 1945. The defeat of the Axis powers was seen as the defeat of ethno-nationalism. The post-1918 settlement's accommodation with ethno-nationalism was regarded as a mistake. The U.S. State Department did not consult foreign academics but relied on its own experts, who were more concerned with stability than ethnic justice, individual rather than collective rights. The USSR also had influence, unlike after 1918. The success of ethno-nationalism after 1918, continuing after 1945 with the expulsion of ethnic Germans from restored Poland and Czechoslovakia, had largely solved the problem of national minorities. Decolonization in ethnically fragmented colonies, something the USSR demanded and the US in principle supported, was not amenable to an ethno-nationalist approach. Consequently, amnesty was framed in civic terms. The declarations and charters of the UN referred to the freedom of peoples, not nations. Beyond Europe, the colonial territory delineated the boundaries for new states, and there was no recognition of national minorities. There were two significant exceptions to this rule, although the reasons were very different. In the case of India, partition was the outcome of a violent process imposed from below rather than negotiated as decolonization, see case study 31.3. In the case of South Africa, effective independence had been achieved in 1910 by negotiation between white Afrikaners and the British imperial power. In 1948, an Afrikaner nationalist party took over the state and created rigid ethno-national divisions with its policy of apartheid, see case study 31.4. Colonial nationalist movements accordingly framed demands in civic terms which appealed to the major powers. The timing of successful nation-state formations was mainly a function of how imperial politics and regional conditions combined, which explains why much of Asia acquired independence in the late 1940s, the Middle East in the 1950s, and sub-Saharan Africa in the 1960s and 1970s. Nationalists who achieved independence aimed to create new nations regarding ethnic or other internal divisions as obstacles. The odds were stacked against irredentism and secessionism from the major powers worried about potential instability and from the new regimes. The Cold War dampened conflicts that might otherwise have escalated. It appeared that civic nationalism had triumphed and ethno-nationalism was a thing of the past. However, this changed with the third wave of imperial collapse and new nation-state formations following the downfall of the Soviet Union. Initially, the procedure resembled that after 1945. Just as European colonies had been treated as states in waiting, so now were the federal units of the USSR and Yugoslavia. With Yeltsin willing to surrender claims over the non-Russian republics, it seemed that a new round of civic amnesty could be peacefully achieved. However, this hope was undermined. First, unlike European colonies, the federal units of the USSR and Yugoslavia were defined in ethno-national terms. This raised the specter of national majorities repressing national minorities, especially Russians in the near abroad. Second, unlike Yeltsin, the Serb leader Slobodan Milosevic refused to surrender rule over Yugoslavia. This led to violent ethno-nationalist conflict. Third, or extend imperial power. New kinds of evidence, aerial photographs, witness testimonies were used, and new institutions, international tribunals, commissions for reconciliation, formed, which have had global ramifications as in South Africa. See case study 31.4. In Kosovo, recognition was complicated by its having been part of the Serb Federal Republic and reluctance to use the ethnic majority Albanian principle. Perhaps the crucial justification for eventual widespread international recognition was that of human rights. Once again, we see that NSD, though a constant refrain since 1919, takes on different meanings after successive waves of state collapse under different global conditions. Question 1. Yugoslavia was created by France and Britain and destroyed by the collapse of the Soviet Union. Discuss. Question 2. Does Yugoslavia's division into separate nation-states arise directly from long-standing ethnic divisions within Yugoslavia? With the end of the bipolar balance of power, there was no umbrella arrangement containing local conflicts. Fourth, claims to national recognition spilled beyond the federal units. Finally, increasing anxieties following the recession of 2008 gave a new impetus to popular ethno-nationalism. Whereas politicians and academic disciplines ignored nationalism after 1945, it became a major concern in the 1990s and remains so. 3.1.3.2 Nationalism, Nation-States, and Global Politics today. The collapse of the USSR changed the global balance of power, see CHS 5 and 6. The end of the Cold War permitted the emergence of state-opposing nationalism. The end of managed exchange rates and deregulation of financial markets undermined state power. The regional concentration of economic development promoted superstate coordination in certain regions, notably Europe. However, while capital, goods, services, and information move freely and quickly across the world, the same is not true of labor, especially that of unskilled people in poor countries. The digital information revolution opens up the prospects of global culture, whether envisaged as homogenized mass culture or a plurality of niche cultures, including diaspora ones. All of this creates opportunities for new forms of nationalism. The Cold War labeling and preservation of certain states as civic nation-states was undermined, enabling the rapid emergence of new state-opposing nationalisms, beginning with ethno-nationalism in the former Soviet Union and Yugoslavia. There has been opposition to the resurgence of nationalism following the end of the Cold War. One important change is the increased resort to external. Case study 31.3 India. Before 1750, India was enmeshed in global ties. The Mughal Empire was linked to Islamic, imperial, and long-distance trading networks with China, Asia Minor, the Middle East, North and West Africa, and, through European connections, with the Americas and Southeast Asia, even North Australia. The British East India Company built on these networks, introducing new features such as plantation production of tea, coffee, opium, and cotton. There was little attempt to impose European culture, religion, or direct rule. Britain and France fought for influence, and by 1815 Britain prevailed. The following period was one of free trade and informal empire. The East India Company ruled, but under public scrutiny. Christian pressures increased. Reaction against Christianization promoted the codification and indigenization of Hinduism. Islam and Christianity, two creedal and proselytizing faiths, clashed. Growing anti-British feeling culminated in the Revolution of 1857 and, after its repression, the imposition of formal imperial rule. British anti-Islamic sentiment, plus the sense that 1857 had been provoked by unnecessary Western interference, empowered Hindu elites. This, combined with increased exploitation, including discriminatory tariffs, promoted nationalism. The Indian National Congress, Hindu elite-dominated, civic, and initially state-supporting, was founded in 1885. By 1914, the British had responded with communal electorates and local councils which, on the principle of divide and rule, classed Hindu and Muslim as distinct political identities. World War brought home to many Indians like those enlisted into imperial armies that they were involved in a global conflict. Wilson's call for NSD stimulated the emergence of popular nationalism in the 1920s. Depression intensified mass discontent while the Congress Party came to control most of the devolved provincial governments. In Mahatma Gandhi, it possessed a popular charismatic leader. Britain, confronted by opponents in every part of the world, made concessions. By 1939, independence seemed just a matter of time. However, with the outbreak of the Second World War, Britain tightened control, imprisoned nationalist leaders, and courted Muslim politicians. British collapse against Japan increased nationalist expectations in the Indian National Congress and the Muslim League, which formulated the demand for Pakistan, initially as a bargaining lever. Britain could not resist these nationalist demands after 1945, but the speed of decolonization shaped this as violent partition, not a single, negotiated post-colonial state. Independent India pursued neutrality in the Cold War as a leader of non-aligned states. The Indian National Congress pursued civic territorial nationalism with much success, but was confronted by religious resistance to secularism, culminating in Hindu and Sikh nationalist challenges. Pakistan, established as a secular but Islamic state, could not keep control over physically separate and culturally distinct East Pakistan, which with Indian support violently seceded as Bangladesh. The rump state of Pakistan is beset by Islamist movements and continuing enmity to India. With the end of the Cold War and the advent of the latest era of globalization, India attained spectacular economic growth rates before the COVID-19 crisis. The civic nationalism and state planning of Congress has given way to a Hindu nationalist regime espousing neoliberalism. The old model of India as part of the Third World no longer applies. Question 1. India achieved independence when the indigenous elites which enabled imperial rule turned against Britain. Discuss. Question 2. Was the division between Hindus and Muslims bound to lead to a division of the subcontinent with the attainment of independence? Case study 31.4 Nationalisms in South Africa, not South African nationalism. Two words often come to mind in relation to South Africa: apartheid and Mandela. Systematic apartheid started in 1948 and was breaking down by the late 1970s, formally ending in 1994 with Nelson Mandela's election as president. To understand apartheid's brief rise and fall, this case study considers four movements: British imperialism, Afrikaner nationalism, Zulu nationalism, and African nationalism. British imperialism had a broader perspective than South Africa. Afrikaner and Zulu nationalists narrower ones. The African National Congress, ANC, defined itself against white rule. British rule came to the Cape in southern Africa around 1800 to defend the sea route to Asia. Inward expansion was resisted until the discovery of diamonds and gold, after which substantial British immigration occurred. English speakers formed the cultural, economic, and social elites when in 1910 the Union of South Africa was established. This ended formal empire, but the British legacy continued in English-speaking elite domination. British administrators encountered long-settled communities of white farmers, Boer, speaking a Dutch patois. As the British imposed new arrangements such as slave emancipation, the Boer moved beyond British control. They founded independent states, bringing black Africans under their rule, and resisting British immigrants in the new mining-based cities. This culminated in losing a traumatic war against Britain. Depression drove Boers into English-dominated cities, where they developed a separate Afrikaner identity. Their patois became formally recognized as Afrikaans. They eulogized their conquest of black Africans in the centenary celebration of the Battle of Blood River in 1938. Their drive to separate themselves from English speakers became embodied in Afrikaner schools, universities, churches, and social organizations, and rejection of British links. Afrikaner nationalism formed a mass political party, rurally based but controlled by an urban intelligentsia working secretly as the Broederbond. Its ruthless discipline plus overrepresentation of rural areas enabled victory in the 1948 election and the implementation of apartheid. Racial segregation was already well established: land settlements, job preferences, separate taxation, though influential white voices questioned it. Apartheid ended such questioning, driving segregation to new levels, categorizing everyone racially, outlawing interracial marriage or sexual relationships, increasing residential and occupational segregation. In the early 19th century, Shaka, the son of a minor chief, had succeeded in establishing a centralized military kingdom in what became known as Zululand. Afrikaner trekkers encountered this polity in a complex series of alliances and conflicts. In war with the British, the Zulu kingdom was defeated after one spectacular success. Although the kingdom was divided into several smaller polities, Zulu culture was preserved, promoted by British indirect rule which almost completely excluded white settlers and Christian missionaries, while granting chiefs great autonomy. Zulus were less involved in migrant labor than other Africans, but work in the gold mines increased a sense of ethnic identity. Zulus resisted cultural assimilation, such as learning English or Afrikaans, more than other black African groups. In the 1960s and 1970s, this sense of Zulu identity was reflected in the Inkatha Party, which capitalized on the apartheid homelands policy to propose the re-establishment of a Zulu kingdom. The South African Native National Congress was founded in 1912. Its name, soon shortened to African National Congress, betrayed the influence of the Indian National Congress, Gandhi. Nelson Mandela at the 1995 Rugby World Cup Finals in Cape Town, South Africa. Clive Mason / Allsport / Getty Images. Intervention, whether by the United Nations, regional organizations like NATO, individual states, or non-governmental organizations, NGOs. The justifications for these interventions are universalist human rights, the promotion of democracy, not protection of ethnic minorities or state sovereignty. That in turn conditions how nationalists frame their demands. Noting that the international community disapproves of ethno-nationalism, nationalists present their cause as democracy or human rights. Instead of independence, they demand devolution or multiculturalism. Nationalism frequently combines substate and transnational features, for example using the European Union to promote autonomy within and across states. Nationalism is often reframed as a demand for cultural recognition or affirmative action, not ethnic NSD. Nationalism thus appears to decline as the central political legitimation. This can stimulate state-supporting nationalism framed as defense of the dominant ethnic group. The success of the Leave campaign in the UK Brexit referendum on June 23, 2016 demonstrated the significance of popular, state-supporting ethnic nationalism. This nationalism was politically mobilized by a unique combination of factors including elite Conservative Party and populist UK Independence Party, leadership, powerful media support, a mass refugee crisis in Europe, widespread discontent with the effects of austerity, and a preference for social media views over those of experts. This nationalist campaign, presented to the electorate as yes or no, us against them, gained a narrow, unexpected majority over the more complex and less emotional case put forward by a distrusted establishment. The erosion of nation-state power can promote shifts away from supporting or opposing states to generating new forms of nationalism. These might draw on transnational and non-state networks such as powerful diaspora communities from Eastern Europe and the Middle East, now living in North America and Western Europe. The rapid emergence of new kinds of nationalism, the formation of new nation-states, and the violent conflicts involved have altered patterns of global politics. They have stimulated new interventions by state and non-state actors which have been justified in universalist terms, human rights and democracy, CCH 32. By contrast, in the era of world wars the justification was ethno-national rights, and during the Cold War the principle of state sovereignty blocked intervention. These new interventions appear to undermine nation-states culturally, politically, economically, militarily, and the impact is greatest for the weakest states. Began his political career in South Africa. Like its namesake, it pursued reforms in a moderate way, relying on sympathy within the white community, especially among English speakers. Change came after 1945. An independent India condemned South Africa at the United Nations. Apartheid dashed reformist hopes, while African decolonization raised radical ones. However, regionally dispersed, internally divided, and ruthlessly suppressed, the ANC remained weak. It did make international connections to the white-led South African Communist Party and thus to the Soviet bloc, to the frontline states bordering South Africa, and to sympathetic circles in the West. Apartheid received increasing white support, gaining 63% of the vote in 1977. However, it was in crisis. Black African population growth outstripped all other groups. ANC resistance increased, helped by frontline states and mass youth mobilization. Supporters in the West organized cultural and economic sanctions. As the economy differentiated, highly skilled Black African workers were required, increasing their power. Riots escalated. Economic growth stalled as gold prices decreased. More whites, many of whom detested apartheid, considered change inevitable. Desperate divide and rule strategies failed, such as enfranchising colored and Asian communities and fomenting township violence between Inkatha and the ANC. When the Soviet Union collapsed, so did the argument that white-dominated South Africa was a bulwark against communism. F.W. de Klerk, the new president, thought that this, along with internal divisions and fear of escalating violence, also weakened the ANC, which could be forced into major concessions in a negotiated settlement. He underestimated the strength of the ANC, although it did feel insecure. That did not make agreement inevitable, however. Much credit remains due to political leaders, especially Mandela. In the elections following the formation of a government based on universal suffrage, the ANC received 63% of the vote. The agreement made many concessions to the white minority, e.g. concerning civil servants and property rights. The Constitution recognized, indeed celebrated, difference, the Rainbow Nation. Mandela sought symbolically to transcend the divisions in South African society, notably at the 1995 Rugby World Cup final. Yet he could not nurture a unifying South African patriotism. Ideological and racial divisions, overshadowed increasingly by a gulf between haves and have-nots, go too deep. Whether an independent nation-state can eventually foster a common sense of identity remains to be seen. Question 1. Can the ANC be described as nationalist? Question 2. What made it possible for a white minority to implement the extreme policies of apartheid? Nationalism is not the same as nation-state. It is precisely when nation-states appear most threatened that nationalism, in reaction, can be strongest. At the same time, the globalization of world politics can stimulate new forms of subnational and transnational politics, including forms of nationalism. 31.4 Conclusion. Nationalism and global politics have shaped each other from the mid-18th century. Major changes have occurred as the patterns of global power have shifted from Anglo-French domination to British hegemony to global imperialist conflict and World War to Cold War to U.S. hegemony after 1990, and the subsequent erosion of that hegemony. There will be further fundamental changes, e.g. the continued rise of China with the development of new forms of nationalism. These may not be associated with increases in the number of nation-states and may challenge the notion that the world order is an order of sovereign nation-states, but this does not mean nationalism will diminish in significance. Nationalism has often been seen as a passing phase. The first secular creeds of modernity, liberalism and socialism, assumed that global ties would create a cosmopolitan world, whether based on free trade capitalism or classless communism. Narrow nationalism had no place in such a world. Such ideas did not sufficiently appreciate that the power container managing these global processes would be the territorial, sovereign state. This state used new technologies to create superior military power, guided economic development, increasingly shaped populations through mass schooling, conscription, and media control, and provided many social services previously associated with families and small communities. At the same time, the formation of a mobile, participatory society swept aside legitimations for authority based on privilege, heredity, and religion. Nationalism was initially strongest in the core of empires. However, with imperial collapse or weakening after 1918, 1945, and 1990, there was a shift to nationalism based on the NSD principle. NSD, with its vision of the world as a series of nations, complemented the territorial sovereign state claiming to rule in the name of its people. The nation replaced privilege or religion as the source of authority. It could generate emotional solidarity in large-scale societies made up of people who were strangers to each other. This was something that neither liberalism nor socialism had been able to do. Why nationalism managed this is a matter of debate. At one extreme, nationalism is seen as an expression of a pre-existing and strong sense of solidarity, nations, ethnicities, races. According to this argument, only such solidarity enables the modern bonds of nationalism. At the other extreme, nationalism is seen as something manipulated by elites to secure power. This perspective fits well with the view of international relations as relations among states that act rationally on the basis of clear interests and calculations. The first view, by contrast, sees honor and prestige as important in international relations, making them unstable. See opposing opinions 31.1. The view presented here is different. It is that nationalism is a political idea and practice that mirrors the emergence of the new order of sovereign, territorial states and alters its character as that order goes through different historical phases. Where there are shared values, nationalism will exploit these, e.g. making Hinduism Indian, but this only works effectively. Key points. The sacrosanct principle of state sovereignty was weakened by the end of the Cold War, new nation-state formations, and new economic and cultural forms of globalization. This provoked a wave of state-opposing ethno-nationalisms, sometimes leading to violence and ethnic cleansing. International recognition favoring civic, territorial legitimations along with new forms of intervention puts in the context of modern state formation and global political conflict. As nation-states espousing nationalist values have spread throughout the world, nationalism has become common sense. Each nationalism appropriates customs, histories, values, and ways of life to justify its assertion of a unique nation. However, this is achieved in a repetitive, often imitative manner linked to a uniform set of assumptions which enable international coordination. Nationalism mirrors as much as it shapes the global movement towards a world order of nation-states. We see this in the way the justification for NSD has alternated after 1918 between ethnic and civic rhetoric, mirroring changes in the patterns of global international relations. In the most recent phase, this world order of nation-states has been questioned. Yet whatever might happen to the nation-state, that is an issue distinct from nationalism. States supporting nationalism might mobilize to defend an apparently threatened nation-state. State-opposing nationalism might exploit the new preparedness of powerful states and international bodies to intervene in domestic politics. Nationalism might take on new forms in which the sovereign nation-state is no longer central, where what matters are claims to devolution or cultural recognition, which weaken the concept of state sovereignty. Having established itself as such a powerful idea, sentiment, and politics, nationalism is likely to adapt to new global political patterns. Where it may once have matched the formation of a global political order founded on the sovereign nation-state, it may adapt to a new political order in which the sovereign nation-state is less central. It is too early to write the obituary of nationalism. Opposing opinions 31.1 The principle of national self-determination threatens stable international relations. 4. The principle of national self-determination encourages constant challenges to the existing order of sovereign states. Hardly any existing state is truly national in the sense of ethnic homogeneity and a strong and shared sense of national identity. There is always an opportunity for political elites claiming to represent a repressed national minority to raise a demand for a new state justified by honesty. Alliances between oppositional movements and external actors, especially those claiming a common national identity, can amplify demands for honesty. For example, Russia has supported Russian demands for de facto autonomy in parts of Georgia, and Moldova annexed the Crimea and assists Russian opponents of Ukraine in the eastern regions of that state. This raises fears of further Russian incursions into other states with significant Russian-speaking minorities. The current era of globalization is eroding territorial sovereignty and national identity. Globalization renders increasingly redundant the notion that the world can be divided into sharply separated states justified on the basis of national self-determination. Against, states can only be stable if they rest on popular consent. For that to exist, people must believe that the state belongs to them. A sense of national identity is crucial to establishing this belief. One reason why the Ottoman, Habsburg, and Romanov empires failed to rise to the challenges of war between 1914 and 1918, unlike the nation-states of Britain, France, and Germany, was because they lacked this national underpinning. A world order of nation-states based on honesty is essential for stable international relations. Imperial European empires ceased to be sustainable when the impact of World War meant they could no longer depend on force to prop up their power overseas, and when popular political movements demanded their own governments. Stability could only be restored by the formation of new nation-states. The extent of globalization has been exaggerated. Territorial states remain the most important power units. National solidarity remains the most important political loyalty. For example, the European Union's lack of such solidarity fatally weakens its prospects for future political integration. No matter how strong the rational case for transferring power from individual states to a supranational European government. 1. The key problems with the principle of national self-determination are that no one can agree on what is a nation and what self-determination means. Discuss. Under what circumstances, if any, is it advisable to redraw the boundaries of existing states in the name of national self-determination? Could globalization and multiculturalism help separate the issue of national self-determination from that of state sovereignty? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. Questions. 1. Which came first, nations or nationalism? 2. Is nationalism the major reason for the formation of nation-states? 3. Why has nationalism spread across the world in the last 2 centuries? 4. Is it useful to distinguish between civic and ethnic forms of nationalism? 5. How and why did nationalism develop into imperialism? 6. Why did colonial peoples take up the idea of nationalism? 7. How has the rise of the modern state shaped the development of nationalism? 8. Contemporary globalization undermines the nation-state but not nationalism. Discuss. 9. Is the principle of national self-determination a threat to stable international relations? 10. Is nationalism an obstacle to meeting such global challenges as pandemics and climate change? Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test questions. Further reading. Debate on Nationalism. Berger, S., and Storm, E., eds. 2019, Writing the History of Nationalism, London, Bloomsbury. A collection of essays outlining different approaches to the history of nationalism. Oskarimley, U., 2017, Theories of Nationalism, 3rd ed., Basingstoke, Palgrave Macmillan. A good introduction to the different views and debates about nationalism. Broad Historical Studies of Nationalism. Bruley, J., 1993, Nationalism and the State, 2nd ed., Manchester and Chicago, Chicago University Press. Compares various cases starting in Europe around 1500 and including material from 20th century Asia and Africa. Bruley, J., edition, 2013, The Oxford Handbook of the History of Nationalism, Oxford, Oxford University Press. Contributions from 36 historians on thematic aspects of nationalism as well as regional case studies from across the world. Hobsbawm, E. 1990, Nations and Nationalism Since 1780, Program, Myth, Reality, Cambridge University Press. Focuses on Europe in the 19th century and the world more broadly after 1918. Broad Historical Studies of Globalization and Modern Global History. Bailey, C. A. 2004, The Birth of the Modern World 1780 to 1914, Global Connections and Comparisons, Oxford, Blackwell. Places the formative phase of nationalism in a world historical framework. Darwin, J. 2007, After Tamerlane, The Global History of Empire, London, Penguin Allen Lane. Shows how empires have shaped modern nationalism and nation-states. Osterhamel, J. 2015, The Transformation of the World, A Global History of the 19th Century, Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. An Innovative Thematic History. Nationalism, Global Politics, and International Relations. Halikiopoulos, D., and Vassilopoulou, S., eds. 2011, Nationalism and Globalization, Conflicting or Complementary? Basingstoke, Palgrave Macmillan. A useful collection of essays which question the influential view that globalization is a post-national development that unfolds at the expense of nationalism, national identity, and nation-state. Malisevic, S., 2018, Grounded Nationalisms, Cambridge University Press. Challenges the view that nationalism is a declining social and political force, focusing on the recent rise of populist movements. Visit the online resources to access the latest updates in the field of international relations. Framing questions. Are human rights universal? Why is there a strong faith in the ability of human rights to repair the damage done and violence inflicted on individuals by states? What are the limitations of such a faith in human rights? Human rights. Aratna K. Aper. Reader's Guide. Reader's Guide. This chapter on human rights introduces you to the structure as well as the politics of human rights in the 21st century. It not only gives an introduction to the formal structure of human rights, but also encourages you to think about how human rights have developed historically. In particular, we will examine the influence of liberal internationalism on human rights and how this is shaped by the legacies of colonialism, slavery, apartheid, and engagements with sexual, religious, and racial differences, or what has been described as the dark side of human rights. The chapter encourages you to question whether rights are universal instruments of emancipation or complex, contradictory, and contingent in their functioning. The chapter also sets out the dominant understandings of human rights as progressive, universal, and based on a common human subject. You will be asked to engage primarily in a critical analysis of each of these claims and how human rights may not necessarily be a project that can be steered exclusively by good intentions. Post-colonialists and some feminists have suggested that it can also have harmful effects. Human rights advocates can also differ on the strategies to be adopted to address violations. These can have material, normative, and structural consequences that are not always empowering. These competing positions will be illustrated through two case studies, one on the Islamic veil bans in Europe and the second on LGBTQI human rights interventions. Thus, the chapter seeks to offer an overview of human rights, analyze the core claims of human rights as emancipatory and progressive, show how human rights practices are complex and contradictory. Chapter 32. 32.1 Introduction. An introduction to human rights is no easy task. There are many different starting points. The reason that introductions to human rights are so different stems from who is relating the story: the victim, the state, the conqueror, the oppressed, the vanquished, the colonial power, or the nationalist. The dominant narrative about human rights emerged in the post-Second World War era after the devastation of Europe that resulted in the death of millions of gay people, black people, Jews, and others. At the same time, a similar devastation wrought by the colonial encounter, or slavery, the very barbarous acts that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UDHR, which is the main declaration of human rights, claims to prevent or address, did not trigger a similar sense of responsibility or anguish. Why have some violent actions, harms, and injuries drawn the attention of advocates of human rights while others have not? Is this a political issue? A policy failing? Or is it intrinsic to the ways in which human rights have functioned in the history of world politics? The dominant story of human rights is embedded squarely within the liberal philosophical framework, ch. 7. There are three central features to human rights according to this story. The first is that human rights are universal. The second is that they are based on liberal individualism, that every individual is entitled to the full and free exercise of human rights. And the third is that human rights are progressive. They move in a teleological direction, meaning that they are defined in terms of their end purpose and represent an important step forward in human progress and evolution. Thus, the accumulation of more human rights is associated with more freedom and more equality. This introduction to human rights examines each of these three claims of liberal internationalism, setting out a range of positions on human rights that reflect the many possibilities and what are regarded as its core features. 32.2 The global human rights structure. The 20th century witnessed an extraordinary explosion in human rights after the traumas of the Second World War, CCH4. The Charter of the United Nations, adopted on June 26, 1945, identified human rights as a key objective of the organization. The Commission on Human Rights was established, initially to draft the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UDHR, and to thereafter direct and manage the accountability of state parties for human rights violations. The Commission was subsequently replaced by the Human Rights Council in 2006. The UDHR was adopted by the United Nations General Assembly at its third session on December 10, 1948, marking the culmination of conversations among member states to assert that human rights were integral to a free and democratic world order. The UDHR sets out the primary civil and political rights as well as economic, social, and cultural rights that constitute the anatomy of human rights in the modern era. These rights are considered as indivisible, interdependent, and universal, applying to individuals everywhere. While the UDHR sets out in a comprehensive and succinct manner a consensus of internationally recognized human rights, these are further elaborated in two key international covenants. The International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, ICCPR, sets out the legal protections available against abuse by the state and seeks to ensure the political participation of all citizens. Some of the key rights available under the ICCPR include the rights to equality before the law. Eleanor Roosevelt, chair of the UN Commission on Human Rights, at the UN World History Archive/Alamy stock photo. Box 32.1 The indivisibility, interdependence, and universality of human rights. Equality of rights without discrimination, D1, D2, E2, E3, C2, C3, life, D3, C6, liberty and security of person, D3, C9, protection against slavery, D4, C8, protection against torture and cruel and inhuman punishment, D5, C7, recognition as a person before the law, D6, C16, equal protection of the law, D7, C14, C26. Access to legal remedies for rights violations, D8, C2, protection against arbitrary arrest or detention, D9, C9, hearing before an independent and impartial judiciary, D10, C14, presumption of innocence, D11, C14, protection against ex post facto laws, D11, C15, protection of privacy, family, and home, D12, C17. Freedom of movement and residence, D13, C12, freedom of thought, conscience, and religion, D18, C18, freedom of opinion, expression, and the press, C19, C19. Freedom of assembly and association, D20, C21, C22, political participation, D21, C25, social security, D22, E9, work, under favorable conditions, D23. E6, E7, rest and leisure, D24, E7, food, clothing, and housing, D25, E12, special protections for children, D25, E10, C24, education, D26, E13, E14. Self-determination of peoples, E1, C1, seeking asylum from persecution, D14, nationality, D15, human treatment in detention, C10, protection against arbitrary expulsion of aliens, C13, protection against advocacy of racial or religious hatred, C20, protection of minority culture, C27. The source of each right is indicated in parentheses by the document and article number. D equals Universal Declaration of Human Rights. C equals International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. E equals International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Protection against arbitrary arrest and protection of the rights to free speech, assembly, political participation, and the right to life. The second covenant, the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, ICESCR, guarantees individuals access to essential goods and services, including education, food, housing, and healthcare, and aims to ensure the equal participation of all citizens in social and cultural life. Both covenants are also regarded as universal, indivisible, and interdependent. See Box 32.1. The ICCPR and the ICESCR both entered into force in 1976. Thereafter, several binding international human rights treaties were adopted by state parties, including international treaties dealing with issues of racial discrimination, gender discrimination, torture, enforced disappearances, as well as the rights of children, people with disabilities, migrants, minorities, and indigenous peoples. See Box 32.2. At a formal level, these declarations, treaties, and conventions constitute the legal apparatus of international human rights. February 1, 32 Accountability. There are several mechanisms in the formal human rights apparatus that are designed to hold member states accountable for human rights violations or derelictions. Each of the treaties and covenants mentioned also has a reporting process, whereby state parties to the particular document are obliged to submit periodic reports to treaty bodies that consist of international experts on the issue concerned, and their practices are subject to review in public sessions, where state representatives are present and subject to questioning by the relevant treaty body. See, each of the treaties and covenants mentioned also has a reporting process, whereby state parties to the particular document are obliged to submit periodic reports to treaty bodies that consist of international experts on the issue concerned, and their practices are subject to review in public sessions, where state representatives are present and subject to questioning by the relevant treaty body. See Box 32.3. A report is prepared by the treaty body, and it is then for the state to comply with its recommendations. There are several treaties that provide for an individual complaint mechanism referred to as optional protocols. While few states have signed up to these protocols, the mechanism affords individuals an opportunity to detail their grievances, and the committee then submits its views to the state concerned. There is no further enforcement mechanism, and it is for the state once again to comply as it sees fit. The Human Rights Council, which replaced the original Commission on Human Rights, also has a universal periodic review of states, in which states are the reviewers, not independent experts. A second, more country-specific and thematic procedure is available under what are termed special procedures. These consist of a retinue of experts, special rapporteurs, and working groups that investigate a broad array of issues. As of October 2021, there are Box 32.2 The treaty bodies. The treaty bodies meet in Geneva, Switzerland. All the treaty bodies receive support from the Human Rights Treaties Division of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, OHCHR, in Geneva. Human Rights Committee, CCPR, monitors implementation of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights 1966 and its optional protocols. Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, CSCR, monitors implementation of the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights 1966. Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, CRD, monitors implementation of the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination 1965. Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, monitors implementation of the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, 1979, and its optional protocol. 1999, Committee Against Torture, CAT, monitors implementation of the Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman, or Degrading Treatment, 1984. The Committee on the Rights of the Child, CRC, monitors implementation of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, 1989. And its optional protocols, 2000. The Committee on Migrant Workers, CMW, monitors implementation of the International Convention on the Protection of the Rights of All Migrant Workers and Members of Their Families, 1990. The Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, CRPD, monitors implementation of the International Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, 2006. The Committee on Enforced Disappearances, CED, monitors implementation of the International Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance, 2006, and a Subcommittee on Prevention of Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman, or Degrading Treatment or Punishment, SPT, established pursuant to the optional protocol to the Convention Against Torture, OPCAT, 2002, visits places of detention in order to prevent torture and other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. 45 thematic and 13 country mandates. Special procedures undertake country visits that have most recently included visits to Afghanistan, Kyrgyzstan, Malaysia, and the United States. Act on individual cases and concerns. Address issues of a broader structural nature, such as systemic racism or economic injustice. Conduct thematic studies and convene expert consultations. And contribute to the development and visibility of the human rights situation across the world. A third important mechanism is the International Criminal Court, ICC, which is mandated to examine instances of genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. While the scope of the court is narrow, it has powers of judicial enforcement. Fourth, at the regional level, there is a structure of multilateral and regional mechanisms to monitor human rights. These mechanisms include the European Court of Human Rights, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, established by the Organization of American States, and the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, established by the African Union. Finally, the role of non-governmental organizations, NGOs, and individuals is an important component of human rights advocacy as well as accountability. These organizations range from those that play a central role in the formal human rights structure, especially at the Human Rights Council meetings, to grassroots-based or community-based organizations that mobilize around rights claims at the local and regional levels. The international groups are largely dominated by Western-based players such as Human Rights Watch, founded in 1978, with headquarters in the Empire State Building in New York, and Amnesty International, founded in 1961, with its headquarters in London. While NGOs represent the voice of civil society, their advocacy and efforts at rendering states accountable for human rights violations are constrained at times by funding and donor-driven agendas, as well as by north/south and east/west divides that tend to obscure the role and the importance of working with and centering community-based and regional-level players. February 2nd, 32. What are human rights? At first glance, human rights are things that everyone agrees on. They are both obvious and universal. Most mainstream textbooks on human rights have a familiar format and approach. They generally adopt a formal, doctrinal approach to the topic. Typically, such texts set out the formal structure of human rights in the United Nations, offer a jurisprudential approach to human rights that focuses on international courts and expert. Box 32.3 The core international human rights instruments and their monitoring bodies. Bodies identify the various mechanisms for seeking redress for the violation of human rights, and at times also include a focus on the role of non-governmental organizations, in particular Western-based groups such as Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International, in promoting, protecting, and facilitating human rights. These texts tend to present human rights in fairly clear, doctrinal, and unambiguous terms as apolitical, having a common origin, whose meaning has become a part of common sense, and as something that marks a society as civilized, developed, and democratic. Henkin et al. 2009. Schutter 2014. Tomuschat 2014. However, despite these assumptions, human rights actually mean different things to different people. They have political effects, and are more complex and, at times, contradictory than these texts would suggest. Dembour 2010. For example, for natural law scholars, human rights are natural rights. Human beings possess them simply by being human, and the rights exist independently of social recognition. They are negative obligations that impose a responsibility on states to refrain from doing certain acts, such as torturing, which is outlawed under the Convention Against Torture. Cat, or enacting racially discriminatory laws that are prohibited under the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, CERD, and they are absolute. Goworth 1998. Donnelly 2002. For other scholars, human rights are political values that a society chooses to adopt. This position seeks to make human rights universal, but does not assume their universality, as this requires everyone around the world to accept them as the best political and legal values for running a society. Ignatieff 2001. Rajagopal 2003. T. Campbell 2006. At the same time, this position continues to aspire for universal acceptance. Another position holds that human rights are primarily tools of resistance or protest on the part of those who have been left behind or excluded, including the poor, the disadvantaged, and the oppressed. Baxi 2007. Stammers 2009. Human rights are used to challenge the status quo and seek concrete social and political results. For these scholars, the struggle is a perpetual one as they do not see that there is an end to injustice. They remain suspicious of human rights, given the tendency to favor elite groups. For critical scholars, human rights exist because people talk about them. For critical scholars, human rights exist because people talk about them. Mutua 2002. W. Brown 2004. They are neither natural, nor are they the solution to the woes and injustices in this world. Human rights are a powerful language through which key points of the UDHR, ICCPR, and ICESCR form the core of international human rights. They constitute the formal structure of the international human rights system and are the backbone of the entire international human rights apparatus. In international human rights law, the UDHR, ICCPR, and ICESCR are understood to be indivisible, interdependent, and universal. That is, they do not function as silos, but as a collective whole, and are integral in their functioning and application. The international human rights regime has an inbuilt accountability process designed to monitor and reprimand states that are found to have violated or failed to comply with their obligations under international human rights law. NGOs are part of the accountability mechanism, but these groups can be constrained by funding, donor agendas, and geographical location. Various multilateral mechanisms facilitate compliance with human rights law at a national level, through mobilizing public scrutiny, as well as publishing violations to help make states accountable. The global human rights regime is dependent on both the international structural process and regional process to compel compliance. To express claims against injustice, but they can be, and have been, used to advance other competing agendas such as imperial civilizing agendas in the past and the goals of the neoliberal market in the present. This position exposes the power relations that are obscured through the language of universality and claims that human rights are the best hope for freedom and emancipation. What is important to appreciate from this perspective is that human rights are about more than law, and that they are not necessarily progressive. 32.3 The core assumptions on which human rights are based. Despite the variety of different perspectives on what human rights are, there are three core assumptions associated with human rights in the dominant liberal internationalist perspective and also in international human rights law. First, they are transformative and progressive. Second, they are universal. And third, there exists a universal, common subject on which human rights are conferred. March 1, 32 Human Rights and Progress. The formal apparatuses of human rights in the 20th century were adopted as part of the development of international institutions in the post-Second World War period. This was a significant moment. States could no longer hide from wrongs committed against individuals and groups behind the fig leaf of sovereignty. It was a moment that ostensibly marked a movement forward in human progress, driven by a belief that history has a purpose and direction, coupled with the idea that the world had emerged from a more backward, uncivilized era into a modern, civilized period, Dzenas 2000. There is ample evidence from around the world that human rights have proved to be a successful endeavor. Slavery has ended. Women have more rights. Children are better protected. While there still remains a good deal to be achieved, human rights represent the antidote to the egregious wrongs and harms that have been inflicted on the human rights of persons from different backgrounds and histories. These victories have strengthened the veneration of human rights ideals and reinforced the profound faith in this justice-seeking project. Dzenas 2000. W. Brown 2004. However, there are those who do not necessarily regard human rights as a transformative and progressive project. Part of the reason for this is that the idea that human rights mark the end to an ignorant past and enable the realization of freedom and equality is both empirically and theoretically flawed. In purely factual terms, more human rights violations were committed in the 20th century, which was ostensibly the most human rights-focused century, than at any other point in human history. But there is a deeper theoretical problem with the claim of progress, exposed by post-colonial, feminist, and critical theory scholars of human rights. They have examined the costs of human rights interventions, what has been referred to as the dark side of human rights, D. Kennedy 2004, and some of the often unanticipated damage done as a result. They have argued that human rights is a discourse permeated by imperial ambition, assertions about moral, racial, and civilizational superiority, as well as religious evangelicalism, Mutua 2002, Dzenas 2007. For example, in the context of the Western military intervention and the bombing of Afghanistan in October 2001, as a response to the September 11, 2001 attacks, there were claims by some Western leaders that this intervention was a crusade against the evildoers, part of the war on terror, and that Western civilization was superior to Islam, Ford 2001. The initial claims of justified self-defense mutated into claims about human rights, where women's rights became the central justification for the military assaults, in particular saving or rescuing them from the burqa and the barbarism of the Taliban in Afghanistan. Nearly 2 decades later, the countless loss of life, the continued presence of the Taliban, and, for many, the fact that women continue to wear the burqa have brought into question just what was achieved in the name of human rights. Kapoor 2002b. Klaus and Castle 2005. Others have been critical of the failure of human rights to address the structural and material causes for human rights violations due to the focus on a narrow, formalistic, and individual approach to rights. For example, after the establishment of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission (TRC) in South Africa to deal with the gross violations of human rights that included the killing, abduction, torture, or severe ill-treatment of persons under apartheid, the Commission used very narrow definitions of the victim, severe ill-treatment, and political motivations. The TRC did not address the effects of laws passed by the apartheid government or the general policies adopted by the government, even if they were morally reprehensible. Instead, it focused only on politically motivated violations of bodily integrity rights, but not subsistence rights of individuals, not groups. The very fact that the TRC excluded from its remit the project of apartheid suggested that the project did not fit within its narrow definition of political, and thus the TRC failed to link gross violations to the implementation of apartheid. Some have argued that this narrow, formalistic reading of human rights can produce results that do not alleviate the harms inflicted by racist structures, and thus bring little relief, Nizaya 2014. March 2, 32 Universality. Human rights are based on the notion of universality and the assumption that all humans are entitled to enjoy human rights without regard to distinction. This claim regards human rights as based on notions of objectivity, neutrality, and inclusion. There seems little doubt that human rights at a gut level and at the level of politics appear to be universal. They are regarded as a set of moral principles and norms that describe common standards that human beings ought to aspire to at both local and international levels. They are regarded as fixed, and the primary tools at the international level through which justice claims are made by social movements as well as states. They are used both by those who are violators of rights, that is states, as well as those who are trying to draw attention to these violations and contest the ways in which human rights are ignored, used, or advocated. Perry 1998, Donnelly 2002. However, some scholars have argued that it is important to understand the historical legacy of claims to universality that expose their particularity, contingency, and malleability. Fanon 1966. Bakshi and Das 2012. Barreto 2013. Slaughter 2018. For example, a closer look at the assumptions of Western Enlightenment, the precursor to the human rights movement, suggests that the claims of universality and inclusion have coexisted with exclusion and subordination. For example, when Europe was in the midst of a struggle for liberty, equality, and freedom, Europe's others continued to be subjugated under the weight of colonialism and slavery. L. Hunt 2007. Ibhuo 2007. For example, when Europe was in the midst of a struggle for liberty, equality, and freedom, Europe's others continued to be subjugated under the weight of colonialism and slavery. L. Hunt 2007, Ibhuo 2007. And even within Europe, gender and racial segregation established a hierarchy of who was the valid or legitimate subject of law and rights: white, Christian, propertied men. Thus, while there is an assumption that certain political values are indeed universal, such as liberty, equality, and freedom, these ideals have historically faltered when they have come into contact with the unfamiliar or difference. The values of liberty, equality, and freedom also meet with some of the same difficulties today. For example, the desire in many liberal democratic countries to close the door to, deport, or incarcerate refugees is a graphic example of their failure to live up to the human rights promise of universality to which the signatories in the main human rights documents committed themselves. In fact, such examples expose both the contingency of human rights claims to universality and their Euro-Atlantic understandings of who belongs and who does not, who is an eligible subject of rights and who is not. Many post-colonial scholars have argued that human rights are informed by the legacies of colonialism and its responses to the other, or native subject. In particular, they point to colonialism's distinction between the civilized and the uncivilized and the perception of the outsider as a threat or danger to the existing political order and imagined social cohesion of Western states. Chowdhury and Nair 2002, Ibhuo 2007. The search for a justification for the exclusion of non-European subjects from the realm of legal rights is based on the prevailing and unquestioned view that European states are more civilized, racially superior, and more law-abiding. This logic is also an inheritance of former colonial countries, where the practices and responses of the former colonial power have been adopted to sustain old hierarchies or to produce new ones. For example, the persecution of the Rohingyas in Myanmar in what the United Nations has described as a genocide is based precisely on the logic that they are infiltrators, threats to the dominant ethnic order and outsiders to the dominant Burmese ethos and culture, and therefore to be eliminated. Thus, critics have claimed that assertions about the universality of human rights obscure their contingency and historical particularity and also deny the experiences of those who have been at the receiving end of these claims to universality. From this perspective, it is important to understand that the claims of freedom and equal worth are informed by arguments about civilization, cultural backwardness, and racial and religious superiority. The dark side is integral to human rights and not just an irregularity that can be repaired through greater inclusion. March 3, 32. The subject of human rights. As discussed in section March 2, 32, a particular human subject rests at the heart of the international human rights regime, that is, the sovereign, autonomous subject. All human beings are regarded as being equally placed and entitled to human rights. The very language of some of the human rights documents, such as the UDHR, as well as the two covenants, includes terms such as all, everybody, and no one. This idea of a common human subject who is autonomous, existing prior to social relations, and ahistorical at the heart of the human rights edifice is a dominant and assumed idea that is rarely questioned. Most people who are able to successfully claim rights resemble this familiar subject of human rights discourse. However, post-colonial and global South scholars contend that the human subject at the heart of the international human rights regime is unable to survive without its counterpart, its other. Kapoor 2002, A. Feynman 2008. Bagchi and Das 2012, Barreto 2013, Selmexi 2015, Butterworth 2016. Today, a host of subjects continue to be denied inclusion into the Human Rights Project, or their access to human rights is enabled only to the extent that they resemble the familiar subject of human rights discourse. There are at least 3 different ways in which the other has been addressed in relation to human rights. The first is through the assumption that the difference can be erased and the other assimilated. The second is to treat the difference as inevitable and natural. And finally, there's the response that justifies incarceration, internment, or even annihilation of the other because of the threat they pose. 3.2.3.3.1 Assimilation. Historically, the only way a subject of the colonies could acquire rights was by being trained into civilizational maturity, otherwise they continued to be treated as an object in law. Such laws reflect a fear of the other while also providing them an opportunity both to be part of the universal project of rights and to acquire legitimacy through the process of assimilation and transformation into a subject that is familiar. For instance, the Islamic veil bans in a number of European countries are an example of the requirement to assimilate in order to have access to rights, including the rights to education and to wander freely in the public space. While those who wear the veil want both of these rights, the liberal democratic state compels them to choose between wearing the veil or enjoying their human rights. See Case Study 32.1. In the contemporary period, this response is incorporated into national laws in which new citizenship and nationality requirements are being enacted in Europe, South Asia, Australia, and elsewhere. 3.2.3.3.2 Essentializing the difference. Some subjects, including women, Black people, and gay people have been at different historical moments regarded as just different and incapable of changing. Their differences were conceived of as biological or natural and used to justify difference in treatment. As a result, they could be denied rights to education or work or speech or political participation simply because of this difference. For example, in the context of slavery, Black people were denied their subjectivity based on an egregious assumption that they lacked the capacity to think. They thus remained objects to be bought and sold. And while Black people, women, and queer people have secured human rights throughout. Case Study 32.1 The Islamic Headscarf Ban. In 1998, a university lecturer in Istanbul, Leyla Esahin, brought a challenge under the European Convention on Human Rights, ECHR, regarding the validity of a circular issued by the Vice-Chancellor of Istanbul University. The circular directed that students with beards and students wearing the Islamic headscarf would be refused admission to lectures, courses, and tutorials. The applicant was refused access to sit an exam on one of the subjects that she was studying because she was wearing the Islamic headscarf. Subsequently, on the same grounds, the university authorities refused to enroll her on a course or admit her to various lectures and exams. The faculty also issued her with a warning for contravening the university's rules on dress and then suspended her from the university for a semester as she had taken part in an unauthorized assembly that had gathered to protest against the warning. The applicant claimed that the circular violated several of her rights, including her right to freedom of religion under Article 9 of the ECHR, which encompasses the manifestation of religion or belief. The court upheld the ban on the wearing of headscarves at Istanbul University on the grounds that the impugned circular was consistent with the principles of secularism and equality in Turkey, in particular the right to gender equality. Specifically, the court held that there had been no violation of Article 9, freedom of thought, conscience, and religion, including the manifestation of religion or belief, Article 8, right to respect for private and family life, Article 10, freedom of expression, Article 14, prohibition of discrimination, or Article 2, right to education of Protocol No. 1 to the ECHR. The circular was held to be consistent with the Turkish Constitutional Court's ruling that authorizing students to cover the neck and hair with a veil or headscarf for reasons of religious conviction in universities was contrary to the Constitution. The court also stated that such interventions were designed to protect the individual not only against arbitrary interference by the state but also from external pressure by extremist movements. The court accepted the government's argument that the restriction on wearing the headscarf was integral to gender equality and maintaining secularism. Given the court's finding that gender equality was one of the key principles underlying the convention and that the practice of wearing the headscarf violated this principle, there was almost no scope for Esahin to argue that the ban itself constituted sex discrimination. The court did not address the applicant's argument that she chose to wear the headscarf and that her aim was not to pressure other women into wearing the headscarf. However, in her dissent, Judge Francoise Tulkens pointed out both the paternalism and the contradiction in using the logic of sexual equality to prohibit a woman from wearing the veil when, in the absence of proof to the contrary, she has freely adopted it. Implicit in this position is a reinforcement of the widely held assumption that women are always coerced into wearing headscarves and that Muslim women lack agency, are invariably victims of their traditional culture. Implicit in this position is a reinforcement of the widely held assumption that women are always coerced into wearing headscarves and that Muslim women lack agency, are invariably victims of their traditional culture, and are awaiting rescue from subservience through a liberal rights intervention. Question 1. The decision suggests that all veiled Muslim women are oppressed by the practice and that it is an explicit obstacle to their realization of gender equality. Do you agree or disagree? Question 2. Is the decision enabling or liberating for Muslim women? The world, racial, gender, and sexual stereotypes and essentialism continue to impede their access to rights. These stereotypes are often displaced onto a global north/global south divide. For example, in campaigns to fight violence against women, gender and racial stereotypes continue to pervade the interventions of women's human rights groups and NGOs in the global south. In the name of protecting women's rights, these initiatives are invariably based on assumptions about women from the global south as being more victimized and subjected to ill treatment by a primitive culture than their global north counterparts. These assumptions in turn have invited highly protectionist legislation such as in the arena of anti-sex trafficking or justified protective detention and intervention strategies that further reinforce gender, racial, and cultural stereotypes. L. Hunt 2007, Bernstein 2010, Balgamwala 2016. The focus on carceral, law and order, and criminal justice approaches to human rights in the context of anti-trafficking interventions is largely based on such stereotypes which deny the other woman her agency, decision-making abilities, or subjectivity. 32.3.3.3 Incarcerating difference. Finally, there's the response of incarceration, internment, or even elimination where the other is cast as completely outside of or undeserving of human rights. They are regarded as a threat, backward, uncivilized, and dangerous. These subjects are denied human rights protections as they are seen as being in opposition to such values and protections. In the contemporary period, there are a number of examples of difference. Being cast as a threat, contaminant, or evil. This includes the response to young Muslim men, especially after September 11th, who are increasingly perceived as a threat to the liberal democratic order. This perceived threat then justifies the adoption of exceptional measures that are not compliant with human rights, such as the creation of the category of enemy combatant, the indefinite detention of suspected terrorists in internment facilities such as Guantanamo Bay, or taking recourse to rendition. While these interventions may on one level be regarded as most probably violating liberal constitutional rights set by liberal states themselves, they are also at times justified by liberal states and scholars as the best hope for democracy and stability in certain anarchic parts of the world. Ignatieff 2003. In other words, such measures may be prescribed in order to save the liberal democratic world and its global project of human rights from the chaotic violence of feudal, illiberal societies that are assumed to exponentially breed evildoers, such as terrorists who do not cherish or respect human rights and hence are not entitled to their protections. Ignatieff 2017. Such interventions are examples of the dark side of human rights. Another example is the continued opposition by popular movements to the rights of gay or queer people even in countries such as France, the United States, or India where same-sex relationships have been decriminalized, as they are perceived as destroying civilization, family, or faith. See case study 32.2. Similarly, there is resistance to migrants who are perceived as disrupting the social and cultural cohesion of distinctive states. Responses to this other can compromise. Case study 32.2 Same-sex or queer relationships, LGBTQ rights, and colonial laws. It is a harsh reality that in many countries around the world lesbian, gay, bisexual, and trans people and others of queer and diverse sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression are not able to look to human rights institutions for support and protection, or that those institutions find themselves constrained and unable to offer such support and protection openly or at all. On June 30, 2016, after extensive debate in which much opposition was expressed, the Human Rights Council voted in favor of a UN special procedure establishing the Office of the Independent Expert on Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity (SOGI). On the global stage, there has been a polarized response to LGBTQ human rights. At one end, there is an increased criminalization of queer lives where not just the act of sex, but the very identity of LGBTQ people is criminalized, such as in Nigeria, Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Russia. A pride flag Mircha Moira / Shutterstock. Key points. Human rights mean different things to different people. They can be seen as tools of liberation as well as tools by which to prevent threats to liberal democratic values. Human rights can be understood as either natural rights, political values to be acquired, tools of protest, or as discourse. Human rights are based on three general assumptions: that they are universal, progressive, and based on a common, universal subject that need to be critically interrogated. The idea of universal human rights has been challenged by those who have interrogated how human rights have also been used to exclude different groups historically, thereby exposing their contingency. These excluded groups include former colonial subjects or the subjects of slavery in the past, as well as gay or queer people, sexual and religious minorities in the present. Techniques that determine whether subjects will be included or excluded from the project of human rights include assimilation, essentializing the difference or treating the difference as natural, and treating the difference as a threat to the very idea of human rights and hence incarcerating, containing, or even annihilating it. The dark side of human rights may not be an aberration but rather may be constitutive of human rights. Human rights are not fixed tools that include everyone, but rather are tools whose meanings and understandings vary and shift in relation to their encounters with difference. At the opposite end of the spectrum, the struggle for rights has challenged the pathologizing and criminalizing of same-sex or queer relationships, resulting in legal recognition in countries such as Angola, Botswana, Gabon, Mozambique, Nepal, Cambodia, India, South Africa, several European countries, and the United States. In Botswana, for example, a successful constitutional challenge was brought against several provisions under the Penal Code, a colonial-era law that characterized same-sex relationships as vices against nature. In 2017, a student at the University of Botswana, supported by a civil society organization supporting LGBTQ rights, challenged the constitutional validity of the provision in the High Court. The applicant asserted that the legal provisions discriminated against LGBTQ individuals and violated his rights to liberty and privacy as well as to use his body as he saw fit. In 2019, the court unanimously struck down the provision, holding that it violated the rights to liberty, privacy, dignity, and equality of sexual minorities. The decision discusses the colonial origins of these provisions imported into the colonies by, amongst others, the British Empire. At the same time, the court states that after Britain successfully decriminalized sex with another person of the same sex, several countries, including a number of African countries, followed suit. Despite some countries in the global South/non-West having decriminalized queer relationships, there remains a persistent belief that the ill treatment of gay people is a feature of less civilized and traditional cultures, mainly in the non-West. Sexual minorities have challenged this dichotomy by declaring that homophobia is a Western import transmitted into the non-West by the West through the colonial encounter. For example, the sexual minorities of Uganda SMUG group argues that the civilizational argument, the argument that divides the world into those who are civilized versus those who are considered backward and primitive, actually deflects attention from the way in which Christian evangelicals from the United States have been implicated in partly producing the anti-gay, homophobic agenda in these African nations and elsewhere. Question 1. Is homophobia a cultural problem? A straight problem? A political problem? Question 2. What strategies can be developed by human rights advocates that can avoid reproducing the opposition between the global South/non-West and the global North/West? Human rights, whether in the form of the war on terror, or incarceration without due process, or even refusal to rescue migrants who are attempting to cross into Europe from capsized boats. These responses also continue to be evident in the context of sexual orientation in some parts of the world. 32.4 Doing human rights advocacy. In light of the discussions in this chapter, the question arises as to how to do human rights advocacy or give policy advice on human rights without in the process doing more harm, either materially or by reproducing stereotypes and the historical legacies that have produced the stereotypes. This question needs to be considered by NGOs and human rights advocates as well as students of international law who are learning about human rights. A critical approach to human rights walks a fine line between the outright rejection of human rights, which can play into the hands of populist movements as well as culturally orthodox and nationalist groups, and the need to avoid complete despair when human rights are unable to meet their promise of transformation and complete emancipation. Rights can be understood as radical tools for those who have never had them. Though a flawed ideal, rights are preferable to no rights at all. Human rights are an important and useful vocabulary. At the same time, the discussion in this introduction to human rights also reminds us that any advocacy strategy needs to always take into account the dark side of human rights. At times, human rights have been complicit in making the world less stable, less peaceful, more divisive, and even at times more violent. Thus, the first question to be asked when addressing the dark side is, who is accountable when human rights interventions actually harm more than they help? This is a challenging question that should form part of your vocabulary and that of advocates of human rights. In addition, there are several ways in which work with human rights can be both creative and constructive. First, it is important to move beyond claims to the universality of human rights while not getting bogged down in historical particularity. See section March 2, 32, Alston and Steiner 2009. In other words, the response to the critique of universality does not mean reverting to the local. Instead, the starting point is to recognize that human rights are a site of power and the vocabulary of human rights is indeed very powerful. It is this power in the hands of those who use it that should be understood, rather than its ability or lack of ability to transform people's lives or its potential to bring about change. Because human rights are about power, then it matters who brandishes these tools. Human rights advocates wield power once they participate in the terrain, and they need to exercise caution to avoid being implicated in perpetuating the dark side of human rights. Second, students of human rights need to be thoughtful in developing human rights interventions and strategies. There are invariably several approaches to the same problem which may, as already discussed, be linked to broader competing ideological or political agendas. See Opposing Opinions 32.1. For example, in the area of human trafficking, a number of states have developed, in the name of human rights, legal responses that focus on sex trafficking and on rescuing women from the sex industry or even abolishing sex work. The question is whether such interventions have been helpful, empowering, discriminatory, or possibly even harmful. Organized sex workers groups in the Netherlands, Thailand, and India have argued that such interventions deny women their subjectivity, treat them as victims to be rescued and rehabilitated, do not endow them with the rights they need to fight the abuses and harms they experience, and fail to reduce their vulnerability to and reliance on criminal networks. They further argue that not all sex workers have been trafficked and nor is all trafficking directed into sex work. Migrants have similarly argued that anti-trafficking interventions have failed to understand the causes of migration, including the unavailability of safe, legal routes for movement, that have rendered migrants dependent on clandestine migrant mobility regimes, which include a dependency on smugglers and traffickers. Thus, while anti-trafficking interventions have ostensibly been adopted in the name of human rights, they have at times resulted in human rights harms and injuries and increased the vulnerabilities of already marginalized and disenfranchised groups. Some of the questions that students of international relations who may be advising on human rights might address include, have the minimum human rights criteria been met by the existing interventions? What are the broader structural and material causes that have produced trafficking? Are there better or more effective ways of enhancing the rights of vulnerable groups that would reduce their exposure to exploitation and are empowering? It may be that a more human rights-friendly approach to a regular movement can be found by foregrounding the rights of migrants rather than focusing on anti-trafficking, lobbying for safer migration routes, developing more advocacy around the UN Convention on Migrant Workers' Rights and urging states to sign on, and by recognizing that the free flow of labor in a global era requires less resort to the criminal law and more attention to addressing the causes of migration. A third consideration is to ensure that human rights materials, scholarship, and education include an awareness of the colonial trappings and the global North's hegemonic underpinnings of the Human Rights Project, and how the non-West has been frequently ignored or excluded from the formulation and discussions on how human rights should function. A post-colonial/global South viewpoint can enrich the perspective of how human rights have sustained and continue to sustain and even justify at times exclusion at the same time as they include. See ch 11. This understanding can assist in revising the thinking and understanding of human rights that have been dominated by Western states or perspectives or by powerful actors which include assumptions that human rights are needed only in the developing, less civilized world. Drawing on the states should be free to choose whether or not to let in irregular migrants. 4. Every state has an obligation to give priority to its own citizens' needs. A state has every right to decide who it can let through its borders given that its resources are limited. Sharing resources such as jobs, education, and healthcare with irregular migrants becomes an unfair burden and denies resources to citizens. Every state has the right to restrict the entry of people into its own country. The criteria of citizenship rest within the discretion of the nation-state. The decision as to who can become a citizen and who can be refused rests within the sovereign power of the nation-state. A state has no obligation to receive migrants who pose a threat to the social cohesion of its own society. Social cohesion is essential to the maintenance of peace and public order in a nation. Those who pose a threat to social cohesion can be rightfully denied entry. Irregular migrants are more likely to rely on government benefits than be productive workers. There is a likelihood that irregular migrants will rely on government benefits rather than seek out productive work. As a result, they will not generate tax revenue. They thus become an economic burden that the state has no obligation to take on at the cost of its own citizens. Against, states have an obligation to uphold the right to freedom of mobility. In light of the increasing movement of people across borders as well as the emergence of a global order, states have an obligation to safeguard the right to mobility. Rich and privileged states are morally obliged to uphold the right to mobility. Denial of safe legal routes for movement increases vulnerability. Migrants who are compelled to move are increasingly vulnerable given the fact that safe legal routes for mobility are shrinking. They are forced to take recourse to the help of smugglers and other clandestine networks in order to move. This kind of movement is full of risk, including death, due to the precarious methods of transportation and conveyance. Migrants are often forced to move because of conditions created in their own homeland by outside states, including the states where they seek refuge. Climate change, environmental degradation by global corporations, arms sales by a few rich nations to poor nations, and the amassing of wealth by the former colonial countries through the exploitation of the resources of former colonies are amongst the factors that have aggravated the situation of degradation and vulnerability of persons in different parts of the world. These aspects produce the conditions for forced migration. Migration is a global human rights problem, not a law and order problem. The lack of commitment to the human rights of migrants is justified by casting migrants as a threat to the social, cultural, and economic order of the recipient state, as potential terrorists, or simply as a burden. Migrants are made vulnerable. Vulnerability is produced partly through discriminatory laws that keep out persons who are unfamiliar. Race, religion, or cultural practices that appear to threaten the social cohesion of a receiving state, or xenophobic nationalism often form the basis or rationale for exclusion. These practices undermine the human rights commitments of the very states that prohibit entry. These practices increase their risk to exploitation and vulnerability. 1. Is the right to mobility an important human right? 2. Do states owe any obligation to humans beyond their own borders? Why? Why not? 3. Is social cohesion a valid criterion for admitting migrants? Why? Why not? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. Experiences of the world's others rather than seeking to rescue, patronize, or target them requires understanding and learning, for example from the post-colonial, feminist, and racial critiques of rights, see CHS 17 and 18. These critiques include understandings on how human rights have been shaped by the legacies of the colonial encounter, slavery, apartheid, and gender discrimination. Fourth, a student of human rights needs to look at how the story of human rights is told and who is telling the story, as this can offer valuable insights into the way human rights have functioned. This requires, for example, not treating impoverished persons as the object of rights. But as a constituency that may understand and be able to inform on how rights claims can have an ambivalent relationship to suffering. This includes an understanding of how human rights can sometimes work to create hierarchies of human suffering and can themselves become equated with a market-friendly human rights paradigm that can exacerbate poverty and inequality. Human rights advocacy needs to carefully negotiate strategies and interventions that do not reproduce false dichotomies, but that instead learn from the contexts that have addressed these tensions. For example, as is evident in Case Study 32.1, freedom of religion and gender equality do not have to be placed in opposition to one another. Nor does the Islamic headscarf have to be regarded as incompatible with commitments to secularism. In a number of countries, most evidently in post-colonial and global South countries, these values can coexist. For example, in India, women in religious minority communities are constantly renegotiating the boundaries and contesting the meaning of equality, understandings of secularism, and the right to freedom of religion, at the same time as they are challenging iniquitous and discriminatory practices in their own communities. They are negotiating the complex and contradictory nature of the human rights terrain and illustrate why rights need to be constantly monitored, revisited, and interrogated. 32.5 Conclusion. This chapter has introduced you to the formal structure and framework of human rights, including the treaties, conventions, committees, and reporting mechanisms of the global human rights regime. It has also introduced the politics of human rights and how to think about their historical development. In particular, the chapter illustrates how human rights have been shaped by the legacies of the colonial encounter, slavery, and engagements with sexual, religious, and racial differences. You are not only encouraged to question the dominant understandings of human rights as progressive, universal, and based on a common subject, but also how these claims can at times obscure the ways in which human rights are based on relations of power. In other words, human rights can serve to advance competing agendas that are not always progressive or inclusive. By adopting a critical analysis including to post-colonial and global South perspectives on human rights, we hope to develop a more mindful, thoughtful, and reflective approach to human rights advocacy or policy formulation. Introducing the dominant understandings of human rights as progressive, universal, and based on a common subject and exposing you to a critical analysis of each of these claims provides a deeper and more mindful engagement with the topic. It also raises awareness that human rights are not a project that can be steered by good intentions and that sometimes these intentions can lead to harmful effects. By learning about the dark side of human rights, students can become more thoughtful and informed in developing advocacy strategies and policy positions on human rights in the area of international relations. Key points. Human rights are more than the formal structure and rights. They are political and can be used by different groups to advance competing political agendas. Human rights interventions do not always work in ways that are progressive or emancipatory. Rights can be liberating as well as confining, and human rights advocates need to be aware of these multiple uses of rights. Rights need to be historicized and contextualized. Human rights advocacy needs to be careful, mindful, and thoughtful in formulating interventions to ensure that they do not reproduce some of the exclusionary aspects and dark side of human rights. Rights are complex, contradictory, and contingent. For this reason, rights are never firmly fixed or entrenched. There are no permanent victories. Consequently, human rights need to be constantly monitored, revisited, questioned, and defended. Questions. 1. In the international human rights structure and apparatus, what is the most effective model for alleviating extreme forms of cruelty and suffering inflicted by states? 2. Can you think of examples in which the conferment of human rights has manifestly transformed the lives of the individual recipients of those rights? In what ways? 3. Has the world become a better place with the establishment of human rights and the international human rights structure? 4. Can you think of situations in your own context or work in which human rights have been part of the problem in terms of either inflicting or aggravating pain and suffering or reinforcing or advancing colonial, racial agendas that are themselves extremely troubling? 5. Are human rights opposed to culture or are human rights themselves cultural? What are the implications of either position for interventions by civil society as well as for international human rights mechanisms? 6. Are human rights about power? Discourse? Civilizational development? A form of resistance to state power? 7. How have different constituencies, including neocolonial as well as orthodox/conservative forces, advanced their agendas in and through the discourse of human rights? 8. Are human rights on life support or do they still embody the potential to transform the world and individual lives for the better? Can you think of examples that illustrate this potential? 9. If human rights did not exist in the world, would anyone notice? Are we better off with human rights or without them? How and why? 10. Think about cases or issues in your own contexts or with which you are familiar and identify how human rights have been used to advance the rights of marginalized or disadvantaged groups and how they have been used to undermine the rights of others. Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test questions. Further reading. Barreto, J. M. 2013, Human Rights from a Third World Perspective, Critique, History and International Law, Newcastle upon Tyne, Cambridge Scholars Publishing. Focuses on the experience of the colonized to develop a critique of human rights. Brown, W. 2002, Suffering the Paradoxes of Rights, in W. Brown and J. Halley eds, Left Legalism/Left Critique, Durham, North Carolina, Duke University. Demonstrates that human rights are not a force for good per se and can have contradictory outcomes. Chandler, D. Edition, 2002, Rethinking Human Rights, Critical Approaches to International Politics, Hound Mills, Basingstoke, Palgrave Macmillan. Analyses the role of human rights in international politics and how they can be used by different players to advance competing agendas. Chowdhury, G. and Nair, S. eds. 2002, Power, Postcolonialism and International Relations, Reading Race, Gender, and Class, New York, Routledge. Uses postcolonial theory to discuss how race, gender, and class have been central to shaping global politics. Dezenas, C. 2000, The End of Human Rights, Critical Legal Thought at the Turn of the Century, Oxford, Hart Publishing. Addresses the crisis of human rights in the contemporary period and the need to recapture the radical essence of human rights as a transformative endeavor. Kapoor, R. 2018, Gender, Alterity, and Human Rights, Freedom in a Fishbowl, London, Edward Elgar. Analyses how human rights have been unable to realize the promise of freedom for gender, sexual, and religious minorities, and argues in favor of the need to turn to non-liberal alternatives of freedom and address the future of human rights within these alternatives. Kennedy, D. 2004, The Dark Sides of Virtue, Reassessing International Humanitarianism, Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. Examines how human rights, among other humanitarian efforts, have gone awry and at times become part of the problem, and looks at what can be done to respond to this dilemma. Maddock, S. 2021, Vernacular Rights Cultures, The Politics of Origins, Human Rights and Gendered Struggles for Justice, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. Challenges dominant epistemologies and practices of human rights through a decolonial lens of analysis. Razak, S. H. 2022, Nothing Has to Make Sense, Upholding White Supremacy Through Anti-Muslim Racism, Minneapolis, Minnesota University Press. Addresses the centrality of the figure of the Muslim to understanding the divide between deserving lives and disposable lives, and how anti-Muslim racism exposes the ways in which white supremacy is a global phenomenon. Santos B. D'Souza, 2015, If God Were a Human Rights Activist, Stanford, California, Stanford University Press. Focuses on how to address the limits of human rights and some of their exclusionary effects by understanding and working with the progressive elements of different religious traditions. Slaughter, J. 2018, Hijacking Human Rights, Neoliberalism, The New Historiography and the End of the Third World, Human Rights Quarterly, 44 735-75. Examines how the story of human rights is invariably told from an Americo-Eurocentric perspective that disregards people and events in the rest of the world as makers of human rights histories. Visit the online resources to access the latest updates in the field of international relations. Framing questions. How should we resolve tensions when valued principles such as order, sovereignty, and self-determination come into conflict with human rights? Is humanitarian intervention ever justified? If so, in what circumstances? How have international thought and practice evolved with respect to humanitarian intervention? Humanitarian intervention in world politics. Alex J. Bell Amy Nicol as J. Wheeler. Reader's Guide. Non-intervention is commonly understood as a bedrock norm in international society, and international law prohibits the use of force except for purposes of self-defense and collective enforcement action authorized by the UN Security Council. But how should international society respond when governments commit genocide or other mass atrocities against their own populations, or if they are unable to prevent such violations, or if states have collapsed into civil war and disorder? This is the guiding question addressed in this chapter. The challenges posed by humanitarian intervention are whether it should be exempted from the general ban on the use of force and whether it is an effective way of responding to the most serious of abuses. This chapter examines arguments for and against forcible humanitarian intervention. It considers humanitarian intervention in the 1990s, examines the responsibility to protect, and concludes with an analysis of the arguments for and against forcible humanitarian intervention to protect Syrians from the so-called Islamic State and the Assad government. Chapter 33. 33.1 Introduction. Humanitarian intervention poses a hard test for an international society built on principles of sovereignty, non-intervention, and the non-use of force. Immediately after the Holocaust, the Society of States established laws prohibiting genocide, forbidding the mistreatment of civilians, and recognizing basic human rights. But these humanitarian principles often conflict with principles of sovereignty and non-intervention. Sovereign states are expected to act as guardians of their citizens' security, but what happens if states behave as criminals towards their own people, treating sovereignty as a license to kill? Should tyrannical states, S. Hoffman 1995-6, 31, be recognized as legitimate members of international society and accorded the protection afforded by the non-intervention principle? Or should states forfeit their sovereign rights and be exposed to legitimate intervention if they actively abuse or fail to protect their citizens? Related to this, what responsibilities do other states or institutions have to enforce human rights norms against governments that massively violate them? Armed humanitarian intervention was not a legitimate practice during the Cold War because states placed more value on sovereignty and order than on the enforcement of human rights. But attitudes shifted significantly among some states during the 1990s. However, the new norm was a weak one. Not until the UN Security Council, UNSC, adopted Resolution 1973 in 2011 in relation to the humanitarian crisis in Libya did it authorize forcible intervention against a fully functioning sovereign state, and intervention without UNSC authorization remained deeply controversial. However, some states, especially in the Global South, have continued to worry that humanitarian intervention is a rhetorical device to justify the forcible interference of the strong in the affairs of the weak. At the same time, a group of states, from both the Global North and Global South, and non-governmental organizations, NGOs, have attempted to build a consensus around the principle of the responsibility to protect. The responsibility to protect insists that states have primary responsibility for protecting their own populations from genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. The UN Security Council has now used the responsibility to protect in relation to a dozen crises, including those in Libya, Syria, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Mali, South Sudan, Yemen, and Darfur. 33.2 The case for humanitarian intervention. February 1, 33 Human security. For both realists and liberals alike, security has traditionally been understood as the purview of states. Security studies focuses primarily, therefore, on the security of states. According to this perspective, security is best achieved by establishing a basic degree of international order based on each state's recognition of every other state's right to rule a particular territory and engage in external relations. Two of the main guarantors of state security are the principles of sovereignty and non-interference. These were the foundations of the so-called rules-based or liberal order established at the end of the Second World War. This way of thinking about security is often labeled Westphalian sovereignty, referring to the 1648 Peace of Westphalia, which is commonly reckoned to have instituted a world order based on the right of sovereigns to govern their own people in whatever way they saw fit. The value of this Westphalian system of security rests on the assumption that sovereign states are the best guardians of human security. That is, states are morally valuable because they protect their citizens from violence. In practice, however, states are often themselves a source of profound insecurity. According to one study, in the 20th century alone, some 262 million people were killed by their own government. This figure is 6 times greater than the number of people killed in battles during all the international wars over the same period. Emerging in the 1990s, the human security approach called for the reconceptualization of security to focus not on the security of states, but rather on the security of individuals and communities. Doing so had 2 profound effects on the way we understand security. The first was to significantly broaden the range of things that constituted a security threat. From the perspective of the lived experience of humans, poverty, human rights abuses, gender violence, civil war, and climate change were much more significant threats than interstate war. Second, the state came to be seen as not only a source of security but also as one of the main sources of threat, since states were among the primary perpetrators of genocide and mass atrocities. This raised important moral, legal, and practical questions about whether states should lose their sovereign rights when they systematically abuse their populations. See ch. 15. February 2, 33 The legal argument. The counter-restrictionist case for a legal right of individual and collective humanitarian intervention rests on 2 claims. First, the UN Charter 1945 commits states to protecting fundamental human rights, and second, there is a right of humanitarian intervention in customary international law. Counter-restrictionists argue that human rights are just as important as peace and security in the UN Charter. The Charter's preamble and Articles 1, 3, 55, and 56 all highlight the importance of human rights. Indeed, Article 1, 3 identifies the protection of human rights as one of the principal purposes of the UN system. This has led counter-restrictionists to read a humanitarian exception to the ban on the use of force in the UN Charter. Michael W. Reisman, 1985, 279-85, argued that, given the human rights principles in the Charter, the UNSC should have taken armed action during the Cold War against states that committed genocide and mass murder. The ongoing failure of the UNSC to fulfill this legal responsibility led him to assert that a legal exception to the ban on the use of force in Article 2.4 of the Charter should be created that would permit individual states to use force on humanitarian grounds. Likewise, some international lawyers, Damrosch 1991, 219, have argued that humanitarian intervention does not breach Article 2.4 because the article prohibits the use of force only against the political independence and territorial integrity of states, and humanitarian intervention does neither of these things. Other counter-restrictionists admit that there is no legal basis in the UN Charter for unilateral humanitarian intervention but argue that it is permitted by customary international law. For a rule to count as customary international law, states must claim that the practice has the status of law and actually engage in the activity. International lawyers describe this as opinio juris. Counter-restrictionists contend that the customary right to humanitarian intervention preceded the UN Charter, evidenced by the legal arguments offered to justify the British, French, and Russian intervention in Greece, 1827, and U.S. intervention in Cuba, 1898. They also point to British and French references to customary international law to justify the creation of safe havens in Iraq, 1991. Kofi Annan's insistence that even unilateral intervention to halt the 1994 genocide in Rwanda would have been legitimate, and the UK's claim of a customary right to humanitarian intervention in the case of Syria in 2013. Critics say that these arguments exaggerate the extent of consensus about the rules governing the use of force and that their reading of the UN Charter's textual provisions runs contrary to both majority international legal opinion, Brownlee 1974, Chesterman 2001, and the opinions expressed by the Charter's architects at the end of the Second World War. February 3, 33. The moral case. Many writers argue that, irrespective of what the law says, there is a moral duty to intervene to protect civilians from genocide and mass killing. They argue that sovereignty derives from a state's responsibility to protect its citizens. Therefore, when a state fails in this duty, it should lose its sovereign rights. Tesin 2003, 93. Some point to the idea of common humanity to argue that all individuals have basic human rights and duties to uphold the rights of others. Connie 1997, 34. Others argue that today's globalized world is so integrated that massive human rights violations in one part of the world affect every other part, creating moral obligations. Blair 1999b. Some advocates of just war theory argue that the duty to offer charity to those in need is universal. Ramsey 2002, 35-6. Others insist that moral agreement exists among the world's major religions and ethical systems about a duty to halt mass killing. Leopard 2002. However, granting states a moral permit to intervene opens the door to potential abuse, the use of humanitarian arguments to justify wars that are anything but humanitarian. Those who advance moral justifications for intervention also run up against the problem of how bad a humanitarian crisis has to be before force can be used. And there is the thorny issue of whether force should be used to prevent a humanitarian emergency from developing in the first place. 33.3 The case against humanitarian intervention. 7 key objections to humanitarian intervention have been advanced at various times by scholars, international lawyers, and policymakers. These objections are not mutually exclusive and can be found in the writings of realists, liberals, feminists, postcolonial theorists, and others, although these different theories accord different weight to each of the objections. March 1, 33 No basis for humanitarian intervention in international law. Restrictionist international lawyers insist that the common good is best preserved by maintaining a ban on any use of force not authorized by the UNSC. They argue that aside from the right of individual and collective self-defense enshrined in Article 51 of the UN Charter, there are no exceptions to Article 2.4. They also point to the fact that when states have acted unilaterally, they have chosen not to articulate a general legal right of humanitarian intervention. Interveners have typically claimed to be acting in self-defense, for instance, India's 1971 intervention in East Pakistan and Vietnam's 1978 intervention in Cambodia pointed to the implied authorization of UNSC resolutions, for instance, the UK's justification for the 1999 intervention in Kosovo, or refrained from making legal arguments at all, for instance, the US justification for the 1999 intervention in Kosovo. March 2, 33 states do not intervene for primarily humanitarian reasons. States almost always have mixed motives for intervention and are rarely willing to sacrifice their own soldiers overseas unless they have self-interested reasons for doing so. For realists, this means that genuine humanitarian intervention is imprudent because it does not serve the national interest. For other critics, it suggests that the powerful intervene only when it suits them to do so, and that strategies of intervention are more likely to be guided by calculations of national interest than by what is best for the victims in whose name the intervention is ostensibly being carried out. Menon 2016. March 3, 33 states should not risk the lives of their soldiers to save strangers. Realists not only argue that states do not intervene for humanitarian purposes, their status paradigm also asserts that states should not behave in this way. Political leaders do not have the moral right to shed the blood of their own citizens on behalf of suffering foreigners. If a civil authority has broken down or is behaving in an appalling way towards its citizens, this is the responsibility of that state's citizens and crucially of its political leaders. Realists insist that states should not embark on risky military operations overseas except when their vital national interests are at stake. March 4, 33 The problem of abuse. In the absence of an impartial mechanism for deciding when humanitarian intervention is permissible, states might espouse humanitarian motives as a pretext to cover the pursuit of national self-interest. Frank and Rod Lay 1973. The classic case of abuse was Hitler's argument that it was necessary to invade Czechoslovakia to protect the life and liberty of that country's German population. Creating a right of humanitarian intervention would only make it easier for the powerful to justify interfering in the affairs of the weak. Critics argue that a right to intervention would not create more genuine humanitarian action because self-interest, not. Key points. Counter-restrictionists argue in favor of a legal right of humanitarian intervention based on interpretations of the UN Charter and customary international law. Many lawyers contend that the counter-restrictionist position rests on flawed and overly liberal interpretations of the Charter and customary law. The claims for a moral duty of humanitarian intervention stem from the basic proposition that all individuals are entitled to a minimum level of protection from harm by virtue of their common humanity. Debate exists about which human rights are fundamental and who may decide when their violation is sufficient to justify armed intervention. Sovereignty has traditionally been the main barrier to intervention. However, it would make the world a more dangerous place by giving states more ways of justifying force. Chesterman, 2001. March 5, 33. Selectivity of response. Selectivity of response is the problem of failing to treat like cases alike. States always apply principles of humanitarian intervention selectively, resulting in an inconsistency in policy. Because state behavior is governed by what governments judge to be in their interest, they are selective about when they choose to intervene. Menon, 2016. The problem arises when an agreed moral principle is at stake in more than one situation, but national interest dictates different responses. A good example is the argument that the North Atlantic Treaty Organization's NATO intervention in Kosovo could not have been driven by humanitarian concerns because the alliance later did little to address larger humanitarian catastrophes in Darfur and the Democratic Republic of Congo. See Case Study 33.1. March 6, 33. Disagreement about moral principles. Pluralist international society theory identifies an additional objection to humanitarian intervention: the problem of how to reach a consensus on what moral principles should underpin it. Pluralism is sensitive to human rights concerns but argues that humanitarian intervention should not be permitted in the face of disagreement about what constitutes extreme human rights violations. The concern is that, in the absence of consensus on what principles should govern a right of humanitarian intervention, the most powerful states would be free to impose their own culturally determined moral values on weaker members of international society. March 7, 33. Intervention does not work. A final set of criticisms suggests that humanitarian intervention should be avoided because it is impossible for outsiders to impose human rights. Some liberals argue that states are established by the informed consent of their citizens. For example, one of the foremost 19th-century liberal thinkers, John Stuart Mill, 1973, 377-8, argued that democracy could be established only by a domestic struggle for liberty. Human rights cannot take root if they are imposed or enforced by outsiders. Mill argued that oppressed peoples should themselves overthrow tyrannical governments. Others argue that humanitarian intervention can actually cause mass atrocities by encouraging dissatisfied groups to launch rebellions in the hope of provoking a disproportionate response from their government, which will then trigger external military intervention. Cooperman, 2005, 2008. However, the validity of this theory has been seriously challenged. Western, 2005. Case Study 33.1. Myanmar, barriers to intervention. In 2008, a massive cyclone hit the Irrawaddy Delta region of Myanmar, killing more than 100,000 people and leaving millions more without adequate shelter, medicine, and food. It was feared that many more would die without urgent international aid. Fearing that foreign aid workers might spread pro-democracy and human rights ideas, Myanmar's military government initially refused to accept the necessary aid. Blocking humanitarian relief is considered a crime against humanity, and in response the French Foreign Minister Bernard Kouchner argued that pressing need created a moral obligation to deliver aid forcibly without the government's consent. Kouchner's proposal won little support, however, and this response points to the complexities of humanitarian intervention. First, most believed there were few prudent military options since Myanmar is distant to the west and has significant military resources. Second, intervention might have worsened the humanitarian situation by causing violence and encouraging the government to further restrict access to aid agencies. Third, intervention would have complicated hopes for a democratic transition in Myanmar and a peace agreement between the government and ethnic armed groups. Fourth, intervention would have provoked strong opposition from China and Russia, which both argued that relief was an internal. A devastated factory in a village in the Irrawaddy Delta region, Myanmar on May 5, 2008. str/stringer/Getty Images. 33.4. The 1990s. A golden era of humanitarian activism? It has become common to describe the immediate post-Cold War period as something of a golden era for humanitarian activism. T. Weiss, 2004. 136. There is no doubt that during the 1990s states began to contemplate intervention to protect imperiled strangers in distant lands. But the decade also saw the world stand aside in the face of mass atrocities in Rwanda and Srebrenica. This section addresses these developments. April 1, 33. The role of humanitarian sentiments in decisions to intervene. In the case of northern Iraq in April 1991 and Somalia in December 1992, domestic public opinion in the United States played an important role in pressurizing policymakers into using force for humanitarian purposes. With regard to the former, in the face of a massive refugee crisis caused by Saddam Hussein's oppression of the Kurds in the aftermath of the 1991 Gulf War, Western military forces intervened to create protected, safe havens for the Kurdish people. Similarly, the U.S. military intervention in Somalia in December 1992 was a response to sentiments of compassion on the part of U.S. citizens. However, this sense of solidarity disappeared once the United States began sustaining casualties, indicating how capricious public opinion is. By contrast, the French intervention in Rwanda in July 1994 seems to be an example of abuse. The French government emphasized the strictly humanitarian character of the operation, but this interpretation lacks credibility given evidence that they were covertly pursuing national self-interest. France had propped up the one-party Hutu state for 20 years. The French were reportedly anxious to restore waning French influence in Africa and feared that a Rwandan Patriotic Front, RPF, victory in French-speaking Rwanda would bring the country under the influence of the Anglophone countries. France therefore did not intervene until the later stages of the genocide, which was ended primarily by the RPF's military victory, and it gave safe passage to genocidaires into the neighboring Democratic Republic of Congo. French leaders may have been partly motivated by humanitarian sentiments, but this is a case of a state abusing the concept of humanitarian intervention since the intervention's primary purpose was to protect French interests. The moral question raised by the French intervention is part of the reason why international society failed to intervene when the genocide began in early April 1994. The French intervention might have saved some lives, but it came far too late to halt the genocide, which killed some 800,000 people in a mere 100 days. There was no intervention for the simple reason. Matter. They might have counter-escalated by supporting the government militarily, further damaging the humanitarian situation. Fifth, Western militaries were overstretched by commitments in Afghanistan and Iraq, and there was little public appetite for intervention. Question 1. Why was humanitarian intervention ruled out in the case of Myanmar? Question 2. Should states have intervened to prevent further loss of life after the cyclone? Key points. States may not intervene for primarily humanitarian purposes. States are often unwilling to place their citizens in harm's way in order to protect foreigners. A legal right of humanitarian intervention would be vulnerable to abuse, as states may employ humanitarian claims to cloak the pursuit of self-interest. States will apply principles of humanitarian intervention selectively. In the absence of consensus about what principles should guide humanitarian intervention, a right of humanitarian intervention would undermine international order. A humanitarian intervention will always be based on the cultural preferences of the powerful. That those with the military capability to stop the genocide were unwilling to sacrifice troops and resources to protect Rwandans. International solidarity in the face of genocide was limited to moral outrage and the provision of humanitarian aid. If the French intervention in Rwanda can be criticized for being too little, too late, NATO's intervention in Kosovo in 1999 was criticized for being too much, too soon. At the beginning of the war, NATO said it was intervening to prevent a humanitarian catastrophe. It argued that Serbian forces were committing crimes against humanity and creating a humanitarian emergency. NATO was propelled to act by a mixture of humanitarian concern and self-interest centered on three sets of issues. First, a fear that, left unchecked, Milosevic's military and paramilitary forces would replicate the carnage of Bosnia. Second, a concern that protracted conflict would create a massive refugee crisis in Europe. And third, the fear that if unaddressed the conflict could spread. Bellamy 2002. 3. This supports the proposition that humanitarian intervention is nearly always prompted by mixed motives. This becomes a problem only if the non-humanitarian motives undermine the chances of achieving the humanitarian purposes. Wheeler 2000. April 2, 33. How legal and legitimate were the interventions? In contrast with state practice during the Cold War, the interventions in northern Iraq, Somalia, Rwanda, and Kosovo were all justified in humanitarian terms by the intervening states. This justification remained hotly contested, with China, Russia, and members of the Non-Aligned Movement, NAM, defending a traditional interpretation of state sovereignty. However, that position became less tenable as the 1990s progressed, and by the end of the decade most states were prepared to accept that the UNSC was entitled to authorize armed humanitarian intervention. Thus, many peacekeeping mandates passed by the UNSC since 2000 contain an instruction for international soldiers to protect endangered civilians, using force if necessary and prudent. Chapter 7 of the UN Charter enables the UNSC to authorize military enforcement action only in cases where it finds a threat to international peace and security, first controversially employed for humanitarian interventions in northern Iraq, 1991, and Somalia, 1992. Since the early 1990s, the UNSC has expanded its list of what counts as a threat to the peace to include human suffering, the overthrow of democratic government, state failure, refugee movements, and ethnic cleansing, Wheeler 2000, 2003 32-41. NATO's intervention in Kosovo raised the question of how international society should treat intervention when a state, or in this case a group of states, decides to use force to alleviate human suffering without the UNSC's explicit authorization. Although the UN did not authorize NATO's use of force, the UNSC also chose not to condemn it. Russia tabled a draft UNSC resolution on March 26, 1999 condemning NATO's use of force and demanding an immediate halt to the bombing. Surprisingly, only Russia, China, and Namibia voted in favor, leading to the resolution's resounding defeat. What emerges from post-Cold War state practice is that Western states took the lead in advancing a new norm of armed humanitarian intervention. Although some states, notably Russia, China, India, and some members of the NAM remained very uneasy with this development, they reluctantly came to accept that military intervention authorized by the UNSC was justifiable in cases of genocide and mass killing. The best illustration of this is the fact that no member of the UNSC tried to oppose intervention in Rwanda to end the genocide on the grounds that this violated its sovereignty. Instead, the barrier to intervention was states' lack of political will to incur the costs and risks of armed intervention to save Rwandans. There were also important limits to the emerging norm. Intervention outside the UN remained very controversial. The UNSC refrained from authorizing intervention against fully functioning states. And although it is inconceivable that any state would have complained about intervention in Rwanda, this was a uniquely horrible case with a rate of killing higher than that of the Holocaust. April 3, 33. Were the interventions successful? Does the record of post-Cold War interventions support the proposition that the use of force can promote humanitarian values? Humanitarian outcomes might usefully be divided into short and long-term outcomes. The former refer to the immediate alleviation of human suffering through the termination of genocide or mass murder and/or the delivery of humanitarian aid to civilians trapped in war zones. Long-term humanitarian outcomes focus on how far intervention addresses the underlying causes of human suffering by facilitating conflict resolution and the construction of viable polities. Operation Provide Comfort in northern Iraq enjoyed initial success in dealing with the displacement problem and clearly saved lives. However, achieving a long-term, stable peace faced enormous problems owing to Iraqi hostility towards its Kurdish minority. Nevertheless, the Kurds were able to fashion a significant degree of autonomy in the 1990s, which has persisted since the 2003 US-led invasion. Some commentators identify the initial U.S. intervention in Somalia between December 1992 and May 1993 as a successful humanitarian intervention. In terms of short-term success, the U.S. claims that it saved thousands of Somalis from starvation, although this is disputed. T. Weiss 1999, 82-7. What is not disputed is that the mission ended in disaster. This can be traced to the attempt by UNUSM II. This UN force took over from the U.S. in May 1993, but its military missions were principally controlled by U.S. commanders. To go beyond the initial U.S. mission of famine relief to the disarmament of the warring factions and the provision of law and order. The NATO-led force that entered Kosovo at the end of Operation Allied Force succeeded in returning Kosovar Albanian refugees to their homes, but it initially failed to protect the Serbian community from reprisal attacks, though the situation has improved. Over time, ethnic violence has declined significantly and the governments of Kosovo and Serbia have begun to negotiate new territorial arrangements that they hope will ease those tensions further. Meanwhile, Kosovo's key points. The 1990s were described as a golden era of humanitarian activism because of a dramatic increase in the number of humanitarian interventions. Although some interventions were motivated by humanitarian concerns, others were not. Most interventions were prompted by mixed motives. The legality and legitimacy of humanitarian intervention remain hotly contested, but a norm of intervention authorized by the UN Security Council emerged in the 1990s. Interventions tended to be more successful in stopping immediate killing and less successful in building long-term peace. economy has improved steadily with unemployment declining from around 50% in 2001 to 25% in 2016, although those improvements have stalled recently. Yet one of the principal lessons from Kosovo is that rebuilding after humanitarian intervention is a lengthy process that requires significant political will and financial support. Forcible intervention in humanitarian crises is a short-term palliative that can effectively halt mass atrocities. By itself, however, it cannot address the underlying political causes of the violence and suffering. It is for this reason that the International Commission on Intervention and State Sovereignty, ISIS, insisted that intervention was only one of three international responsibilities, the other two being prevention and rebuilding. 33.5 The responsibility to protect are 2p. The debate about humanitarian intervention came to a head during the Kosovo crisis in 1999. NATO's intervention triggered a major debate on the circumstances in which the use of force for human protection purposes might be justifiable, the intricacies of which were reflected in the subsequent findings of an international commission, which deemed NATO's actions in Kosovo illegal but legitimate. ICK 2000. At issue was the relationship between the state and its own population, the credibility of the international community's commitment to basic standards of human rights, and the role of the UN. To find answers to these questions, the ISIS articulated the concept of the responsibility to protect in 2001 and tried to shift the focus of debate away from the rights of interveners and towards the protection needs of the victims. It argued that the responsibility to protect are 2p comprised responsibilities to prevent, to react, and to rebuild. ISIS 2001 and identified proposals to strengthen the international community's effectiveness, including a prevention toolkit, decision-making criteria for the use of force, and a hierarchy of international authority in situations where the Security Council was divided. World leaders unanimously endorsed R2P at the 2005 UN World Summit. The summit's outcome document was later adopted as a General Assembly resolution, see Box 33.1. In 2009, the UN Secretary-General set out a comprehensive strategy for implementing R2P. This strategy was organized around the idea that R2P rests on three non-sequential pillars of equal importance. Pillar 1, the primary responsibility of the state to protect its population from genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity, and from their incitement. Para 138. Pillar 2, the international community's responsibility to assist and encourage states to fulfill their responsibility to protect by helping them to address the underlying causes of mass atrocities, build the capacity to prevent these crimes, and address problems before they escalate. Paras 138 and 139. Pillar 3, the international community's responsibility to take timely and decisive action to protect populations from the four crimes through diplomatic, humanitarian, and other peaceful means, principally in accordance with Chapters 6 and 8 of the UN Charter, and on a case-by-case basis if peaceful means be inadequate and national authorities are manifestly failing to protect their populations, other more forceful means through Chapter 7 of the UN Charter. Para 139. The 2005 UN World Summit outcome document represented an international consensus on the nature and scope of R2P. It was reaffirmed several times by the UN Security Council, including resolutions 1674, 2006, and 1894, 2009, and referred to in more than 80 other Security Council resolutions and presidential statements, such as Resolution 2577, 2021, on South Sudan, 2556, 2020, on the Democratic Republic of Congo, 2552, 2020, on the Central African Republic, and 2431, 2018, and 2332, 2016, on Syria. The UN General Assembly has also reaffirmed the principle and committed itself to formal annual consideration of its implementation, while the UN Human Rights Council has referred to the principle in 60 resolutions. However, it is important to distinguish between the R2P that governments have agreed to adopt and the ideas that helped shape it. There are 5 key points to bear in mind in this regard. 1. R2P is narrow in scope but universal and enduring in its coverage. The concept applies everywhere, all the time. All states have a permanent responsibility to protect their populations from the 4 crimes. The concept is narrow, though, in that it relates only to the 4 crimes identified in the 2005 UN World Summit outcome document: genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. 2 states have a responsibility to protect all populations under their care, not just their citizens. 3. R2P is based on well-established principles of existing international law. The crimes to which it relates are enumerated in international law. In addition, R2P is to be implemented in accordance with the UN Charter. For the UN World Summit outcome document calls explicitly for the prevention of the 4 crimes and their incitement. 5 force may be used only when authorized by the UN Security Council. Box 33.1 paragraphs 138 to 40 of the 2005 UN World Summit outcome document. 138. Each individual state has the responsibility to protect its populations from genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. This responsibility entails the prevention of such crimes, including their incitement, through appropriate and necessary means. We accept that responsibility and will act in accordance with it. The international community should, as appropriate, encourage and help states to exercise this responsibility and support the United Nations in establishing an early warning capability. 139. The international community, through the United Nations, also has the responsibility to use appropriate diplomatic, humanitarian, and other peaceful means in accordance with Chapters 6 and 8 of the Charter of the United Nations, to help protect populations from genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. In this context, we are prepared to take collective action in a timely and decisive manner through the Security Council. In accordance with the Charter, including Chapter 7 on a case-by-case basis and in cooperation with relevant regional organizations as appropriate. Should peaceful means be inadequate and national authorities are manifestly failing to protect their populations from genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. We stress the need for the General Assembly to continue consideration of the responsibility to protect populations from genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity and its implications, bearing in mind the principles of the Charter and international law. We also intend to commit ourselves as necessary and appropriate to helping states build capacity to protect their populations from genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity, and to assisting those which are under stress before crises and conflicts break out. General Assembly Resolution A/Res. 60/1, October 24, 2005. May 1st, 33 R2P in action. May 1st, 33 R2P in action. The implementation of R2P got off to a relatively slow start. Between the passage of Security Council Resolution 1674 in 2006, which reaffirmed R2P, and 2009, the UNSC referred to the concept only once in a preambular paragraph of Resolution 1706, 2006, on the situation in Darfur. At the time, Darfur was often portrayed as a test case for R2P. For example, the UK House of Commons Select Committee on International Development, 2005-19, judged that, if the responsibility to protect means anything, it ought to mean something in Darfur. It was a test that R2P was widely judged to have failed. Grono, 2006. With the UN and its member states seemingly hesitant to translate R2P from words into deeds, few anticipated the role it would play in the events of 2011. In March, the Security Council responded to violence in Libya, which included the commission of crimes against humanity and contained clear potential for more, by unanimously passing Resolution 1970. Under Chapter 7, the resolution specifically referred to R2P, demanded an immediate cessation of violence, established a political process, imposed targeted sanctions, and referred the situation to the International Criminal Court. When the Gaddafi regime failed to comply, the Security Council authorized the use of force to protect civilians from imminent danger and enforce a no-fly zone and arms embargo. Resolution 1973. This was the first time in its history that it had authorized the use of force against a functioning member state for humanitarian protection purposes. A few days later, the Council unanimously adopted Resolution 1975 on Côte d'Ivoire. In the context of escalating post-election violence there, the Council declared Alassane Ouattara to be the country's president and authorized the use of force to protect the civilian population. These 3 resolutions, passed without a single negative vote, demonstrated the Council's determination to act on its responsibility to protect populations, including through the use of force when necessary and possible. However, although regional organizations supported the actions in Libya and Côte d'Ivoire, see Case Study 33.2, some member states criticized them. In particular, critics complained that NATO and the UN had overstepped their Security Council mandates by contributing to the forcible change of regimes in those countries, that they used disproportionate force which increased the risks to civilian populations, and that they ignored or outright rejected opportunities for further political dialogue. Indeed, several countries, including Russia, India, and China, went so far as to argue that armed responses to genocide and mass atrocities should never result in regime change. Subsequently, Russia, in particular, argued that the action in Libya colored its thinking on Syria, pushing it to resist Western pressure on the Assad regime on the grounds that this might open the door to regime change. The vigorous debate over Côte d'Ivoire and Libya did not inhibit the Security Council from referring to R2P in other contexts. Since then, the Council has referred to R2P in resolutions establishing robust peacekeeping forces authorized to use force to protect civilians in the DRC, Mali, South Sudan, and Central African Republic. It also referred to R2P in a series of resolutions on the crisis in Syria. Although the Council is deeply divided on Syria, it has occasionally proven itself willing to break new ground. For example, in Resolution 2165, 2014, the Council authorized the delivery of humanitarian aid without the consent of the Syrian government, the first time in its history that it has acted in this way. This resolution referred specifically to R2P. Overall, while geopolitical considerations continue to inhibit decisive collective action in some high-profile cases, from its inception to around 2012, R2P was associated with at least two important developments. First, the Security Council became more likely to respond to atrocity crimes than it was prior to 2005, and second, it was much more likely as part of this response to prioritize the protection of civilians, Bellamy and Luck 2018. Given the growing role of the Security Council in authorizing armed intervention for R2P purposes, there were attempts by some states to establish greater control by the UN Security Council over military operations authorized in its name. Brazil introduced the concept of responsibility while protecting, which has four key elements. 1. Focus on the prevention of genocide and mass atrocities, and the need to employ peaceful measures early. 2. New mechanisms to ensure that states which act on Security Council mandates are held accountable to the Council. 3. Agreement on criteria to guide prudential decision-making on the use of force as originally envisaged by the ISIS. And 4. Judicious analysis about the likely consequences of various courses of action. Many welcomed the initiative as a way of ensuring that the use of force by states mandated by the Council was subject to clear restraints and that there was greater Council authority over the conduct of military operations. However, other governments questioned whether these principles might inhibit timely and decisive responses to mass atrocities through the Security Council. After 2012, several of these trends started to move in the other direction. The UN Security Council found it more difficult to reach consensus in the context of a sharply rising incidence of mass atrocities up to 2015. The incidence declined again thereafter. After the initial success of intervention in Libya, the situation there deteriorated as both Western governments and the UN decided not to follow up with a peacekeeping or peace-building mission to support stabilization. With radical Islamism on the rise there, in 2014 Libya descended into civil war once again. Chaos in Libya seemed to confirm doubts in the US and other parts of the world about the costs and efficacy of humanitarian intervention. Meanwhile, a more assertive Russia and China began challenging not only the Security Council's activism, but also the UN's core principles which evolved after the end of the Cold War. The rise of China, especially, marks both a material and ideational challenge to humanitarian intervention. The Chinese government is not just hesitant about the UN's civilian protection agenda, a hesitancy not just to controversial items like humanitarian intervention but to the UN's full panoply of human rights-related issues, but actively hostile to it. China does not accept established UN positions on human rights and human protection, nor does it China does not accept established UN positions on human rights and human protection, nor does it see a legitimate role for the UN in the protection of people when their own governments fail to protect them. In place of the UN's human-centered approach organized around the three pillars of human rights, development, and peace and security, China articulates what Rosemary Foote, 2020, calls a triadic model of strong states, social stability, and development. Since Case Study 33.2 The Role of Middle Eastern Governments in Operation Unified Protector, Libya, 2011. Humanitarian intervention is often understood as something that only Western states undertake. This is not the case. During the Cold War, states from the Global South such as India in East Pakistan, Vietnam in Cambodia, and Tanzania in Uganda intervened militarily to end mass killing. The first example of humanitarian intervention after the Cold War was conducted not by the West but by a sub-regional grouping in Africa, the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, which intervened in Liberia in 1990. More recently, the League of Arab States (LAS) and the Gulf Cooperation Council (GCC) played a key role in the diplomacy leading up to the 2011 intervention in Libya. Jordan, the United Arab Emirates, and Qatar also participated in the intervention itself by contributing military assets to the mission. The first sign that the Middle East's regional bodies would facilitate a robust international response to the crisis in Libya came on February 22. 2011, when the Lausanne Organization, traditionally wedded to the principle of non-interference, suspended Libya's participation in the League until the violence ended. However, the situation continued to deteriorate and the threat to the civilian population grew, in Benghazi in particular. On March 7, the GCC called on the UN Security Council to take all necessary measures to protect civilians, including enforcing a no-fly zone over Libya, and condemned crimes committed against civilians, the use of heavy arms and the recruitment of mercenaries by the Libyan regime. The following day, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, echoed the GCC's position when it called for a no-fly zone over Libya, although it explicitly excluded the possibility of foreign military operations on the ground. On March 10, the GCC went one step further and claimed that Gaddafi's regime had lost all legitimacy and urged the LAS to initiate contact with the Libyan opposition's interim council. It was the March 12 declaration by the LAS that proved decisive, however. This called on the UN Security Council to impose immediately a no-fly zone on Libyan military aviation, and to establish safe areas in places exposed to shelling as a precautionary measure that allows the protection of the Libyan people and foreign nationals residing in Libya while respecting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of neighboring states, and to cooperate and communicate with the Transitional National Council of Libya and to provide the Libyan people with urgent and continuing support as well as the necessary protection from the serious violations and grave crimes committed by the Libyan authorities, which have consequently lost their legitimacy. Given subsequent debates about what was meant by a no-fly zone and whether NATO exceeded its mandate, it is important to stress that the LAS statement called for a no-fly zone and the establishment of safe areas to protect civilians from shelling. Bellamy and Williams, 2011, 839-41. During the intervention itself, Qatar provided 6 strike aircraft and 2 strategic airlift aircraft to support the no-fly zone. And towards the end of the mission, Qatari special forces assisted in land operations and provided training to opposition forces. The United Arab Emirates contributed 12 aircraft which participated in all aspects of the operation, and Jordan provided 6 aircraft to fulfill non-combat support roles, including support for the delivery of humanitarian relief. Question 1. What role did the LAS play in the 2011 Libya intervention? How significant was it? Question 2. Does the role played by the LAS in this case point towards a broader regionalization of humanitarian intervention? The 1990s, China's relative position has improved in the UN as its increasing material power has translated into a more confident and assertive foreign policy. Now the organization's second-largest financial contributor, China exerts greater influence over key appointments, policies, and decisions than ever before. It is using this newfound position to offer its own alternative vision of the UN, a narrower vision focused on managing relations between states not within them. China has found support for this vision among states in the UN General Assembly, many of which are not democratic and not committed to human rights, and thus find the Chinese vision more appealing than the human rights-focused UN that emerged in the 1990s. It is not clear how this competition will develop in the longer term. Some believe that a move to a more sovereignty-bound UN will mean a world with fewer interventions and more atrocities. Others think that as the Security Council becomes less central owing to its inability to reach consensus on collective action, other coalitions of actors will find innovative ways to respond to humanitarian crises. Pattison, 2021. Others suspect that the relationship between the UN and China will prove altogether more complex. As China becomes more engaged in the UN, it will have to assume more responsibility for the UN's pursuit of international peace and security. The UN's successes and failures will become China's successes and failures, and China's own international legitimacy will become tethered to that of the UN. If a more sovereignty-bound organization proves no more able than the current organization to solve difficult transnational problems such as mass atrocities, the Chinese government will have difficult choices to make. As Foote explains, a weakened United Nations will not help with the provision of a stable international order, and that will make it more difficult for China to achieve its stated goals. Foote, 2020, 273. That could generate forms of resistance that Beijing will find difficult to finesse. Foote, 2020, 273. These trends have not supplanted humanitarian concern nor completely inhibited consensus. The 2014 rise of the so-called Islamic State in Iraq and Syria brought questions of humanitarian intervention to the fore again. At the Iraqi government's request, the U.S. and other allies employed air power to rescue Yazidis stranded on Mount Sinjar from Islamic State forces. The mission succeeded in sustaining the population and preventing further attacks on them. According to the UN, there are credible grounds for thinking that those Yazidis who were unable to flee so-called Islamic State and were subsequently killed were victims of a genocide. More broadly, the US, the UK, Australia, and other allies launched an air campaign in support of Iraqi government and Kurdish forces trying to roll back Islamic State. This campaign succeeded in stemming their advance and contributed to the gradual reclamation of territory inside Iraq. However, Islamic State remained able to operate from bases inside Syria, prompting the US to extend its operations across the border, citing not the humanitarian imperative but the principle of collective self-defense to justify its operations. This sparked debates in the UK, Australia, and elsewhere about the expansion of their air campaigns into Syria. See Opposing Opinions 33.1. Western air power has not only been employed against so-called Islamic State, it has also been used. Opposing Opinions 33.1. The West should have intervened in Syria to protect people there from the so-called Islamic State. 4. There was a moral case. So-called Islamic State violated basic human rights on a massive scale. The UN assessed that so-called Islamic State may have already perpetrated genocide against the Yazidis. Under the Genocide Convention, all states have a legal responsibility to prevent genocide and to punish the perpetrators. Islamic State was also responsible for widespread and systematic crimes against humanity, including the mass execution of prisoners and civilians and the mass rape and sexual enslavement of women and girls. There was a prudential case. Military action was the only realistic means of protecting populations. The so-called Islamic State adheres to a violent extremist ideology which separates humanity into two clear camps and denies basic rights to the opposing camp. The use of air power to support local forces opposed to Islamic State stemmed and reversed their advances in Iraq and proved pivotal in supporting the Kurdish defense of Kobane. There was a legal case. The UN Security Council authorized the use of military force. In Resolution 2249, 2015, the UN Security Council called upon states with the capacity to do so to use all necessary measures on the territory controlled by so-called Islamic State to prevent and suppress terrorist acts. Given that the phrase all necessary measures typically refers to the use of force, this resolution can be interpreted as implied authorization for the use of force against Islamic State inside Syria. No UN Security Council member has indicated that this interpretation is incorrect. There was a self-interested case. The so-called Islamic State posed a threat to distant populations through terrorism. There is mounting evidence that Islamic State intended to expand terrorist attacks in Europe and the US. Foreign fighters returning from serving Islamic State in Syria and Iraq have been responsible for a number of terrorist attacks in the West. In addition, there are signs that terrorists received training and guidance from Islamic State in Syria. Against it would be illegal. Resolution 2249 does not reference Chapter 7 of the UN Charter concerning enforcement, nor does it specifically authorize the use of military force. While Syria consented to Russian airstrikes, it did not give explicit consent to the US and its allies. It was imprudent. There is no evidence to suggest that airstrikes alone would succeed in defeating so-called Islamic State. Past Western interventions in the Middle East have only ever made matters worse, and such intervention in Syria would be no exception. It would prove counterproductive. Western intervention would help Islamic State to cast the conflict as one in which the righteous are pitched against Western-backed infidels and apostates. Intervention would only increase the flow of foreign fighters in Syria and the risk of terrorism at home as radicals seek revenge on states participating in attacks on Islamic State. It would result in civilian casualties. Rather than saving civilians, using air power against so-called Islamic State would only cause more civilian devastation. Thus, all the West would achieve by bombing in Syria is to compound the suffering of civilians. 1. Was it right to intervene against Islamic State in Iraq and Syria? 2. What were the regional implications of intervention? 3. Was the intervention lawful? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. Prime Minister's office described President Assad's use of chemical weapons as a war crime and a crime against humanity and justified the UK's use of force in the following terms. The UK is permitted under international law on an exceptional basis to take measures in order to alleviate overwhelming humanitarian suffering. The legal basis for the use of force is humanitarian intervention, which requires 3 conditions to be met. There is convincing evidence, generally accepted by the international community as a whole, of extreme humanitarian distress on a large scale, requiring immediate and urgent relief. 2. It must be objectively clear that there is no practicable alternative to the use of force if lives are to be saved. And 3. The proposed use of force must be necessary and proportionate to the aim of relief of humanitarian suffering and must be strictly limited in time and in scope to this aim, i.e. the minimum necessary to achieve that end and for no other purpose. Prime Minister's Office 2018. The UK government explained that there was a serious threat, pointing to previous chemical attacks in Syria, and asserted that it was highly likely that the regime would seek to use chemical weapons again, leading to further suffering and loss of civilian life. It maintained that its use of force fulfilled the condition of last resort, highlighting that the efforts of the UK and its international partners to alleviate the humanitarian suffering caused by the use of chemical weapons by the Syrian regime at the UN Security Council had been repeatedly blocked by the regime's and its allies' disregard for international norms, including the international law prohibition on the use of chemical weapons. It also argued that since 2013, neither diplomatic action, tough sanctions, nor the U.S. strikes against the Sherat airbase in April 2017 have sufficiently degraded Syrian chemical weapons capability or deterred the Syrian regime from causing extreme humanitarian distress on a large scale through its persistent use of chemical weapons. Finally, the government argued that its actions fulfilled the condition of proportionality, explaining that the intention behind the use of force was to avert a humanitarian catastrophe, that the force it deployed was the minimum judged necessary for this purpose, and that it was limited, targeted, and effective. Prime Minister's Office 2018. In the same pattern of previous Western military actions not explicitly authorized by the UN Security Council, Russia condemned the action. The Russian representative to the UN, Vasily Nebenzia, condemned the attacks as a flagrant disregard for international law. He stated that the US, UK, and France, as permanent members of the Security Council, had a special duty to uphold the provisions of the Charter. Instead, he said, they lean towards neocolonialism and scorn the Charter and the Security Council, which they attempt shamelessly to use for their own unscrupulous purposes. UN Security Council 2018. China and Kazakhstan also urged the UK, US, and France to adhere to the UN Charter and to the norms of international law to resolve the crisis through diplomatic means. Key points. States adopted the responsibility to protect at the 2005 UN World Summit. It is commonly understood as comprising three pillars. The responsibility to protect switches the focus from a debate about sovereignty versus human rights to a discussion about how best to protect endangered people. The use of force for protection purposes continues to be highly controversial, as the 2011 intervention in Libya shows. Responsibility while protecting was a concept introduced to bridge the divides on this issue. The UN Security Council is increasingly invoking the responsibility to protect as it responds to emergencies around the world with varying degrees of success. 33.6 Conclusion. Globalization is advancing cosmopolitan visions of global moral interconnectedness. But this growth in cosmopolitan moral sensibilities has not yet been translated into a new international consensus on forcible humanitarian intervention. Western publics are increasingly sensitized to the human suffering of others, but the sense of compassion is very selective in its response to human suffering. Interventions that begin with humanitarian credentials can all too easily degenerate into a range of policies and activities which go beyond, or even conflict with, the label humanitarian. Roberts, 1993. 448. The responsibility to protect has sought to reshape the terms of the debate between supporters and opponents of humanitarian intervention. The concept has certainly helped change the political language used to describe and debate humanitarian intervention, and its adoption at the 2005 UN World Summit was an important milestone. Although R2P promised to reconceptualize how international society relates to genocide and mass atrocities, it remains subject to both the domestic interests of governments and the effects of competition between states. Questions. 1. To what extent is the use of force the defining characteristic of a humanitarian intervention? 2. How important are motives, intentions, means, and outcomes in judging the humanitarian credentials of an intervention? 3. How persuasive is the counter-restrictionist case for a legal right of humanitarian intervention? 4. Should considerations of international order always be privileged over concerns of individual justice in the society of states? 5. Is there a new norm of legitimate humanitarian intervention? 6. Was the US-led intervention against so-called Islamic State a legitimate humanitarian intervention? 7. To what extent does the principle of the responsibility to protect overcome some of the problems associated with humanitarian intervention? 8. Has R2P strengthened the protection of civilians from genocide and mass atrocities? 9. Does responsibility while protecting complement or challenge R2P? 10. To what extent is military force an effective instrument for the promotion of humanitarian values? Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test questions. Further reading. Bellamy, A., J., and Luck, E., C., 2018, Responsibility to Protect, From Promise to Practice, Cambridge, Polity. assesses the evolution of our 2P and its record in practice, focusing on the domestic dimensions, atrocity prevention, and international response. Chesterman, S. 2001, Just War or Just Peace? Humanitarian Intervention in International Law, Oxford, Oxford University Press. An excellent analysis of 9/11. Refers specifically to the morning of September 11, 2001, when 19 men hijacked 4 domestic flights en route to California.